welcome your presence into this place, O God. Father, guide us through this day's program, and may we align ourselves according to what your purpose and will is for us, your people. All that we do, Heavenly Father, may it be unto the glory of your name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Back to the MC. May I take this opportunity to announce that His Royal Majesty King Taki is got technical challenges, but he has sent us an audio with this message, which I would like to recognize, which I would like to request Star Radio to pass his message and his photo. He's with us, watching us live from Ghana. Please, message from His Royal Majesty King Taiko. Seppi?
Thank you very much to our president. While we are waiting for the video to come on, we just would like to thank our president, our founder, for such a wonderful message. And indeed, we can see that you are the captain of the biggest, the greatest ship on earth. Thank you very much that you also confirmed what we had already said earlier. So at least I know that I am at the right place, and the Aidoas, they know they're at the right place. Star Radio, when you are ready, it's just for you to play the video. Right. In the meantime, as we have heard, ladies and gentlemen, that Aido has got social media platforms. If you'd like to see who we are, we also have the website, which is www.aidonetwork.org. You can even go log in right now to verify who we are and see who we really are. And are we really what we have just told you that we are? You can put comments as well and make sure that you also become a member. We are still saying the doors are open. We would like to grow. We would like your expertise as well. You know, this globe is too big and it needs all of us. For development to happen, it's for all of us to unite and move forward. Star Radio, are you ready? Are we ready?
The rest of the world without much benefit to the parties that wield most of the natural resources.
Volume, please.
I have developed
Can't hear.
to ponder on the stakes in trade relations, inuring to the benefit of generations to come. Mr. Chairman, my fellow royals herein gathered, ladies and gentlemen, I am as passionate, committed as most of us here, and I dare mention that our predecessors were equally passionate about the plight of our people. What the issue has been till now is the workings towards changing this narrative. We are very much informed on the subject of international trade and investment, especially where Africa is involved. This has never been on equal terms, though seemingly so on the surface of it, and until this disparity is corrected, our efforts will remain as hopes and aspirations. Fellow royals, we are charged to look closely and deeper within, difficult as it may seem, to comprehensively develop what we have into what we need and share the value thereof with the rest of the world. The Ghana state has many capital projects and seeks to indulge investor interest to partner us in implementation of these projects by PPP or BOT arrangements. Surely, we can't wait to see the investor community engage us in that regard. I have delegated my competent officials of the Office of the Government to work with you on the strategic business plan and opportunities thereof, short-term, mid-term, and long-term prospects. Ladies and gentlemen, let me digress a bit to talk about our culture, our people, and our heritage. Ga, the history of our migration has enriched our values and fortified our resolution on many fronts to date. Our cultural system acknowledges the power of our diversity and values on human dignity. Our experience is evident by hospitality. We are the capital city of Ghana, Accra. Thank you, and I wish you well. Tra, New Manye, Aba.
Thank you. Thank you so much from His Royal Majesty, King Taki Teiko Suru II from Ga Manse. Thank you for such a wonderful message. And indeed, we will be seeing more of him, as he has already said that he has committed his competent team to Aido. That's what I was talking about or referring to earlier on when I say Aido is growing. It's growing in all spheres and in where we are unique at, the cultural institutions or royals, as others refer to them. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now really fly out of Africa and land in United Kingdom, where we are going to find Mrs. Cynthia Lewis Tarr from African Chamber of Commerce in Scandinavia. Madam, the mic is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, Majesty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm pleased to welcome you to the second day of Aido Business and Investment Forum. Africa is ready to partner for prosperity, with the focus today on culture and development. Today, indeed, Africa is ready to partner for prosperity, and this forum offers a platform to the business sector, such as the African Chamber of Commerce, to partner with the different kingdoms in Africa for the development of their communities. I would like to thank our co-host, Aido Network International, for their tireless work in organizing this great forum. The African Chamber of Commerce in Scandinavia highly values the cooperation with Aido. The collaboration between the African Chamber of Commerce is born from a desire to revitalize integrity and sincerity in African projects. Thus, we believe that while there are many challenges that were so eloquently described by our panelists yesterday, we have concepts like Ubuntu, which can be used as a catalyst for development. We have a rich cultural heritage and a built environment to catalyze social and economic development in Africa. The initiative is a collaborative endeavor between the African Chamber of Commerce in Scandinavia and Aido Network International. This platform and collaboration is designed to educate our brothers and sisters, people of African descent living abroad, to use as a vehicle to navigate some of the bottleneck, red tape, and hindrance to bankable projects that deserve to be funded. We can help fund those projects. So talk to us. We encourage you to use Aido and the African Chamber of Commerce as an extension of the African Voice Abroad. So we are here for you. There is an item in Africa that suggests that if you run alone, you can run fast. But if you run together, we can run far. Until these challenges are solved, we invite you, kings and queens of Africa, to run with us. We honor you, we value you, because you are the guardians of our African tradition and culture. Cultural heritage is a powerful development asset that can help attract tourism, bring revenue, generate local economy, promote inclusion, boost cultural diversity, and reinvent territorial identity. So welcome to Aido Business and Investment Forum. Africa is ready. I thank you all and would like and wish to work with you. Thank you very much.
Her Excellency, Madam Cynthia Lewis Ta, thank you very, very much for those words. We know now that we have a home at ACCS. Thank you very much for that wonderful partnership. So because you are a lady, you know that we have now a marriage. Madam Cynthia, thank you very much.
Thank you very much too. Thank you.
we hope the lobola is not that you spoke about Ubuntu. We hope the lobola is not that expensive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So as we go right along, ladies and gentlemen, we now come back into the continent of Africa, and we will be finding our Bishop Maponga, the leadership development facilitator, life coach, and radical speaker. If he is here, sir, please take the stage. Thank you. Hello? Right. I think then silence, it means maybe he has also technical problems. We are not sure. Moving right along, we're still in the continent. We are still in the Southern Africa, where we're going to be hearing a keynote speech promoting interaction between culture and development from His Royal Highness Kgosibo III of Bagolokwe Bamakola Bamashishing from Mpumalanga in South Africa. Your Highness, please take up the podium. Ula. Can I hear Nala from everybody?
Nala.
Thank you. We are raising the king, so therefore that is how we salute. Thank you, sir. Your Highness, please unmute yourself. The technical team, can we have the presentation lineup? You're welcome on stage, sir. Hello. Hello.
I'm unmuting.
Yes.
Am I there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Your Majesty.
Yes, we can hear you, Your Majesty.
Can you see me?
No, we can't see you. Unmute.
No, we can't see you. Unmute the people.
I'm unmuted.
We can hear your voice, but we can't
hear your voice. But
yeah, we can see you now.
I can see myself.
Yeah,
okay.
We can see you.
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay. Greetings to everyone. May I continue?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Before I continue, I would like program director to at least allow me to say it. By that, I always caution people before I speak that I normally call a spade a spade. But I have good news. I am in compliance today. Madam Tepi, Princess Yabomantatisi, by my own emphasis, whosoever arrived at the topic, surely or perhaps inadvertently wanted to lead us astray. as the Africans. But if otherwise this is the work of a cohort group, then I would like to think this as a conspiracy that in a sense want us to continue with mimetic praxis, a terminology that will have to meet somewhere. For me, first, the topic and the fetish to promote an interaction between culture and development concedes that culture and development are antithetical, that they are enemies in themselves. And by that, it would mean that such would need an analgesic intervention, that is promotion of intervention. Second, for me, the topic in simple terms and in the milieu of Africa and development is that the dominant culture of a Western paradigm becomes much more paramount than the culture of us here in Africa. Now, I want us to negate this misnomer and peddling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have much more problems than the mere advocacy of interactions. Through you, program director, or is it the host? Let us note from what I just raised that we as Africans continue to exist in a non-equilibrium, chaotic, turbulent, and non-linear Africa in a globalizing environment. Our culture continues to be defined in terms of Western epistemology, like I said before, and as such remain at the behest of an alien philosophy that seeks to dispute the existence of others, their philosophies, and their solutions. For example, Eurocentric sociology continues to peddle the dogma that culture is a dynamic way of life. Dynamic in the sense meaning it's ever changing. I note this abhorrence with a pinch of salt and a slice of lemon, of course. Speaking of culture, program director, please take note that my cultural upbringing hasn't invaded me or devoured by Western and Eastern ways of life. On this, please allow me, therefore, to extend my fraternal greetings to the custodians of our African land, upon which our culture is based. Through the president of Aido, I follow protocol, therefore, by passing my greetings to the custodians of our land and culture thereof. I strictly here refer to the queens and kings of this continent, now in audience or elsewhere, elsewhere where they are. To you, Tate Ganda, I say in my language, which is Sokholokwe, I send you, and move on to say, I hope I say this clearly. Ngabila makulu hawabeja nabalangira di mbalitumide era nebwejo abaduda obona. I will improve as time goes on. As they said in Isoga, Mr. President, Gobera Amakulu, Abedanti, Nabaragiranti, Mwana Bisa, Idokodi, Nawagamgaide, Awabonabon. While I will not belabor on the topic and its inadequacies, allow me, Project Director, to speak directly on what needs to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note that it is sacrosanct to view culture as the foremost to development, and that for Africa, development must be African. The people must engineer and drive their development. On this, I say development must have an African face. It must be characterized by Ubuntu, wholeness, communalism. This will, in a sense, translate with business and anything else having an Afrocentric character. While I move forward in preparation for ending my speech, let me tell you where my chosen royal home is. I say home for the mere fact that there can be palaces where the rest is still in the doldrum. I envisage a situation wherein every home in my land is a palace. For now, I will remain in the masses. This is an argument for another day. Our peopledom, which you call kingdom, is called Mashishin, and is found in the high plateaus of the province of Mpumalanga, in the southernmost of Azania, which is South Africa. This S1 policy has about 6 towns in it, and an innumerable number of townships, and apartheid terminology for hoods. It also has villages, all organized into districts. Within these social-cultural districts, there is an area called Shaka. This is where I am. In a nutshell, Shaka is a place endowed with rich mineral wealth. We're 10 kilometers away from where I am right now. We have mining complexes owned by Anglo, Exaro, Denko, and so forth. This is where you get your vanadium, platinum, gold, chromium, and so forth. It is said that beneath all these minerals we have oil. Perhaps people should start thinking about this. Like all areas in Mashishin, Shaka has the most fertile soil. Our soil holds most commercial farmers that produces food for people who are beyond Africa. We say in the ground, we eat third-grade food and fruits and vegetables. All the best goes to London. Whatever you had today, some of it might be from our area. We host commercial farmers, I've indicated them. Shaka is the only place known to have a number of indigenous species. We have the gold leopard. We have the black leopard. All these are just 5 kilometers from where I am. Now, listen to this with regards to this marvelous place called Shaka. According to the World Bank, South Africa is the most unequal country in the world, whose African children face multi-dimensional poverty. I hope you know what multi-dimensional poverty is. Poverty in everything. This is in comparison to others in the population. With regards to Shaka, on the above, you will weep gallons of tears. It is as if in this area, it is as if God got tired of us and deserted us. Now, again, in this, wherein we are, we will think that God has deserted us, and he also left us to be mauled by thugs of Anglo-American, Yodrenko, and other land thieves. Shaka continued to be an occupied land by land thieves. Now, this is despite Shaka's immense contribution to South Africa's GDP. Its people remain at the doldrums and fringes of everything. Nothing material accrues to the people of Shaka. The land is being raided minute of every hour by big businesses, gangsters and cows with government thuggery. Ladies and gentlemen, Shaka in Mashishing is nothing but a microcosm of what is happening Africa-wide. Thuggery concepts and innuendos are running the show. Now, this is the area I chose to settle at after having lived my entire life outside Mashishi as a result of the land dispositions that befell my antecedents, or what you call ancestors in common parlance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we are to read the engineered maladies seen in Shaka and Western Africa, and in a view to have a foothold in the Globalizing World Program Director, let everyone take lessons from us, Magoloko and Bamashishi, of course, under Magola, and of course, under me. One, let us note that indigenization is a pedestal and a target for development. Development cannot happen without recognizing the indigenous and their system. Here too with Magoloko, the indigenous hold a greater stake on anything from their land. No investor comes and holds more than 51% of proceeds here. The people owns all means of production. The people beneficiate 60% of all produced on the Shaka land, Red Mashishi land. No Shaka land is available. You lease our land, you leave it the way you found it. Tourism and non-polluting industries are the foremost drivers to our economy, without negating agriculture, of course. For every 1,000 square meters, we allocate to you as for residential purposes. 100 square meters of that is reserved for subsistence. We produce what we eat. Each and every yard would have 100 square meter for its consumption. Our education is that bridges the gap between theory and practice, and as such countermands anything else. In Preparation Program Director, in upholding the principles and tenets of this conference, and thereby subscribing to its theme, guided of course by the mighty Aido, let us adopt the concept of counterculture, which is just a systemic way of life, not dynamic way. It's a systemic way of life that responds to material conditions on the ground. These are also a set of variables, attitudes, and nonlinear issues within the prevailing environment. I now end my presentation, ladies and gentlemen, with a triad of codes from unrelenting Pan-Africanist and a nationalist. I am going to quote Kwame Ture, Tsoharina Mane, and Simon Mwasa Kapwepwe. Ture advises us that the job of the unconscious is to make the unconscious conscious. Aido is conscious. Its job is to make us the unconscious conscious. This is why Aido exists. It doesn't exist in isolation. On Ture's advice, Tsoharina Mane notes that we are neglecting to address the impact of the racist colonial capitalist economy on the personality of the oppressed and dispossessed, of course, and that anything that neglects to address the latter is essentially apologist to the status quo. We cannot do this. Lastly, on all this, Kapwepe advised that if we handle our independence very well as a continent, or chapters of the continent, as the president said, if we handle that very well, colonizers will not be back to our continent as investors, but as partners. Aido proceeds the idea that it is for partnership, and this is true. This is how we'll survive as a continent if we are to be in partnership with whomever wants to be part of us. Program director, it is from these quotations that one will find solace, direction, and everything else to move forward. I thank you.
Dikgomo, pula, le nala.
Nah,
Ra leboha morena.
nah,
Kgosi,
all shall follow.
Kgosi.
Family.
Ra leboha ntate. Thank you so much for such a wonderful speech. And thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. And we are really grateful to have you as Aido. Is your cell phone on, Pay? Right. I was getting a feedback there. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us go now to Bishop Maponga. We believe now he is in the room. Bishop Maponga, please take up the stage, sir. Thank you.
I'm glad for the opportunity given to me this afternoon to address the community in line with agriculture and food sustainability programs around the African continent. In the words of the Honorable from Mpumalanga, Mashishini, who has given us the very robust introduction and the remarks from the President, I am excited to note that we are now, as Africans, beginning to have a conversation which entails food, sustainability, governance, economics, fashion, culture, and education of the African child. As you, all of you on the platform, you have cell phones. And we all know by now that you cannot use an iPhone software to be running a Samsung hardware. By that, I mean that the African problems need to start finding African solutions. I want to outline one or two issues before I do a conclusion of how we must unite and work together. On the top side, I want to outline very critically the importance of the African child being aware of where they are they coming from, and where are they going. I want to start off the conversation, since you have a strong footprint in agriculture. My point of departure would be indigenous seeds. I say it again, indigenous seeds, indigenous crops, indigenous seeds, indigenous crops. While I was doing a research preparing for your presentation, I discovered that Switzerland actually has a vault somewhere in the mountains of Switzerland where they are keeping indigenous seeds and crops. We know most of the crops that we are now eating and the foods that we're eating are actually genetically modified foods. By that, I mean to say the genetically modified foods like millis, umbila, which is our maize meal, which makes pap, mchima, sadza in Shona. These kind of crops and these kind of plants, you cannot harvest them and plant them again. Why is it so? Because the SEDCO and Monsanto organizations that are supplying seeds have decided to make it possible through their genetical modification that you cannot be planting every season the harvest of your own plants. I want to challenge Aido that while we are doing food issues and food sustainability programs and projects, that we also look at the indigenous seeds, which are organic seeds in their own right. So that come a time when I plant my millet, I can harvest my millet. And from the millet that I harvest, that's what my grandfather used to do. Every harvest season, you would pick up the cobs of millets that are strong and with seeds that are nice and healthy, even groundnuts, even sorghum, even rapoko, even wheat, and etc. And then he would take these seeds and say, these ones were not eating. He puts them aside. Because come the rain season next year, these are the seeds that you would put back in the ground and you would plant them and they germinate again. Are you aware that now you cannot harvest any crop, many of the crops on the high street market? You cannot harvest your apples and have seeds from those apples. You cannot harvest avocados and have seeds from those avocados. You cannot harvest your corn and have seeds from that corn, because they want to direct that the market must be driven towards an industrialized market where constantly you must be depending on the people who are giving you the seeds. I want to challenge Aido that be the first one on the African continent who can walk through Africa, identify indigenous seeds that we have, and from these indigenous seeds, please preserve them. Create a bank for indigenous seeds, because once people have seeds, they have enough to plant for the next season. And having said that, it is important that we understand that genetically modified foods are not sustainable for the African economy, because before every rain season, then the people on the ground must still put a budget aside to buy seeds to plant in the next season. And therefore, and we also understand that with these genetically modified foods, they are not healthy, because manipulation of human psychological, physiological behaviors, we understand war at its highest level, that food can also be used as a weapon of war. And why is it that Africa is being bombarded with genetically modified foods when the Western world, the European world is moving towards the organic foods? So our production lines from our greenhouses and etc. must begin to speak to indigenous greenhouses also. So our greenhouses must not just be for mass production, that we want to produce so many tonnage from so much a hectareage. And of that hectareage, we know that what we are producing is neither healthy, is neither sustainable, and is not productive in the long term and in the medium term. And I want to challenge you again and advise us on this platform that with one grain of, or one blade of grass, you can toothpick your teeth and remove the plaque that is in your teeth. But when you have a bundle of grass, you can sweep a house, you can thatch a house, not with one blade of grass. You thatch a house with multiple blades, multiple pieces of grass that are put together. You can sweep a house not with one blade of grass. You need a bundle of those blades of grass. You cut it in the center, you cut it at the back, then you tie it up, you make the traditional broom. What am I talking about? Unity is power. When we come together as Africans, we come together as agronomists, we come together as indigenous farmers to begin to look at African problems and look for African solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, when Europeans came here for colonization and we fought the battles of liberation, democracy was not our problem. Our problem was fighting for land, fighting for sustainability, and fighting for self-sustenance. These political leaders said to us, I was in Zimbabwe, I was a young little boy, aged 10, 11, and 12, and I heard the slogans over the radio. We are bringing Zimbabwe back. These military vehicles that you see, we are going to convert them into trucks that are carrying manure into our own fields. We did not go to war from Ghana to South Africa to fight for democracy. But when these political leaders came onto the platform, they said, we've brought democracy for you. But it was never an issue to us. Why am I saying that? Because the democratic system does not respect indigenous knowledge systems, does not respect indigenous seeds and agriculture, does not respect indigenous culture, does not respect indigenous medicines, does not respect indigenous religions and spirituality, does not respect indigenous spirituality in all its totality. And we look at food sustainability as a solution to the African problems. And while we are looking at that as a solution, my submission is that we needed to start finding African solutions to African problems. As long as we are using Apple software to deal with the Samsung hardware, we are not going to survive. Because our grandfathers, my grandfather who brought me up, Joshua was his name, he never went to the shops to buy seeds. He never went to the shops. He died without a bank account. But he was sustained. Or 80 goats that were running around. Another 90 or 95 sheep that were running around. And another 500 flock of, birds, chickens that were running around. He had barns for food. He had barns for seeds. And he even knew how to dig the ground and put some certain herbs. You pardon me, I was too young then to understand what he was putting in, but he would go to the bush and cut some bushes and branches and dump them in this hole, then put all the fresh products in the hole, then cover it up. A refrigerator that was naturally designed, where after the season of harvesting, we could still go back into those barns and go back into the ground, dig up the ground and pick up these crops and pick up these reserves and eat fresh vegetables, fresh pumpkins, fresh cucumbers, fresh. And we survived as a people. So I suggest that in the midst of us looking for solutions that are in the future, which are IT based, which are technologically based, we also needed to step back a little bit and see how do we dry our vegetables, how do we dry our sweet cane, how do we dry some of the meats, etc., so that without using technologies such as electricity and refrigerators, our people can actually have a food bank that is sustainable, that is utilizing and using the methods of the. We can be able to find a solution towards the future. But when we constantly imbibe, collect, adopt, simulate civilizations that are Western in nature, from medicine through education and politics, we will still discover that at the peak of our balance sheets showing a positive, our culture and our spirituality will constantly be at a negative. To echo on the words that are given by the honorable guest from Pumalanga, we have the land, we have the soil. And if we have the land and the soil, the question is, how do we make our success story speak to the indigenous knowledge that we already have, the technological advancements that we are now receiving, and food security banks that are in the future? But having said that, I want to challenge all of us and say, as Africans, we need to start finding a common place of unity. How do we unite? How do we come together? How do you share notes? How do you preserve food in the South? How do you preserve food in the North? How do you preserve food in the West? How do you preserve in Africa, by the way? And how do you survive? I'm looking at the tribes of the Bushmen, the Kalahari, the Khoi, and the Sons. The amount of knowledge that they have from ancient historical past, thousands of years, an accumulation of information and knowledge. In our generation, within the next 50 years, this tribe will be wiped out on the face of the earth. They're not going to be remembered again. But when you wipe out such an indigenous tribe, what are they going away with? They are going away with all the information that they had. Before we wipe them off, can we go closer to them, learn from them, take notes from them? How do you survive the forests? Which trees are in the bush here that you can eat from? Which herbs in the bush here can give you water? Which herb can you bite and eat and you will not be hungry for the next 2 weeks? Which one can you eat? You will not be thirsty for the next 2 days. This information is still with us as Africans. And I want to challenge Aido, in the midst of us moving into urbanization, food security, and etc., for the people that are already sustainable in the town areas, I want to throw us back again and say, what are we doing in terms of speaking to the indigenous systems so that we can harvest the past, apply it in the present, and preserve it for the future? Unity is what we need. There's enough knowledge systems in Africa which we can utilize. Again, I want to say, from Algeria to South Africa, Aido must also have a research center where constantly we are having conversations with indigenous people so that we can harvest their knowledge, harvest their fashion, harvest their culture, harvest their spirituality, and all these elements put together, including education. Harvest all this stuff and preserve it somewhere, because Aido will become a hub of knowledge systems, both of the past, the present, and the future, which are sustainable. But unity is our password. How do we begin to come together as Africans? And as we are coming together, are we coming together on an African agenda, or are we coming together on a European agenda? The question is, our development, is it African-based or European-based? Our fashion agenda, is it African-based, European-based? Our medicine agenda, is it African-based, European-based? Our spiritual agenda, African-based or European-based? Because until we define the basis of our thinking patterns, we may end up thinking that we are developing, but actually we are pushing the African child back into the same colonial system from which we are trying to run away from. So in as much as we are looking at the future, that might look bright and beautiful, the question is, how much of the past do we take with us to implement in the present so that we can focus into the future? Honorable guests here with me today on the Aido platform, I want to challenge us that our development must not only become colonial, Western, and European, but our development must also begin to look at how does Aido respond to African issues so that we can come with African solutions. Having said that, unity is power. Those that are in the lake regions can give us water and fish technologies. Those that are in the desert can give us desert technologies. Those that are in the rainforests of the equatorial, Guinea, for example, Gambia, for example, Congo, parts of Tanzania and parts of Kenya and parts of Uganda can give us technologies that are in the jungle. If we allow this generation to go with colonial industrialization, we may find that the next generation will be bankrupt of the knowledge that we have in our hands. It's unfortunate. Those that have money don't have ideas, and those that have ideas don't have money. I find myself trapped in that environment. In as much as we are thinking of development, if a bushman should walk up to us and say, I don't want your food, I don't want your clothes, I don't want your education, I don't want your technology, I just want to live as a bushman, does democracy allow them to be what they want to be? Because democracy says freedom to be as a baseline. of human rights. Having said that, we needed to start uniting as Africans, and our unity does not put aside our diversities. So we are different, but we share the same continent. I want to challenge and ask Aido the question, what do we do as a global organization? While we are pushing forward, how do we draw back a little bit so that we can collect enough information that galvanizes the African continent so that we can move towards a common goal? I thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to address you. Not everything that I say might be acceptable to you, but in all honesty, I have a strong passion that is sitting in my spirit that tells me that our success is based on our unity. With those few words, I want to thank you and encourage you, and thank you one more time for giving me an opportunity to address you. But our solutions for the future can actually be incubated in our knowledge of the past. Sankofa, look backwards and you'll see the future. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Bishop Maponga, for such wonderful, very strong words, very passionate words, same as our King, His Royal Highness, who also has said he is sending Aido to go and have this mandate, run and bring back what the people need, his masses, which is all of us. And now you are also emphasizing, Bishop, to say, how do we, as Aido, respond to the African challenges, and how do we as Aido activate or bring the African solutions, not just, and how much of the past are we bringing into this future? We have heard you say loud and clear. Thank you very much. And we know today, onendlebe uzwile. Allow me to say so. Those with ears, they have heard. And thank you very much, sir. We are going to go forward with our program on the same level, on the same spirit, on the same passion. We are now going to go on our first panel discussion. They will be talking to us about digital ICT, fourth industrial revolution, a focus on education and health. This panel discussion will be moderated by Her Excellency Siphokazi Simandla. On here to help her unravel this topic, it will be Professor Ade Ojeniyi, who is a former physician, a medical advisor for Nigerian government. Also Collins Nambungu, founder and CEO, Organization for Leadership and Strategy Development. We have Dr. Patrick Engeu Ongwang, the medical researcher from Mbarara University, and Mr. Melvin Lubega, IT entrepreneur and co-founder of COI. To all our panelists, as I have named them, please take up the stage. Madame Siphokazi is already there waiting, and we are all ears, we are all relaxed. We want to hear what are we going to be here to be learning today. Thank you very much, Madame. Take up the stage.
This afternoon, I greet all of you. Siphokazi Simandla from the clan of Amajola, Ompango Moqengeba, Tholelo Mthwakazi, Silosa Kulovukuza Umbethe, usukwini olawo Dibash, Tika Ivumane Pokotho. Welcome everyone, and thank you for this morning, afternoon, it might be evening, wherever you might be connecting the parts of the world, and the panel that we have today. I'm almost having my legs split today, being an African child while trying to address technology topics. So I hope I do justice to both. And if I don't, I'm still a young lady learning, and I'm in the presence of family. So I'm sure I'll be advised differently if I still grow. But I am honored to be in the midst of such wise people. with good intent and who have the same heart that I have for my continent. Whenever someone wants to introduce the fourth industrial revolution, I have my level of reluctance, because while it's a forward thinking, we cannot dilute or negate where we are at. So with all the panelists that I'll be engaging with today, Prof. Ade, His Excellency, Mr. Colin, Mr. Anop Trion, Dr. Patrick, and Mr. Mellon. I will start off with each one as you introduce yourselves, just to maybe take us through from the specifics of either the health sector or the education sector, whichever is your specialty. I know with Prof. Ade and with Mr. Anop and Dr. Patrick, we'll be talking from a context of health, and Mr. Collins and His Excellency Mellon will be talking from technology and from education. I just want to know, what is your view of the African status of healthcare, taking in the dichotomy that we've got what pulls us, which is the Western view, and we've got who we are, which should be grounding us. Where are we at? And what's your view on it before we actually even look at whether the fourth industrial revolution is worth looking at for us or not? And if it's okay, I would like Prof. Ade to maybe start the conversation for us. Prof. Prof. Ade? Is His Excellency?
If he doesn't respond, you can go
on. He'll join us. Dr. Patrick?
On.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy to be part of this team, great team. As members have already highlighted, Africa started moving through Aido. Chia, going to your question, the state of African health, I would like to say that we made a very big mistake as the world all together by the colonialists or Western countries suppressing and trying to replace the African health system with their own health system. Why do I say so? Every culture, every group of people, especially Africa, over the years, thousands of years, we learned to survive and develop ourselves. And we have had several intellectual achievements that we developed thousands of years ago that sustained us for thousands of years that the Western people try to replace or destroy. And because of that, we have been enslaved into following a culture or a system or health system that is not indigenous to us. Let me give you examples. There is evidence that Africans were the first to practice cesarean section, delivering a baby by surgery, here in Bunyoro, just in Western Uganda. There is evidence that Africans were the first to practice vaccination. There is strong evidence that Africans actually never used to die of diseases like malaria until the Western countries brought their method of treatment to Africa. And because of that, we replaced our original well-developed system of healthcare with Western healthcare that we cannot sustain. We have become slaves. We now import basic healthcare products like medicines for malaria when the trees from which they extract are actually here in Uganda. Because of that, our health system has collapsed. We can no longer sustain our own health system because we're depending on imported healthcare system. We must go back to what our grandfathers used to use in order for us to sustainably handle our healthcare system. I am I'm 47 years old, I have memory of how we grew up in the early 70s and 80s. Hospital was not a common place for us to visit like these days. These days, hospitals are packed with people. Why? Because we lost the traditional healthcare system where primary healthcare was done at home. My mother knew medicines for diarrhea, for cough, for malaria, for many diseases. She only used to take me to hospital whenever I developed an infection of the chest, but other forms of diseases were handled at home. She had a backyard of medicinal plants. She never used to spend a lot of money on health care. But these days, our daughters, our sons, don't know single plants that cure any disease. So because of that, every single ailment, cough, flu, they go to hospital. When you go to hospital, you are spending money. That money is going outside Uganda because the drugs come from outside Africa. So you are basically exporting your money to other continents and expanding the economies. So as I end this phase of input, our healthcare system has collapsed. We must return to our own traditional healthcare system if we are to benefit from the subsidy that our grandfathers learned. And if the world is to benefit, the world must stop imposing their own ideas to us, because whenever they bring their ideas, they destroy ours and they end up also losing on what they could have benefited from ours. Africa is rich in a lot of knowledge, methods, and materials that the world can benefit from. But as long as they continue to suppress and bring theirs, they'll also miss the good that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much on that opening strong words. I want to hand over to His Excellency, Mr. Anop Trion, if he's on the call. Also with the same question. And I think for us Africans, education and health almost put themselves on par in having to look what the African view is versus what all the years we have taken in. If he is still going to join us a bit later, Mr. Collins and Melvin. I'm sorry, I said earlier on Melon. My apologies to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Quite interesting. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, sir.
Oh, okay, very well. My presentation is on education. By the way, my name is Collins Nabuku. I'm sorry you didn't get that correctly. I'm actually trying to be able to share my screen. How many minutes do I have, please?
5.
5 minutes, okay. 5 minutes. Let me quickly just share my screen if that's possible, because it will help me with the information that I need to pass on here.
Can IT please help us to make sure that he
Yes.
is given co-host?
Yes, I think that's working now. Just a minute. Okay, are we able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
All right, thank you very much. So my name is Collins Nabuku, and I am the founder of the Organization for Leadership and Strategy Development, which is a nonprofit. But I also have a I had while going into this venture, and I guess that I'll be talking to other young people because my focus is on the youth and international development using technology. So I have a lifelong strategic partnership agreement between my two companies. I mean, the nonprofit and the for-profit. So this is the for-profit organization. I know that I was introduced under the nonprofit, but it's all good. So what these two organizations do is to work hand in hand to accelerate the attainment of the United Nations SDGs. And I want to bring that to the perspective. I want to speak from the standpoint of the UN SDGs, and specifically mirroring my discussion on the 20 to 2030, how important this decade is for Africa, even though it's a very important decade globally for the United Nations, for everyone, but for Africa. And so that's where I'm mirroring down the whole conversation around education and education perspectives for Africa. And I will also look into a fourth industrial revolution and practically how that affects Africa, how Africa can take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution, how Africa can leverage these new emerging technologies, and also looking at the data. All right, so even though I have a design called the Open Innovation Ecosystem, which is bringing solutions in agricultural technology, in sports technology, in infrastructure technology, and of course, in education technology, where we are right now. And so if you look at the United Nations body language, now the UN is preaching the 2030, the SDGs 2030. It means that we are in the last decade, the decade for achieving the SDGs in 2030. And look at the data right now. Africa has 25%. I mean, by 2030, which is the timeline, if you're looking at the timeline, by 2030, Africa, we have 25% of the world working population, and they are under the age of 25. That means that by the year 2030, Africa, we have or should be able to supply a quarter, 25% of the entire of the entire labor force for the entire world. It means that while population is depleting across Western Europe, it is exponentially growing in Africa. Now, this year, 2020, the World Economic Forum also released another data, and through of course, the PricewaterhouseCoopers also released the same similar data, indicating about an impending population explosion across West Africa. Now, I'm in Lagos, by the way. I'm actually in Lekki, the home of the NSAS protest. Now, in 2030, Nigeria will have 7 million new babies born in Nigeria. And it will shock you that the entire Europe, the entire Western Europe is only expected to produce about 5 million, or a little bit over 5 million babies. United States will have 4 million new babies, while Nigeria, just one country in Africa, is having 7 million. And when you look at this trajectory, if you analyze very well, this trajectory is expected to continue for the next 7 years. And if Nigeria, I'm just singling out this country, not for any reason, but for the population capacity. If Nigeria maintains this trajectory for the next 10 years into 2030, it means that there are going to be 7 million times 10. It means that Nigeria have 70 million new babies, new population in the next 10 years. And how does this really affect Africa and the entire world, especially moving in the line of fourth industrial revolution? Is this a disadvantage or an advantage? This is a new generation. And this new generation are coming from a generation that hasn't been experienced before. The new generation before the coronavirus. Coronavirus, by the way, is a new era altogether. So before coronavirus, we already had the generation. I'm from the millennial generation. Now you have the alpha generation. Now, when the post-COVID, all these new babies are going to have another generation. I don't know what they're going to call this generation, but this generation that is coming after COVID-19 are going to be super generation. And after having more of this population than the rest of the world, you know about Italy, how that the population of Italy is depleting, Germany, Switzerland, and the rest. So we look at what Africa can do with information technology. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I know I've got 5 minutes just to make an introduction. In my data analysis and all of what I'm telling you, maybe I'll just wrap up here. And next time I'm called up, I will go into specifics, looking at the data, what the fourth industrial revolution holds for us, what Africa can do with the diaspora, the African diaspora. The African Union has recognized the African diaspora as the sixth region. And you have well 250 million to 380 million Africans living outside of the continent of Africa. And most of them are product of the brain drain syndrome. It means that Africa has best brains of Africa, African descendants living outside of the continent. In other instances, such as China, China used, or rather leveraged on the diaspora population to redevelop China in the the Great Recession. Okay, it was the diaspora of China that grew the economy, the 50% of the economy of China that they are enjoying today after 1981. So Africa has a chance now also, given that the United Nations has recognized the year 2020 to 2024, 2020 to 2024 as the decade of the African descendants, when the UN recognized the transatlantic slave trade and passed an act called the Reparation Act, the Restitution and Reparation Act, meaning that all Africans all over the world an African economy. Today, I'm also attending the Nigerian Investment Summit, and it will interest you to know a whole lot is going on. The Diaspora Trust Fund of Nigeria, a Diaspora Sovereign Fund in Ethiopia, in Uganda is trying to set up one, Senegal. The other gentleman, Akon, from the diaspora from America, is building a smart city worth $6 billion. Can Africa start to harness these diaspora investments, converting them into foreign direct investment, the way affect the youth, affect technology, and even affect governance? So thank you for this keynote introduction. I'm willing to share more if I still have time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we are going to be hopping, as you would have seen the structure of our panel, between education and health, as both of those are the pillars of the knowledge that we know and the body that carries us for as long as we are on earth. If we have those two, we will go a long way. We've got Melvin as well. And I think to you as a IT entrepreneur, is within the health sector and education, how does technology make it better for us, or does it even? And if so, how do we get it into an African context of whatever the 4IR is depicted to be? Over to you, sir.
No, thank you very much, Sipokazi. And also thank you to everyone for joining. I think what is an important conversation. And I think the question you ask is a very important one. And I think it's almost the question of what is the role of technology, both in the education and in the healthcare space, in terms of one achieving certain outcomes. And so just by way of background, my name is Marvin Lebega, as you articulated, and my exposure has been primarily building technology companies that service clients around the world, and particularly in the education space, we service clients in about 28 countries, helping them better invest in themselves to better achieve their professional learning objectives. And what's quite interesting with, I think, the framing of this conversation is, whilst education can be taken out of context, the reality is that the importance of education, I think I quite like Collins's focus on the SDGs, because the first line, when the SDGs articulate education, it speaks to the role education plays in promoting upward socioeconomic mobility. And essentially what that translates to is, how does education enable someone to be more productive within the economy and also contribute to successful society? And complement to the fact that, as Colin mentioned, that population growth in Africa is on a rise and unprecedented, one has to question whether the modes of education of the past are sustainable to actually upskill and train the people, and in the same way provide healthcare in the same way that we have historically, just from a pure number basis. And so I think this is where one can look towards technology and think through how technology actually augments or ameliorates rather the ability to provide services both from an education and a healthcare perspective. But I think what's quite important to remember here is that, technology in and of itself isn't necessarily a panacea or a solution to all the problems being faced. And so what you often find is the benefits of technology depends on one's starting point. And so, for example, here in South Africa, I have the privilege of working with our ministers where we focus on how do we include the broad economy in the fourth industrial revolution through digital access. And it almost comes down to what is one's starting point. So what technology is relevant to a particular country, city, tribe really comes down to what is your starting point and what are you trying to achieve. And so we typically find that the best models in terms of technology when it comes to both health and education are ones that, one, have a deep understanding of the context. And context is not only an economic question, but also a cultural one, and also one in terms of knowledge. And I think also, two, it meets the particular objective. So think about the example where if you want to teach someone how to count 1 + 1 = 2, it's a very different use case if you want to teach someone how to use Microsoft Excel. And technology can play different roles in those different spaces. But ultimately, I think when you think of case studies around the world, technology has played an important role in terms of scale and reach. I think particularly when you think about how does one, get scale. So, as articulated earlier, we're currently in the COVID pandemic. So for example, a vaccine will be created. How are we going to effectively distribute that vaccine across the continent as an example? And technology could be a possible enabler to achieve that, and someone's going in that direction. Even in the same with education, where you found during this period of time where many schools physically closed down, technology wasn't able to deliver that sort of training. And so it really comes down to the simple question of what are we trying to achieve and where does technology actually make sense to come in, as opposed to, let's say, technology being a solution to all the problems being faced. And I think us as Africans need to define where do we see technology having the most benefit in what we conceive to be quality education and quality healthcare.
Thank you for that. And as you're introducing, you're saying, with all the technology, it doesn't become a pill that solves everything. But what will it augment to give us the better life that we actually want to have? I want to go back to Dr. Patrick a bit and almost tie up Bishop Maponga, and you also mentioned it, that we have a gap in how we have looked at medicine. As you said, primary healthcare was always based at home. Now we have a generation that has moved into the urban areas, and absolutely nothing wrong with that. I happen to stay in an urban area as well. But we lost some of that knowledge to be able to give us the next step and keep it going forward. If we were to bring in technology to have a database that captures all of these medicines, would technology not assist us in capturing all the medicines, all the types of plants that we should know about? Because now we have seen, even within the COVID era, that now steaming, using sage, using, you name all the traditional medicines that before were not used. I think one of my biggest aha moments with COVID is that steaming used to be thought to be a bit, backward. Now everyone is talking about steaming like as if it's a day-to-day habit, and it's become now acceptable. How do we bring in technology to help us to document better what we've had, and to then reintroduce what a generation 5 decades from now used to have as a norm? Over to you, Dr. Patrick.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to say that much as the world is moving to the fourth industrial revolution, Africa, we must move according to our own appropriate steps, as you say. The truth is that the Western world is far advanced in terms of technology than we are. While we need the technology that they are having, we should not forget to walk the right steps slowly as we also advance our own economies and the technology that we need. Now, one thing I've learned over the years is that, as I said before at the beginning, that the developed countries, developed world, will always try to keep ahead of us. And before we catch up with them, they bring in something new, so they'll always keep being ahead of us. And as long as we keep following them, they will always be ahead of us. The only way for us to try and bring them to our side is when we begin developing our own steps, our own things, and building them slowly. I agree that we need technology to help us. But as Melvin has said, we must tailor technology to benefit our own progress, not just copy the technology that they're bringing. Now, back to your question, how can we use technology to educate the young population about our medicines and health solutions in Africa? The good news is that the current generation know how to use technology. They have smartphones, most of them have smartphones, they can use computers, and therefore it's easy to reach millions within the shortest time possible. So if we can build our database of African knowledge, of different medicines, and make simple presentation on how these people can learn them, and show the benefits of this medicine to the new young generation, and show them that actually this medicine can be used from home or can be developed into products, can be exported and benefit them, benefit the economy, they'll pick interest. And the other issue is that we must also improve our medicines. The biggest challenge we have had is that we have maintained the crude form that the grandfathers handed to us. The bitter plant, the way it is bitter, some of them maybe are not easy to grow. We must use technology to improve them. If it means put them into capsules because they are bitter, let's develop them into capsules. If it means put them into tablets because they prefer tablets, let's make sure that we modernize our traditional medicine while retaining its integrity. So back to technology, I think we can use the current technology system to capture different plants we have, not only the plants, but also the methods of how those plants are used, because most times the Europeans come to Africa, they pick the material, they pick the plant, but they forget that there are methods of how those plants are used. For example, I know people who can cure epilepsy completely. There is no Western medicine that can cure epilepsy. It's not there. I don't know of, and I'm a pharmacologist and a pharmacist. There is no Western cure for epilepsy, but there are Africans who have methods and plants. When used together, a patient can completely get cured of epilepsy. So we must not only capture the plants, but also capture the methods from these old people, of knowledge holders. The question comes, however, how do we convince the old people, the knowledge holders, to release their knowledge and be data-based? There must be a mechanism of compensation. I want them to propose to the government of Uganda that we have people in our societies who are so rich with medical knowledge, indigenous knowledge, that can solve different problems. There's an old man in Buganda who has a medicine for any type of poison. He brought it to my office, the lab, and he said, young man, this medicine was given by my grandfather. Whatever poison you swallow, if I give you this medicine, you recover. I picked this medicine and I took the laboratory and I went to National Center for Poisons. I asked them, give me the most potent poison you have. I want to test this medicine from the old man. And I did the experiment. I was amazed that the experimental animals that I gave the medicine before giving the poison, none of them showed any single sign of toxicity. They were all healthy and moving around. The second experiment where I gave the poison to the experimental animals, then I gave the medicine. While they're about to die, I gave them the medicine and they all recovered after 8 hours. That really amazed me at the level of knowledge that Africans have. Now, I assure you, most of the Western medicine don't know how to handle poisoning. Now, that knowledge is that old man, he may die with it. He cannot release it without being compensated. How can government, how can Africa put up a system to compensate this for this knowledge and capture that knowledge and have it protected as African heritage? So I think, yes, technology is good, but we need to see what suits us in Africa and how best we can use it. But again, also, how sure are we that when database this knowledge, it will not be taken to other developed world and utilized before we realize the benefits of it? So yes, I think we need to find a mechanism for Africa that's protective, that's beneficial. Thank you.
Melvin, I'm hearing intellectual property. There is plants that we have, there is methods of using plants. And as an engineer myself, what then comes to mind for me is systems. And I hear from Dr. Patrick, you'd find a lot of older people who are wise and who know these medicines, but want to if you've written theses, you have to reference the author. And I think in these instances, we would need to go beyond referencing, we would need to compensate. What sort of systems, what sort of intellectual property, and and Collins would probably also be able to come in here to just shed light in terms of securing our data, in terms of creating databases that are alive, that are not stagnant. What sort of methods could we use in to make sure while we have the content, we capture the plans, we capture the methods, and if Aido will face what sort of as the holder of culture and African heritage, what could we do? Because I'm almost seeing a project looming in here that could be a takeaway as we close off today.
No, I think Sibokazi hit the nail on the head there. I think there's something to be said around having a diversity of data, and this is even data in the most generic sense, doesn't enable one to have a richer, more valuable solution. I think the point that, the doctor highlighted earlier as a key one around how do we as Africans, one, better cross-pollinate not only data, but also ideas and historical knowledge, but also two, how do we then store that? But three, how do we then use that for purposes that are of value to us? And it's quite interesting, particularly now, if you think about, in the biomedical space and even in like the genome mapping space these days, where there is great demand for African data, because the reality is this, even when it comes to, like, for example, basic medicines or treatments, as doctors mentioned, it is not fully understood that what works in the Western world will work in Africa. And I think there's something that we could do as Africans to better understand ourselves so we can actually make solutions, because the principle is a very simple one. He who understands the problem, or he or she who understands the problem the best, will create the best solution. And so I think if we think through how we systematically actually take our data, take our knowledge, and take the rich understanding, which we've gained over centuries, in fact, millennia, of our context, we'll be able to better come up with solutions. And this is across spheres even outside of education and health, to things that we face as a continent. And so if you think about, Aido as a community, I think just given the direct diversity of the different cultures, nations represented in this grouping alone, already we are stronger than any of our individual countries or individuals our own. And I think what needs to require further thought now is how do we leverage that diversity as a strength to achieve our objectives as an organization, but even as a continent.
Unmute. You've just gone on mute.
Sorry, I actually had me myself. It was me edging out because I realized that Collins wanted to say something.
Okay. Collins, will I have you come in?
Yes, around data, very, very important asset that we need, because I believe that it's time for Africa to start curating and aggregating our content into digital assets that can now be exported. Times have gone past when African nations would consummate laws to protect assets that were gotten from under the ground. The oil wells of Nigeria, the gold mines of Ghana and all the coasts, and these are the artifacts that were taken from Benin Kingdom and all that. But now we have our intellectual properties that can also be digitized. For instance, I keep speaking about the story of the transatlantic slave trade and how that Africa is not taking a great advantage of that debacle, and even telling the story and the African history. Our heritage, the African heritage, is a very, very highly prized asset that Africa now needs to start to digitize our assets. Yes, of course, intellectual property. We see Google, even foreign companies being the ones mapping Africa and owning the rights to these assets. Meanwhile, Africa has a chance actually to not only map digitally, but also to digitize the assets. For instance, we have tourism in Africa as a very highly income generating concept, and yet in the wake of coronavirus, tourism has been devastated, has been disrupted across the world. But yet, there is tourism with technology that you don't have to move from point A to point B to actually travel. Now there is the concept of virtual augmented reality and all these other 360 degrees. When Africa has the best landscape in the world, but we are not able to show the rest of the world what we have until they are able to travel. How many percentage of the world needs to travel to Nairobi before income is generated from tourism or in South Africa? But with technology, I mean, looking at so many of assets that we can have intellectual property around. I just picked up tourism. So I think that it's high time for Africa to start looking at technologies that are working, elsewhere, and how they can make them indigenous, how we can, integrate them into our African indigenous systems. And it's the young people, like I would always advocate for the young people. The old generation is going because they were not technologically driven from the onset. But the new generation, the youth now needs to be empowered. There has to be a new social re-engineering of the mindset of the people, and growing them, encouraging them to, to build ecosystems around the youth, so they will be able to have their minds open to new technologies, new narratives. There'll be more discussion and more interaction. From there, I'm based in Africa. I have a lot of my friends and colleagues who are Africans, but they don't live here. Therefore, the experiences are never the same. But when they come back from Silicon Valley, arriving back to Nigeria or to Ghana or to Ethiopia, they have a new concept, an entirely different concept, which might never work if they don't have people on ground like myself with a real African experience. Therefore, what I'm trying to expect to happen is that there will be more cultural and educational exchanges between Africans at home on the continent and Africans from the diaspora to bring back what happened during the brain drain. That the talent out there are what is needed to develop Africa, to look into new industrial areas and intellectual property issues. And that is the only way that we can propel development and industrialization in Africa forward. Hello.
I had muted myself there. Apologies for that. If I pronounce any name incorrectly, so I apologize up front. Sekito in North America, I'll just read the comment. This is the medical space is clear, and we need to publish these clinical solutions to validate them to the industry. Unfortunately, we are still behind in communicating our knowledge to the market. Continent is full of foreign researchers publishing African data. I say after attending an African Research Day here in North America. So communicating our knowledge to the market. Dr. Patrick, what would be some of the best mechanisms to make sure after we have gathered the information from the knowledgeable elders and we've put it on some type of a database, what would be the best mechanism? As you said, for as long as we are following, we'll always be behind, but we need to create a platform where we are the leaders in it and have people come to us and engage with them on our terms. What would be the way to circumvent the fact that we have a lot of foreign researchers publishing African data? Are we documenting our research well enough? And if so, how then do we communicate it as the next level?
Okay, thank you. I think we need to learn from China.
Yeah.
I was in China for three months learning their medicines. China, they made sure that they captured all the indigenous knowledge they had from their elders into a database and made a national intellectual property for China. So whoever wants to produce any product, whether it's an industry or a country, based on that knowledge, they had to negotiate with Chinese government, of which the original knowledge owner would also benefit. So I think Africa, we need to establish a platform that captures each indigenous knowledge from anybody who has special knowledge, a national level reference, and then whoever uses that knowledge can be tracked by the governments. We could do it at African level, we could do it at country level. So I think we can learn from China model, and it can help us protect our knowledge and also benefit the knowledge holders and Africa as a whole. So I think, to me, it can be done if the governments take it up, set up a system for documenting it and have it protected at national level. But as long as we allow people to come to Africa and go to the villages, give small tips to the old women, pick up their knowledge and go with it to developed countries, we shall continue losing. So whoever comes to Uganda or Africa must get permission from the government. So we know what knowledge are they coming to capture and how they're going to use it. And then how will it benefit Uganda or Africa or the old man or old woman in the village? That needs to be done as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the contributions. I'm saying, just as if you want to post a question, I've noted some of the questions for then the Q&A and also on the chat. We're trying to get to some of them as we get them, and some of the comments. And all the people that are really learning and enjoying the session that we're having. We are also learning and having fun in the process. We have about 5 minutes to wrap up. And I just want to pose then the last question to the panel. We will start with Collins, and then we have Melvin, and we'll finish up with Dr. Patrick. Where to from here? And how does Aido play a role in us moving forward with African heritage, with the context of what we want to do in healthcare and in education? If we're to have a takeaway, we have program directors and a big panel that's making notes and in organizing this conference. Where to from here for us? We'll start with Collins.
Okay, thank you. Where to from here? Let me look at a tripartite solution. I'll just pick out 3 components. So I would come from the standpoint of data, the fact that we don't have to joke with data. Pay attention to data. And I will also encourage that we also pay attention to the 4th industrial revolution and how that will help Africa. I think that coronavirus is the real harbinger for Africa to pay attention for the future, all right? So what has happened with the coronavirus has shown the whole world that Africa was never ready for anything, emergency. We were not prepared for the future. And so with the coronavirus, we also see a lot of strength and resilience, especially among the youth, who have shown the youth power and hope for the future. And I think that Africa needs to utilize that. Okay, another point is the diaspora. Africa needs to utilize the diaspora. The power of the diaspora. If you look at your data, you see that the diaspora is making remittances back to Africa up to the tune of billions of dollars annually. And even in Nigeria, the FDI from the diaspora, it equals more than what the other FDIs bring into the country. But then the remittances are unofficial. They are in the unorganized private sector, and they go into family and all that. But if Africa and the African Union through the AfCFTA finally, which is another touch point that I would discuss, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is the biggest opportunity for Africa as a continent to encourage intra-Africa trade, diaspora trade as well, and to encourage independence of Africa on the foreign or Western economies. So if Africa would utilize the opportunities of intra-trading, and with that comes a lot of exchange, economic exchange, cultural exchange with heritage, it builds more peace, more resilience within the continent. And then it becomes a regional force that can leverage on what has happened with the Arab nations. How was Dubai able to become an industrial and exporting hub for the Southeast or Middle East, right? How did China become a hub of manufacturing to hold the Southeast Asia, accountable of becoming a super production region of the world? And now that these things are depleting, and the center of global activity, the center of global economic activity, center of global economic productivity, and well, of course, because of the population that is exploding in Africa. So with all of that, Africa needs to look at these things, especially the African Union. And if we can leverage on these four aspects, the data, what the data is saying, and where the fourth industrial revolution is driving to with technology, and the diaspora, the power of the diaspora. I will always mention that. If you look at the other diasporas, like the Chinese diaspora, the Jewish diaspora, these are the people that redeveloped their own nations when they had economic challenges, and then the African continent of free trade. And of course, the power of the youth, and not to clamp down on youth when they go on social media to talk like it's happening in my area. It is wrong. We need to encourage more conversation among the youth on the social media. The problem they have here in Africa is because the government is so bad that they think that the youth are just after the government to speak against the government. Meanwhile, the youth are speaking the language that they understand. They're speaking whatever is happening. That's reality. If you give them technology to work with, if you give them a lot of things to keep them busy, that's what they're going to discuss when they're on the internet, on social media. But if you are a bad government and you clamp down on the youth, you try to hurt them, or you try to kill them, or you try to say what they're saying is not right, then that's what they're going to talk about when they're on the internet, on the social media. In China, where I lived and went to school, nobody is scared to go on the social media and say what they want, because what they want to say is never going to be against the government, because they love their government. You see, they're going to talk about their technology, their IP, intellectual property, the culture, the social, the technology, not talk against the government. But in Africa, because the government is so bad, once the social media opens up, everyone is against the government. But that's the reality, you see. So we can also use technology to encourage good governance. Finally, that's the final point. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. We've noted the 3 points that you raised. Melvin, let us hear your thoughts as your parting shots as we wrap up the panel.
Oh, thank you very much, Sipokas, and thank you to everyone for the engaging questions. I think I'd like to end off with a question that was asked in the Q&A, and I think the question was direct in terms of how does one protect their IP across different geographies? And I may have a bit of a technology experience bend on this, but the reality is that IP is not best protected through law, but through creating value. And I use the example of Uber. The reality is that every single piece of software that goes into Uber, anyone can actually pick up and build. You can probably rebuild Uber today end to end in about 3 weeks. But what makes Uber valuable, what makes Facebook valuable, what makes Instagram valuable, what makes Zoom valuable is more so the network effects, the users it has on the platform. And I think when you think through the question you asked directly, Sipokazi, how do we as Aido take some of these conversations forward? I think it's about us as a community focusing on what can we build and do together that actually creates value. Because until you create value, you can't capture value. Otherwise, you're being value destructive. And so value can start in one's own society, one's own community, and you build from there. And it's not to say that value we create here doesn't have value to those external, because the question was asked again, how do you attract investors? I think of my technology businesses, and to be honest, so we've raised probably over $100 million in the last 2 years for our business. And the reality is not one set's come from someone on the continent. It's international investors who see the potential for what we're building. And I think of a company that was bought, I think 2 weeks ago, good friends of ours, a Nigeria payments company called Paystack, which was bought again for hundreds of millions of dollars by a US entity because they were solving African problems in a unique way. And so I don't think the goal is to say, how do we build solutions that are relevant elsewhere? It's more so saying, how do we build solutions as a community that creates so much value, even for us as a community, and then our communities, and then our societies, then our countries, such that we can actually capture that value. And I think it's almost beginning where we are, as opposed to trying to think of a bigger picture and forget that actually starts exactly where we're seated right now.
Awesome. So you're saying value trumps protection, and I hear you on that one. If I was in poetry, I'd probably be doing that right now. So I hear you. Dr. Patrick, your comments, sir.
Thank you very much. So where from here, and how can Aido come into play a big role? I want to say that the world over, population is moving towards natural products, indigenous knowledge, especially in the area of health. They're interested in pharmaceutical drugs. They're looking for organic health products because of side effects and also cost and so on. So Africa is very rich in all these areas. And already there is a research work that has been done in most universities. Information is there, and this information can be captured. I think Aido can help engage with governments of African countries to establish systems for capturing and protection of this knowledge at national level. Most African countries do not have this knowledge captured, databased, and protected. If we do that, big companies from Europe, America will come to look for that knowledge because it's captured and protected. And they can already begin paying money before using that knowledge. But also, we can go ahead and validate different materials and knowledge in the database and prove which ones are useful and put them into industry, produce products, which can be exported even to Europe. Already, as I speak now, most European countries are importing raw materials from Africa in terms of superfoods from Africa, medicinal plants additives that they're adding to their medications and their products. But few countries like Ghana, Ethiopia, and Senegal are taking up the opportunity. So I think Aido has a big role to engage different countries, governments, researchers, and see how we can put this knowledge together to benefit the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. I think that's all the time we were given by the program director. If it was up to me, I would keep you longer for the whole day, but I'm afraid not to be invited again and be taken out of the Aido network because I still want to be part of this family. So I have to adhere to Her Excellency Tsepi, and so that I don't get fired and not be invited again. And thank you to His Excellency, the President of Aido, for the contributions and the comments that he sent through as well. We appreciate everyone and all the speakers that prepared. And as I said, for me, I wish I could take this offline and carry on a whole lot further because there's so much richness in the conversation and so much thought that can actually manifest itself. I'm seeing in the comments people asking for Aido to look into holding the patents for these medicinal plants. I didn't even touch on that comment from Petronella, and making sure that we go beyond than what AU has done. So all the comments that have been posted on the chat and also in the Q&A, and the ones that we couldn't get to, I apologize, but I think the program director and her panel, they've picked them up and we will respond to them. Thank you so much. Back to you, Her Excellency Tsepi. And to me, I'll be listening in the rest of the panels. Have yourselves a good afternoon. It is to me in South Africa.
Thank you so much, Madam Sipogazi. You have driven this vehicle so well, and thank you to His Excellency, Mr. Melvin, Dr. Engel, Dr. Patrick, and His Excellency Collins. Ooh, this is really this was a very refreshing conversation. And thank you very much. And you know what? We welcome you warmly, Ms. Sipogazi, to the family. In fact, before you finish today, I'll be adding you on the platforms. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we go right along, ladies and gentlemen, before we call upon the next speaker, I just would like to remind everybody that we are at Aido. This is the second day of our business and investment. And today we are saying let culture and business also meet. and let us do business even as culturally leaning organization. So you are at our second day, which is our final day. The program is still jam-packed and it is wonderful. Later on, we are going to have a draw. You know that last week we've been running the competition by Jeunesse, and also Star Radio, and all of those. And as we keep going, we will be mentioning them. Thank you very much to also all Aidoers that have made it yesterday and today, and those that are still coming. To those that are battling, let us help on the network side as well, on the logging in details. Let us help as much as possible. I see that there is a lot of people that are wanting to showcase this day on their social media. Let us take each other, let us take pictures, let us take selfies and take each other. And let me remind you as well that Aido is also present on social media. We are on Twitter, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, you name them all, we are there. So let us keep them going as well. Aidoers, let us tag. It is only us that can do that. Let us make noise about who we are. This is our program. This is our day. This is our platform. This is our summit. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, without further ado, let us welcome on stage Madam Winfred Warui from Equity Bank. If you are here, Ms. Winfred, please take the stage. Thank you.
Hello, I don't know whether it's good morning, good afternoon to everybody. How are you? Hope you can hear me. I hope I'm loud and clear.
Yes,
you can
yes,
hear.
We can hear you and we see
Okay.
you very clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. So my name is Winfred. I'm based in Uganda. I'm in charge of diaspora banking and remittance in Uganda, but currently I'm in Kenya. As our ED spoke very clearly yesterday, Equity Bank is a Pan-African bank, and we are situated in 6 African countries. We've taken the whole of East Africa. We've moved to Congo, on the way to Mozambique, eventually to South Africa, going to Ghana and Egypt as we continue to traverse the vast Africa. And so we have a solution for all communities. We have an investment solutions, especially for the diasporans, whether you're Ugandan, Tanzanian, whatever country, whatever distance you come from, we have opportunities, business opportunities, we have financiers, we have a couple of customers who come to us wanting to develop properties in Uganda, in Kenya, in Tanzania, and we are available. We have funding available for those kind of customers. We also have opportunities for investment groups, and that's what we are pushing most of the diasporans to come together in form of investment groups, and then we finance them. We have investment groups that have decided to form organized communities, organized companies, and we are funding them to put up construction works, to put up estates, big estates in Uganda, big estates in Kenya. And so we're saying we're available as a bank to meet your investment needs. We've gone a step further, and as Equity Bank, we have allowed individuals and companies to invest in government securities. So for example, if you're Ugandan and you're based in UK, you can invest in government securities in Kenya. You can invest in government securities in Rwanda. We have those opportunities as a bank. We have a very versatile investment arm, and this is what we are preaching right now to all our customers out there, that we can assist you to invest in any of the countries where we have presence in. And that tells us then that the kind of investment opportunities we are giving you are solid because they are government backed, and we have returns of between 10% to 13% based on the country that one is investing in. We're also saying that as a diasporan community, we have opportunities for you to run accounts, whether they're business or personal accounts. And these accounts, we give you an opportunity to access them from wherever you are in the world. To make you happy, we have gone a step further where we can now access our accounts on WhatsApp, we can access our accounts on Instagram, we can access our accounts on Facebook through the chatbot. So we're opening opportunities for our customers across the world to access their accounts using the current modalities, current technological opportunities, where you just log on to your Facebook, start chatting with Equity Bank, and you can access your account from wherever. That notwithstanding, from that same account platform, you can transfer your funds, whether you're abroad, you can transfer into any African country, or if you're in any African country, you can transfer to overseas countries from your online portals. So as a bank, what we're saying is that we're available to invest, to grow together, to allow our customers to meet and fulfill their business potential, to fulfill their business dreams and their business needs. We're also saying that as a bank, we're available to advise. We have advisory services. If, for example, someone has this big project they want to invest in, we have advisory teams that we work with that we can introduce you to, and they can guide you, whether it's in manufacturing, in tourism, and just like our AD said yesterday, even in real estate, in agriculture. We have gone big in agriculture in Uganda. And so we're available as a bank to offer advisory services to all our customers. And this note is not just for the diaspora, this is both for the diaspora and the local communities. And that is my introductory note today, that as a bank, we are available to do and offer those financial services, those investment opportunities that you're craving for. What we say is that you reach out to us directly and we'll tailor-make a product for you. We will tailor-make a product that is suited to your dream and your capability. And as a bank, we have also worked with companies whereby if, for example, the investment requirement is too huge for Uganda, we combine countries like Uganda and Kenya and offer huge investment opportunities for companies that want to do mega projects. So we are available both at retail level and at corporate level. We're available at individual level and at group level. And that's our offer to you today. So I'm happy to be here and I'm available to answer any question, any queries, any comments you have. I'm online. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Winfred. There is a question from our president. How are you preparing to support Aido? And who is our relationship manager or contact person?
Thank you very much. So for Aido, we are ready to partner with you depending on your need. The fact that you're a financial services provider, it means that whatever financial requirement you have as a bank, we're available to tailor-make and meet your need. As far as relationship management, I become your relationship manager from that perspective, because the Aido network will be seated within the diaspora and remittance department, where I am the head. So I will be your relationship manager for Aido.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I think also just to emphasize that actually Equity Bank has entered into a relationship where all our businesses are going to be managed by yourselves. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct. Rightfully said.
Our bank.
Yes.
That is where the relationship is, that you are moving with us going further. So thank you very much. So you then therefore are one of the sponsors that we are saying thank you to you for making these 2 days happen and for going further with this relationship, where Africa is ready for business and Africa is ready to develop and progress. And we do welcome you. I heard that you mentioned that you are also preparing to come and have a branch in South Africa. And guess what? You already have, Aido has a chapter, a very strong chapter in South Africa.
Great to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, good people? I think from my side, that's the only question I saw. If there is other, I will be able to. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We continue with our program, good people, good Aidoers. Can I see all the Aidoers? By now, all these hours that we've been together, we do relate to what do I mean when I say Aidoers. If you are an Aidoer, say awesome, awesome, awesome in the chat, please. Write awesome, awesome, awesome. If you are an Aidoer in the chat. We move right along. Right now, we are going to be having an interlude from Princess Victoria Iganda. We write awesome, awesome, awesome. If you are an Aidoer, even if you've just met us today and you know in your heart and your spirit that I want to be an Aidoer, you put awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you. We go to the interlude. with Princess Victoria Iganda.
I'm 8 years old and I will be reciting a poem about climate change. We are killing the earth and that's really fun. But no one believes us because we are young. Our forests are turning to ash in a second. Ask California, they'll tell you about it. They'll tell you how they have lost all their homes, while Trump turns a blind eye and tweets on his phone. Global warming's an expensive little home. Oceans alive. This started back in 1985. Don't come to me when your child can't think. Oh, what's a tiger? It's 'cause they're extinct. Don't come to me when your fur coat ain't clean. Then danger list is 41,416. Year 2045. I don't think we're gonna survive. If you end up hearing this story, I just want to say I'm sorry. Hello everybody, my name is Victoria Aganda. I'm 8 years old and I will be reciting a poem about climate change. We are killing the earth and that's really fun, but no one believes us because we are young. Our forests are turning to ash in a second. Ask California, they'll tell you about it. They'll tell you how they have lost all their homes, while Trump turns a blind eye and tweets on his phone. Global warming's an time. This is not a joke. Our factories are working and toxins emitting. The ozone is crumbling and we can't stop putting chemicals in, which we're trying to breathe. Our future is stolen and we are the thieves. Sea levels rising and icebergs are melting. The coral reef's dying and no one's helping. Do you realize they keep the oceans alive? This started back in 1985. Don't come to me when your child can't think. Oh, what's a tiger? It's 'cause they're extinct. Don't come to me when your fur coat ain't clean. Then danger list is 41,416. Year 2045. I don't think we're gonna survive. If you end up hearing this story, I just want to say I'm sorry. Hello everybody.
Thank you so much, Princess Victoria. Good people, let us applaud. Put in your chat and say she is brilliant. Let's put in the chat and say she's awesome, she's brilliant, she's wonderful, she's amazing. Put in the chat and say she's amazing, she's wonderful, she's brilliant. Any wonderful word that you can find. Let us encourage our young ones. Thank you very much to the parents for teaching this child about the greatest things of taking care of the environment and everything that is a living thing. Even the grass is actually, we are to take care of it, and the animals as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going ahead. We will be introducing to you culture from the perspective of East Africa. And first up, we will have Kenya. And while our Mtate, the CR Kenya, is preparing and his team to come on the spotlight. Can we please play their video clip? Thank you.
East Africa. Our passion has been creating authentic programs that vary from traditional series, films, cultural, and shows that showcase our talent and our local culture. The content vary from local series, traditional documentaries, lifestyle shows that showcase our local culture.
76 kilometers south of Likoma and the launching point of Wasini Island is Shimoni, once known as the slave-holding port for East Africa's coastal region.
Apart from having professional filmmakers, we decided to recruit young and vibrant youth who have passion for filmmaking and cultural events. And we decided to train them in different aspects of filmmaking. Therefore, making them have less time in involving themselves with destructive behaviors like drug addicts, hooliganism, and radicalization. In essence, Ashuna Pictures is a hub for youth who have lost all hope. We give them second chance because after the training, they get jobs either in Ashuna Pictures or elsewhere in the industry, and we train new ones. Our involvement with Aido Network International has made it easier for us to create contents and be able to air them in Raya TV. Because Raya TV is part and parcel of Aido Network International. Through the support of Raya TV and Aido Network, we have been able to produce cultural cooking shows that showcases our Kenyan delicacies. We have been able to create shows that show our local Afro jazz music. The program is called Zegede Show. And also create programs that showcase our traditional weddings together with series and traditional films. And because Raya TV is online, we believe that we have a better viewership throughout internationally because they can be able to live stream Raya TV. For the love of culture and our community, just before the COVID pandemic disrupted our world, we started a program in Kilifi County, which is a coastal part of Kenya, where early marriages and early pregnancy is still widely ignored violation of health and development of girls and young women in the community. But this is on break now because COVID pandemic has disrupted our economy. We were in the process of training parents whose girls have dropped out of schools because of lack of school fees, forced marriages, early pregnancy, and some of them did not want to go back to school. The training was on art making, like beadwork, pottery, basket making, woodwork, and farming. We intend to use Raya TV to promote the products both locally and internationally. Then the proceed goes to catering for their needs. Currently, we're working on a TV series called In Between, a series that have both sides of a coin. That is the modern lifestyle plus the traditional lifestyle. It shows us why we should go back to our culture, back to our roots. That is why we say culture without borders. Why am I here? First is to inform the world that Aido Kenya is active and will be more vibrant internationally. And as Aido executive, what I'm doing for the community. I am humbly appealing for well-wishers and investors to assist us in achieving our goals. We have been having challenges in supporting this development achieve their goals because of lack of funds. We would appreciate if Aido Network International, Aido Network Kenya, Raya TV would help us to promote our culture and development in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aido Kenya. Thank you. That is, wow, a wonderful relationship there. Aido is now with Rai TV that promotes culture and development. We are going far. We are going far. Please clap hands if you can, or just say awesome, awesome Aido on the chat. Awesome, awesome, awesome Aido. We are going far. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on stage our country representative, Mr. George Aleu, and his team, Miss Anna Hamburger, whom we've just seen, Miss Nina Musanga City, on the stage, please. Mr. George, Your Excellency George. Is Kenya in the room? Is Kenya in the room?
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much. After that wonderful video, I was about to cry if you were not gonna come up. Thank you so greatly. Yes, Miss Anne, wonderful work and the work that you are doing to promote and all the content in Swahili. It is just so brilliant.
Yeah.
And we are here and we thank you. We welcome Right TV and my word, now you are going to just take us with the wings of media into the space. Thank you so much. Are we all here? And Dr. George, please unmute yourself. We can see you. Your Excellency George. Miss Nina, are you here? Miss Nina? My goodness. And how do I say welcome? We say karibu.
Karibu.
Karibu, Dr. George, karibu. Can the technical team help? What happened to Dr. George? All right, and Nina, is Nina here? Other than that, you can take it up while they are preparing to come on stage. Tell us about Kenya, tell us what you have for us. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. Sorry, I didn't expect to be the first because I wanted George, our representative, to talk first. Good evening, good afternoon, all protocols observed, His Highness, kings and queens and princesses. I'm very, very honored to be here at this particular time. I never believed that at one point I'll be talking in front of such dignified people, the kings and queens, and I'm very honored. George was to introduce Kenya. So basically what I can just talk is about Kenya being a very beautiful country. Kenya, we are ready for, for the change because I'll talk as a Kenyan that we are here and we would like Aido Network International to be able to assist us to connect throughout the world. That is to connect our culture, people to know more about Kenya. We have a very, very beautiful country. We are doing a lot of beautiful things here and would like people to know what we are doing, not the Western things, but our natural cultural thing, our culture. We have a very diverse culture. I'm personally based in Coast, that is Mombasa, Kenyan Coast. And in Kenyan Coast, we have a diverse culture infused, that is the Arabian and our coastal culture, that's Swahili. And Swahili is one of the best, I can say one of the best language in the moment, which is growing very, very fast. I would say out of the African languages, Swahili is growing very fast internationally. And I'm personally here to make sure that we promote the Swahili culture, and not only the Swahili culture, but our Kenyan culture. Because I believe through Aido International, connecting us to the world, we are able to showcase what we have. The other time I was talking to Mr. George and he showed me wonderful work he used to do in 1977, 78. That is promoting Kenya as a tourist destination to the world. He went to Germany, he's been going around UK, US to promote. So we'd like through Aido to be able to showcase what we have, our culture, know what we have. We also have kings. We have the Bugoma. And we have the Arabian culture. the sultans also with us here. Yes. Thank you, Aido, for making it possible for us to reach the world. Shepi?
Thank you very much, Anne. Thank you so much. Indeed, it is a wonderful relationship, and we will all reach the world together. We believe in partnership. We believe in, as Aido, in independency. That as Rai, you are still Rai, and we are still Aido, but we work together for development of our nations. Thank you very much. We are still unable to reach out to Nina or George. Is there anything else that we can? I don't know. We are going to move forward because we have tried to reach out to George. I've tried to write to him. I'm not sure if he gets the message.
Yeah. Nina is here.
Nina, thank you very much. Nina, thank you very much. You can take up the stage.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll start with a question and ask, did you know that 23% of girls in Kenya get married before their 18th birthday? In comparison to this statistic is 3% of boys. According to UNICEF, 1 year of secondary education of a girl in Kenya is associated with over 25% increase of wage. If a girl finished their secondary education, child marriages will be reduced by 50%. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here, seeing all of you, and for this opportunity. My name is Nina. My name is Nina Msanga City, a lawyer by profession, a certified professional mediator, and I work with the Capital Markets Authority of Kenya. I count myself lucky since my parents saw a need of education and they took me to school. My father is a retired teacher and my mother is a nurse. They did everything they could to facilitate education of the 6 of us up to where they could. I'm grateful for their effort, support, and prayers. Growing up, life was not easy, but I was taken to school. I managed to join college and undertook casual jobs to pay for my bachelor's degree in law. Occasionally, my parents would support my semester fees, and I was able to work hard in my small contracts here and there to save up for the next semester that will be coming up. It was hard, but looking back, I'm grateful for the opportunity to know that I can actually do it differently from the traditional belief that only men can do it. I cannot overstate how much persistence has mattered in my career. Before I got my first job, I walked into an office and gave the boss my papers, asked him to hire me in any area as I wait for an opening in my field. I was ready to volunteer in the same area. The directors were perturbed by my persistence. I would go there every week to ask if there's an opening. But eventually they gave me a casual job. And 3 months later, I was interviewed for the very job I really wanted to do and got it. Why this story? You need to be persistent and go for what you believe in. Apart from persistence, one thing I would advise my younger self is to find a mentor early on. Someone who's making a difference in an area you're passionate about. I still look up Mathai. She had a zeal for conserving the environment. And if you visit Nairobi today, we have a very beautiful park that people can relax and breathe fresh air from the trees she fought to conserve. She is a Nobel Prize winner, 2004, Environment Conservation. She fought to maintain several forests that were under threat of being cleared because people wanted to build buildings, okay, of course. Young girls and women in general should borrow from the great environmentalist who fought her way up the ladder, being a woman from a rural central region of Kenya. African nations are yet to achieve the treatment accorded to girl child in the larger world due to our culture. Our culture is beautiful. Boy child is accorded education as they carry the name of the family to future generations. They are viewed as important people in the community compared to girl child, who is seen as one to maintain instead. It is time to move away from such mentalities. And as much as we move to preserve our cultures, we need to identify those areas that we need to remove here and there. It is time to tell the young girls in our society that they are destined for greater things, more than the bar that Professor Wangari Maathai set. There's an African proverb that says, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. This saying has been found to be true. However, the reality is far from being practiced in our society. Sadly, in Kenya, some girls are sacrificed by being married off in exchange of a quantified wealth that will improve the life of her family in terms of dowry, but they're young girls. Okay, we have challenges, several challenges that affect education. Educating our girl child has been difficult because they are facing various challenges. Under the introduction, we have had that several challenges on which I'm going to touch on. We have poverty. We have lack of education of our elders because some of them believe our cultural mandates, which are not supportive, and we should educate our elders not to approve them, such as female genital mutilation. You'd find that a child undergoes female genital mutilation at the age of between 9 to 15 years, and after that, they're ready for marriage. So early marriages challenge the access to education and actually a girl child realizing their dream. Early pregnancies, domestic labor, lack of sanitary towels is a challenge in Kenya, whereby a child will not go to school because they're in their menstrual period season and now they don't have sanitary towels. Violence in school because of various reasons and dangerous journeys to school and back home. Boys too face some challenges such as drug abuse, lack of funding, violence at school, dangerous journeys to school and back, and domestic labor. How do we solve this problem? Now, as an African society, we need, much as we want to preserve our culture, we need to sort out these issues. How? We need to have periodic sensitization to our communities, promotion of cultural festivals. I'm enjoying this forum from yesterday. We need to promote cultural festivals and also inter-community festivals, and also promotion of education to our elders, advising them on the disadvantages of a girl child marriage and the importance of educating a girl child. Provision of sanitary towels to the deep rural schools, creation of watch committee, which can be checking if children have gone to school, and funding to schools in the remote area. I believe this problem is not only for Kenya, and it is for Africa as a whole. Most remote societies are facing these challenges that I've talked about. And I believe it is time for us to arise as Africa and check out the bad things that we have in our culture, try to remove them and maintain the good ones, or change those bad ones to affect us positively. Thank you very much. Have a blessed evening. Bye. Back to you.
Yeah, Georgie now is ready. Can you hear me?
Oh, George, we can hear you, but we need
Can
a
you
little
hear
bit
me
of
now?
lighting. We can hear
Yes.
you, but we need a little bit of lighting. You're in the dark.
Okay. Yeah, let me just add on light. Is it okay now?
Wow, Dr. George. Why did
Is
you
it
hide
okay?
such a beautiful face? Handsome face. Why did you hide? There we go. That is our CR country representative, Aido Kenya. Good people. Let's give a hand of applause. You are finally on. So take it off, Dr. George. Take it off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me still?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Carry on. Yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay. Okay, with all protocols observed, kings and queens, princesses and prince, chiefs, and their excellencies, I welcome you to Aido Kenya presentation. The two ladies who have just said something while I was struggling to turn on my machine are the members of Aido Kenya, and I am very proud to say that they belong to the board of Aido Kenya. We are 3 men and they are 3 women because we want to balance this thing totally. So my full name is George Aleo. I am an engineer by profession, and I'm also a pilot. So I've got over 45 years of experience interacting with the public and the private sectors. So what I want to talk this time around is on culture and business, with more emphasis on the side of women. When I was growing up in the village, the men in our villages and the women there had separated their duties. They said the duties of women is to look after children, cook food, fetch water, look for firewood, bathe babies, and cook for even their husbands. And the husbands were known for only building those thatched houses and hunting where need be, and only that involved about 10% of the whole labor work. So you can imagine the 90% of the labor work belonged to women. And as such, men from that time up to today, I'm saying they have been marginalized. The transition we have now between the village and the town or cities is that women, even in the cities today, they are not given proper respect, nor are they given proper responsibilities. People always belittle them. They think women, when they are given responsibilities, they will not perform well. So in that case, Aido Kenya, with the help of Aido Network International, are trying to come up to correct that anomaly. A typical example I can give you is that way back in 1980, 90% of the kiongos are these baskets which are woven with the help of sisal. They were so popular, and they were getting markets outside Kenya, America, Europe, Australia, name it. It was all done by women. And the revenue they were getting was just a peanut. Why? Because the middlemen were there to come and buy those kiondos, those baskets, sell again to the second party. The third party, when the money comes back, the women are just given peanuts, less than 1%. So that type of system deprives men of the rightful way of earning their incomes for the labor they are putting in. So our governments should actually come up to protect women in whatever they are doing. Why I'm mentioning that is that the Japanese came to Kenya and they copied the Kiondo way of making those baskets. They went back to their countries and using them en masse and exporting them to America, Australia, Europe, therefore killing the Kenyan market totally. So those women were rendered jobless because there was no proper protection. So with the help of Aido International Network International now, and Aido Kenya, or wherever Aido doers are all over the world, let's put emphasis on helping whatever businesses our ladies are trying to establish and help them in terms of sourcing for funds to improve them, like Equity Bank, like that lady who just spoke here, like lawyers, like that lady of mine who is there, so that they also protect them, so that we help. There's no point of saying culture and business when we are not saying culture among the African men is depriving women the modern way of doing things. So we should come out of the old culture and start now doing it, our things in the modern way of doing it, with emphasis on helping women. Because without a woman, a man cannot be there. A successful man always has got a woman behind him, and so forth. And the bulk of work we are giving women to do each and everything, and we just louse around as men, kills our women totally. So culture, African culture, with regard to the Kenyan way of it now, is not anymore useful if we are not going to correct it to the advantage of the women. So what I want to say and to appeal to donors and the like, banks, to help Aido Network International to propagate all these things we are trying to do and help our women to come up strong and also strong economically, so that they can take care of our children. Because in Kenya here, we have got what we call small markets. The people who trade there are all 100% women. And the little earnings they make out of that is what they use to buy food, to educate the children, buy clothes, pay school fees, and everything which is needed. But our men, they end up going to bars, drinking. When they come, we ask them about the food, the women, and if there is no food, domestic violence is rampant. They are beaten, they are chased away, and sometimes the government cannot even come to their aid. So culture and business, if we don't change our ways of culture and become supportive to women, then it would appear that the business way of for men is not balanced. So I appeal to our president of Aido Network International to take that thing seriously and discuss it even with the funders and the other stakeholders, and where need be, depending on which to, to, to talk about, they should also use what we call human rights organs to come in, because now we have branches of human rights everywhere. Even in Kenya, we have one. So Aido, with his connections of human rights, can also help women so that the women can have opportunity to become self-sufficient, have an opportunity to start businesses and run them properly, be given opportunities in the boards of organizations. Give them also a certain percentage which is reasonable. There's no point having an organization whereby there are 50 people and there is only one woman in it. Because normally they say a quorum matters. Even if the women were 20 and the men are 100, so that quorum already kills the women's side of raising up the voice to say this is not good. So it's like just making them do things the women can suggest or want them to do, which is a very, very regrettable thing in this modern world. So culture is good, but a culture which is biased is not also good, because biased in the sense that women are not given a voice. They become voiceless and they become defenseless and so forth. So my appeal to Aido Network International and all the stakeholders concerned, let's join hands together and see ways and means of helping our women, building them up. I would be very happy to see if something like 50-50% stations in all sectors of life, in everything men are doing. The situation as it is now, it is pathetic. You may agree with me or not. Why should a woman labor to carry a child for 9 months. And that child can be a boy or can be a girl. And then the same woman nurtures the kid, that child. Like my lawyer has just mentioned, when they come to school, the man now tells the woman, this one remains at home to help you to cook or to do the housework. It is only that boy who can go to school. And the weakness starts from there. And the woman has no say. And the balance of education is not there. That's even today, the percentage of qualified women in our societies is so minimal. Taking example of the 3 ladies on my board now, the Mombasa one with the Raia TV is a typical example which we can use through this media of TV or radio or news to encourage education to all, with a more emphasis also on girls. Because they can be seen as sending a girl. So that let us all join hands, regardless of where you are. It can be Ghana, it can be South Africa, it doesn't matter, to see to it that women also are accorded opportunities. One thing is that I used to export a lot of merchandise produced by women. What was lacking as one of the things which buyers from outside need is quality control and quality assurance. They make them as if they are meant for market, because there's a difference between the local market and export market. And those things, when they are just made without quality control here locally, when they go there, they become rejects. And then they write back to say, sorry, what you sent us is a junk. Therefore, we are not going to pay anything. So the old women behind the whole project are paid nothing. And went to government or bank to seek for more assistance in order to improve the quality of their products. Nobody listens to them. They are just saying, do you have a collateral? And women, our African women, they don't have collaterals to offer to banks. I want that lady who spoke on behalf of Equity to understand that, because they favor. A question of saying any customer who comes to us, we can listen, that's 100% true when it comes to men. But when it comes to women going to their banks to seek for help, financial help to do business or to improve or whatever, zero. They get zero. Nobody listens to them. They can't even go beyond the main gate to door to the whatever manager is there in charge of giving loans. So what do we do? Like yesterday, Mr. Olsen mentioned about the solar. And he said, we need women to have 3 to 5 megawatt solar panels, so that when the children come back to school, from school, they can study. The other guy who started talking was opposed to that. He said he was talking of projects of $1 million. That one is not attainable. We want to go to the roots there. Women are suffering. Children come home, they don't have even lanterns, not even candles to read. And now tomorrow, homeworks are required. After term, exams. End of the year, areas. They don't even get 10% of the national exam marks. The ones in rural, urban areas, cities, towns, they get 90, first division. Those are the ones who go to universities. Those are the ones who end up being qualified doctors or engineers.
Thank you very much, Ndate George. Thank you very much. That is our executive director from Kenya. Unfortunately, with all due respect to Engineer George, we know that we still have a longer program to go, but we really appreciate and all what you have done. We are going to give a mic just for a minute to our president to thank Kenya. Mr. President, the mic is on you.
Thank you very much, Princess Seppi. Aido Kenya, I think you have addressed very, very key issues that Aido stands for. We know, we always say, we promote culture, but what we do not say loudly is we promote good cultures. There are cultures that at this stage we should not be promoting, especially marrying of girl child, female circumcision, beating of women. So there are bad cultures within us that we should not be promoting. The issues you have raised, they are very, very important. And as an organization, women play a very important role. As you must have seen in the setup of the structure of Aido, it is not by purpose, but I think 80% Aido is run and managed by women. As the saying says, just as you stated, that every successful man, there must be a woman. Personally, as you can see, there's a woman behind me. So that means that I support what you have said. I would also take this opportunity, especially to thank Aido Kenya, the presenters. You are all very inspiring. And Andrea TV, that was a very, very wonderful performance. And we shall work with you and support you in any way possible. We have Star Radio and Star Network here, which is broadcasting this conversation live worldwide. So we shall see how to link all of you together and see what we can do. Yes, also, Equity Bank, as you have all spoken, we've got a 1-year arrangement with Equity Bank to promote what Aido does in all the countries that Equity Bank exists. Equity Bank is one of our sponsors for the last so many years. So again, you use the example of Equity Bank with the women. We shall also address and set our terms and conditions. Hey, if you want to work with us, you need also to address A, B, C, D. So all your issues will be taken on. The lawyer, yes, your speech was quite very touching, very inspiring. So Aido Kenya, good work. Let's keep going. And thank you very much. Back to Princess Seppi.
That is our President, His Excellency, Mr. Paul Iganda. Thank you very much for that message of appreciation to Kenya. We are all so behind them. And just a line before we go to the next speaker, to say they spoke so heavily on the violation of human rights on girl child that we can say at Aido we have the department under human rights, as we have seen earlier on the presentation. This is where we are going to be working with them. Actually, there's been a lot of work that has been done from East Africa within this division, even though it was done by just the lawyers. And even now we know it has been strengthened, and we know that we are going to make much more impact. Thank you very much, Dr. George and the team, the wonderful team. Thank you very much to our president. Thank you very much to all Aidoers, and we are still here. If you are still here, say, I am here. Let me see you in the chat as we continue. We are heading now closer to finishing, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we are still in East Africa. Let us just shift to the neighbor, which is Uganda, and there we are going to have Her Excellency, Miss Linda Nsambabera, to please tell us more. Who is Linda is our Vice President, East Africa. Thank you very much. Madam, take up the mic.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure being here with you. As you've heard, my name is Linda Nsambabera. I am the Vice President of Aido, East Africa, and I'm also the chair of the Aido International Business Committee. I'm really pleased that we could actually have this event. And today I'm here in a different capacity. I am here on behalf of Aido Uganda, and I will be telling you about a topic that is close to my heart, a topic that is of interest to Uganda, and something that ironically Bishop Paponga actually touched on. I hope you can all see my screen. I will be giving you what I hope is a brief presentation. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. For those of you who may not know, Uganda is called the Pearl of Africa. And to be precise, it is the Pearl of Africa's crown. Winston Churchill, on his tour of Africa, stood on a hill in southwest Uganda in a place called Kigezi. And as he gazed around, looking as far as his eyes could see, and later in his Memoirs of Africa, he wrote about Uganda. He said, for magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, for vast scale, Uganda is truly the Pearl of Africa. Resting somewhere in the heart of Africa, between the Democratic Republic of Congo, the land of 1,000 hills, Rwanda, and the beautiful country of Burundi, Uganda is a gateway to and from one of the most blessed regions of the world. In some cases and in some areas, further to the west of Uganda is considered part of the last remaining wilderness in the world. Uganda is a melting pot of different cultures and traditions. We have 56 tribes, 40 languages, domes, and many more cultural leaders. And lots of fresh food. Culture is many things. Culture is identity, it is language, it is music, it is dance, and food is culture. Not only because it nourishes our body and our minds, but each time we prepare a meal, we express ourselves and leave a footprint of who we are on the plate. And when we sit down to share a meal, we celebrate each other, our shared humanity, community. We talk, we laugh, and sometimes we even cry. It is said, you have to taste a culture to understand it. And what better way to taste than through food? Let me share some insights into Uganda's food and cuisine. Very many people ask me, and probably have asked another Ugandan as well, tell me, what is Uganda's food like? This is the way I would describe it. First of all, each region of Uganda has its unique cuisine and style of cooking. The second thing I say, food in Uganda is exactly like Ugandans. Easygoing, doesn't like to be bothered, and takes its time when being cooked. It is definitely, as we say over here, so Eugene. Not too much spice, but everything is nice. When we cook, we take our time. We don't rush. We let the food do its magic so as to draw and blend all the different flavors. Because of this, Ugandan food is prepared to retain as much of its natural flavor as is possible. An American friend once asked me, why don't you add some garlic to the potato? And I responded, because I want to eat a potato. And this is what a potato actually tastes like. When people come to Uganda and they taste the food, their first immediate experience, and one that they don't recognize themselves, is that they are tasting the natural flavor of food. When people think about Uganda, they think about the Nile, the gorillas in the West, or sometimes the beautiful climate. In some unfortunate circumstances, they think about Idi Amin. When people think about food in Africa, they talk of jollof rice from West Africa. They talk about pilau from the coast of East Africa. And I'm not trying to start a debate on which country in West Africa has the best jollof. Food and cuisine is not often linked to Uganda. And yet we have a diverse range to offer to meet all food preferences. With a little bit of effort, attention, and the right focus, Uganda's cuisine has the potential to be featured on the international food scene. But before we do that, there are some things that we need to work on. Our current food production, and considering what Dr. Maponga said earlier on, we have the real life dangers of climate change, food security, sustainability of our land, of our environment, and our economies, but also increased inequalities because agriculture doesn't deliver the same decent economic opportunities for the majority of our people. And all this affects our ability to produce food in the right quantities and qualities, which is the backbone of the global food industry in which we may need to participate. So I'm here to say that I have long been told, don't bring a problem if you don't have a solution. The solution for the challenges that I mentioned previously in food production in Uganda require that we invest seriously in culture and in particular in Uganda. In every single step of the way, from food production, aggregation and distribution, marketing, preparation and consumption. And at the end of it all, we need to manage our resources and our waste. When we look at the practices across our entire agricultural value chain, I often hear the need, I often hear people speak about the need to modernize agriculture in Uganda and the rest of the world. And I think I will interject and just draw everybody back to the comments that were made by the bishop. I also hear how difficult it is to get people to adopt modern farming practices. That is because change is hard. Even the highest performing organizations in the world can attest to this. Getting people to change is hard, but maybe it's not necessary. And I often think to myself, this is a challenge that can be easily addressed if we attach culture, because it is not that the practice that is changing, but it is the tools that are used. For example, drying food. We've always dried our food in Africa and in Uganda. Food storage, both for commercial purposes, but also for food security purposes. We had granaries in our homesteads. But as time has gone, some of these facilities have disappeared. Some of these practices have actually disappeared. And it's very important for us to be able to go back and identify them and link them with the modern practices that we know will suit us and will preserve our culture. And in the spirit of that, Aido Uganda is working with communities to scale up some projects. A solar cooker and dryer. The project is using the traditional knowledge on growing cassava, sweet potatoes, and maize, post-harvest handling, using modern solar-powered technology. It also cautiously provides energy to cook food and process reliant on sustainable energy source, solar power. And while we have solar to dry the food, we can immediately connect the homes. The business opportunities are to tap the potential of Uganda as a country that is abundant in sunshine for solar production, and the traditional institutions that we have in supporting the people to live by their culture, by promoting their traditional foods, to provide food security and economic benefits to measure the times. We invite everybody to seize the opportunities. The second is grain cleaning and processing. The business has already constructed silos in Soroti and wants to scale it up to include value addition in the form of processing for food grains and pulses. This will be supported by Agro-Food Hub and a fortification center, an innovative business model aimed at scaling up traditional food production, processing, and food fortification. Coordinate with small and medium-sized farmers to increase production and increase farmer incomes. Aggregate and bulk produce from farmers across the cultural institutions, value addition on crop produce purchased from farmers, and food fortification. And I think what we will also add in terms of the lessons that learned, we will go back through this project and make sure we touch and identify the indigenous seeds, the indigenous cultural practices, and we see how we can preserve them as the bishop actually advised earlier. And so if we do that, then it takes me back to the food. And I just want to conclude by taking you through some common food words if you ever visit Uganda. So, sorry about that. So we are talking about, what are we talking about when we say Ugandan food? Some food names will have you confused as they have no ingredients. For example, chikomando, a combination of chapati and beans, high protein, high carbohydrates, nutritiously rich, yet extremely cheap. Perhaps it is the muscular build of the workers who feed off this meal that earned this meal its name. Rolex, it has nothing to do with a luxury wrist accessory. It is simply egg and chapati rolled together, and in other words, boiled eggs. You will find it at any street corner. When you visit a restaurant, you will often hear someone say all foods. That is a combination of starches, matoke, rice, sweet potato, and a choice of meat, pulses, and vegetables. But you have to be careful because the volume of starch on your plate will slow you down. And kabalagala, it's not to be confused with the party spot in Kampala. This is the simplest type of fried dough that combines cassava flour and bananas, and it's best taken with tea. So, and I will let you in on a secret about Uganda. It is Uganda's street food. From 4 p.m. until the very next morning, this was before COVID and the lockdown, you will find anything from TV kitchen to chikalai. Chikalai is a combination of meat, vegetables, matoke or potatoes, served on a wide plate, and we all come together and eat off the same plate. It is the spirit of community. Famous Nile patch. Street food allows anyone, regardless of budget, to eat good without worrying about the price. And to conclude, as Bishop Aponga said earlier, we must invest in not just in the food production, but in indigenous seeds, production methods for various reasons. But for me, it is one way of preserving our culture. Food is a central activity of mankind and one of the most significant trademarks of a culture. So let us come together to invest in food, to invest in culture, and to invest in Uganda. I thank you, everybody, for your time. And for those, it's grasshopper season. That is a delicacy that everybody must try if you ever come to Uganda. Thank you very much. I give the floor back to Princess Seppi.
Thank you very much. Our Vice President, Eastern Africa, Miss Linda Sambabera. Thank you very much for letting us know about Uganda. I've always been saying this whole season that my next stop is Uganda. So please expect me. And I know that I will stay at I'll stay at Dexter's, so there's many homes. Thank you very much for that presentation. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget, we are found on social media platforms, all of them. We are on Twitter, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram. So keep on tagging us on this wonderful day, the final day of our virtual conference, the inaugural virtual conference, where we yesterday launched our business division, the business and investment division, so successfully. Even today, again, we see the turn-up is so great. We have had great speeches, great talks, and action-packed as well. We know that our president has also been told from our Royal Majesty, King Hosibo, to say he has been sent as Aido, him and his team, to continue developing and integrating Africa. So thank you very much. And we know as well from our Bishop Maponga, he said, how much of the history are we dragging with us? He said, how are we looking at the challenges of Africa? And how are we contributing into bringing solutions? Are these solutions Africa-oriented or are they Western-oriented? That was a challenge. Those are the words that we've been left with for us to really ponder on and think on. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to welcome on stage Dr. Mako.
Hello, Princess Seppi. I think there's a panel before Dr. Mako. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Yes, there's a panel coming in before Dr. Mako. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us go on. Yes.
All right. Sorry,
Linda?
Mississippi, I'm coming in. Yes, hi. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, wherever you are. I am coming in place of Saul. Saul was supposed to do this panel, but he has been delayed. And so I will be doing it until he actually comes on board. So without further ado, the next panel that we have is from the young people and the youth, young people that we have from the Aido network. Some are within the network and some are new, whom we brought from outside to come and join us. And I will go one by one. I'll introduce them. We have Acheng Julieta. She is the founder of The Conscious African. And we have Lorna Likiza. She is from ABOC Directory Worldwide. And then we have Clive R. Smith. So to click off this panel, I'm just going to give the panel. Sorry, there is one more person. I think there is Tembi Sile as well from Aido Youth Network. So I'm sorry, Tembi, that I actually forgot about you. So welcome, everybody. And thank you very much for agreeing to join this panel. I think what I'll do is I'll just go around asking everybody in about 3 minutes. The theme of discussion is the Africa that we want. Maybe what you could do is paint for this panel and for the people what the Africa that we want. We'll start with Acheng Julieta.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. I hope you can hear me. I don't know if I'm okay. That's good. Good to know that my audio and everything is working. I am the founder of an association called the Conscious Africans, and it's a young association, just 1 year into its development since we started. The idea and the ideology behind the Conscious Africans is that for the things that need to happen for Africa to change, I think that we can agree that there has to be a mindset shift. And when it comes to issues of the mind, if you're going to focus on something, you have to be consciously aware of it as an intention. And that is how you can keep up with it in terms of continuously giving the time and effort to move in the direction that you wish to see manifest. And so the Conscious Africans is an association that brings about or brings together like-minded Africans and basically says, what can we do with each other? Being a very young person, I would say, I'm just 26 years old. When I started this association, I was not privy to networks beyond my age group. And as such, the Conscious Africans, the ones who have gathered so far, are a group of young people between the age of 24 and 30 years old. And so far as mindset is concerned, and what I can say about in my exposure, I was in Australia for a couple of years when I started the Conscious Africans. And while I was in Australia, I met young Africans from all over the continent: Nigeria, Ghana, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Mozambique, Uganda, Kenya, inclusive. And in that group, I realized that there are certain, I think, fundamental concerns for the youth of Africa right now. The first thing is money. And the nature of the environment is, given that capital as we know it is limited in Africa, especially in terms of entrepreneurship opportunities. That's one of their concerns. And especially between those young Africans in the diaspora, the difference is the ones in the diaspora are like, I have this opportunity to make a certain amount of money because this environment allows me to. If I go back, I'm basically subscribing to poverty, almost, because the opportunities there just will never amount in the same financial comfort or stability. And I think this is what African youth want. They want opportunities on the continent that can compete with opportunities that they have, given the amount of effort they've put in their education or to skill themselves, and the opportunities that are available to them in other countries, especially those that are outside the continent. I think that's the first thing. The second thing that I would say, sorry, just to conclude, I guess on that point, the second thing that I think when it comes to what African youth want that I can talk about is clarity for the future. Some kind of plan so that they know that if they follow in certain steps and if they're guided in a certain way, they will be able to succeed at life if they invest their time in a path. But right now, for so many, the path seems unclear, the path seems uncertain, and it seems lonesome if they're to achieve big dreams, if they're to go far in life. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Julieta. I'll go over to Clive. Clive, what do you think the young people want for Africa?
First and foremost, let me just say, what a wonderful platform. I mean, this is just brilliant to be associated with all these wonderful young people, young voices. That makes me very, very old, if I may say so. I feel old, even though in the South African context, obviously, I still qualify to be the governing body's young person because I am turning 35 this year. So I mean, I suppose I'm still young. But let's just unbundle what young people are looking for in this continent, and the most important thing, which I think is what everybody wants, is to have opportunity. Africa, and this is because I'm talking my economic background here now. Now Africa has got a fantastic opportunity. We are the youngest population in the entire world globally. Not only that, we are the fastest growing, youngest economy in the world with young people. And therefore, we are an attraction to the rest of the world. The world wants to be with us, but they can never catch up. Do you know why? Three things. The first one, because we don't want to talk about slavery, but because they took so much in historical slavery, the people that brought up the families of who we are today were all young people. Think about your parents, think about the parents before them, all of them relatively young. Secondly, we did not have a child policy that stopped young people from actually activating themselves into an economy. So we don't have the one child policy, for example, that China had. We don't have a discrimination of policies that stop young people from becoming who they want to be, like we saw in Europe and the United States as well. Here, young people have always been in the forefront, even though to some extent we are guilty of creating such things as militant type young people that actually went into the forefront by doing things that are wrong, like going into the army and fighting for freedom. But that still is still a positive as opposed to being a negative. And I know we've got a lot of child soldiers on the continent, but that means that those young people are conscious enough to make a decision to be part of an activation. And in South Africa, the young people from 1976 that stood up and fought against the apartheid regime and forcefully said education must be equal amongst all. That just shows you the spirit of young people in this continent, that they are actually serious about business. And then the third thing that we've done in this continent that is quite phenomenal. By the way, 2050, as we are heading towards 2050, we will be the youngest ever continent ever in history that produces workers. Can you imagine? We are like a little manufacturing bust of bubbles of South Africans and Ugandan and Malawians and Nigerians. We are going to be creating people that are going to be working in the space where everybody wants to work into. And we are the only continent in the world, listen to this, we are the only continent in the world that can surely say by independence we have spread. You talk about the diaspora. Diaspora is very small. Diaspora means nothing. But we are the only one that have spread to such an extent that we have a sitting in the United Kingdom, in the Eurozone, in the United Nations, in United States. We have the first deputy president elect who is going to be of South Asian, yes, but mostly of African descent, who's going to be leading us for the next 4 years in the United States. What the hell are we not celebrating about as African people? I don't know. We should celebrate that. That is youth. That is young people. That's what we are able to do. That is what is capable of us to be able to actually do in the entire world. That means that we're just not producing jewelry. We're not just producing 90% of the world's platinum. We're not just producing gold. We're not just producing cashew nuts. We are so diverse that as a continent, we are producing the most highly competitive procurement, policing, and most important part of the economic diaspora in the world that is ever seen. So we cannot complain as young people. You can't say, oh, I'm African, that's why I can't speak. You ask Ludwig Mamabolo, a South African who created what the UN is now calling a dry soap, what they're washing with now. The UN, the United States Army in Iraq, in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, they're using that soap currently. You speak about Alia Lobaluti, just here in Kenya, and you guys will know about her because she's created a technology that is enabled people to be able to send money the fastest way, more than even all the apps can be able to do, because she's very smart. She saw that before anybody, and she's a woman, by the way. I just want to remind you, she's a girl. And we've got people in the United Kingdom who are creating platforms and generating things in terms of music and entertainment. We've got the talent. And I don't want to talk about my Kenyan brothers and sisters who outrace anyone on any marathon, despite the fact that we are facing COVID. They are the fastest, by the way,
Thank you very much,
in the world.
Yeah.
You can't beat that. But the answer to the question is, what is next for Africa? And the next for Africa can
But maybe
only be defined by young people.
I think we'll come back to that point.
Yep.
Let me just bring in the next person to also have a chance.
By all means.
Lona, are you there? Yeah, I know, Lorna, you work on making Africans a bit more visible. So do come in and tell us from your perspective, what is that we want for Africa going forward?
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Aidoers. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can.
I'm Lorna, the CEO of Worldwide Directory, and I'm also the part owner of the same platform. ABOK Worldwide Directory is a registered online business magazine and listing for businesses worldwide, based in Germany. I am based in Nakuru, Kenya, and founder is Poland descent in Germany. And I'd like to say today, African youth are doing businesses. In our landscape, there are a lot of African youth that I keep listing who are doing amazing businesses, amazing. And what I think African youth would like is to be believed in first, to be nurtured, to be mentored, and to be encouraged to reach their maximum potential. Because actually I'm wearing this Lorna, it's a band, an armband. I would believe this nice band was made by a Form 3 student. That is a 15 or 16-year-old. It's a child who has a lot of potential. Potential is not maximized enough because there is lack of belief, there is lack of encouragement, mentors to look up to. And actually this child I have to mention is from, and this is, I feel that we realized on how can we hold the African in a manner that people and they can be able to do their businesses without fear, uncertainty, because they know everyone is behind them. So basically, that's what I feel African youth would want. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Lorna. Tembi, could you come in? You are from the Aido Youth Network, and just tell us a bit, about the Aido Youth Network and how it features in terms of the vision for Africa that the youth want. Hi, Tembi. Okay, as we wait for Tembi to actually come in, I think what I'll do is I'll just go back to Julieta. When I was engaging you, one of the things that you were very interested in is the issue about the generation divide. We've talked about this before, in terms of the generation divide, the young and the old. And I think what we see in terms of the disparity when we're talking about creating a vision is that the older generations seem to have a certain set of values that they subscribe to. And we have a younger generation that's coming up with their own. Where do you see that, in terms of creating friction in creating a new vision, and how do we navigate it going forward?
It's interesting you mentioned that, because that's one of the things that I had actually noted down to talk about today. And in that sense, I think that's one of the greatest questions Africans have to answer moving forward. There is, I think, a culture of holding on to what is and what has been passed down. But in my own opinion and in my own research, I think that today, all generations of Africans living alive today have a limited, in terms of the database and the knowledge which is passed down to us. We are not like Europe countries that have books and novels about what their history has been 1,000 years prior, such that when we look at what culture is today, we can accurately measure it according to what was and say, this is the value in terms of what is. And so I think where the biggest challenge is coming in terms of generations understanding each other, whereby I would say the youth generation is currently, say 18 to 35 years old. Then you have another generation that's 35 years old to 50 years old, and then you have 50 to 65 years old, and then 65 years old and above. The biggest divide, I think, in terms of ideologies is between the generation that's between the age of 18 and 35, and that one that's between 50 and 65 and above. And it's not because of anything, but it is because the dynamics and the circumstances of life have changed. People who are my age literally are siblings with the internet. And we have seen how much the internet has changed since 94. So you can imagine what the people who have grown up as siblings of the internet, in terms of their minds, what they're like, they're dynamic, they're fast moving. Slow things that take a lot of patience tend to be a bit more difficult for them to tolerate and to figure out and to learn. Whereas generations that are much older have that patience, the patience to go step by step, to focus on details, to not be in rush, to accumulate so much. And I think that this is where the relationship needs to be catered to and fostered, in understanding that these are the differences in terms of mindset that are happening. First, before we even bring up the cultural aspects of what is and what is to be passed on and what is to remain and what is should be left where it is and not moved forward, is just first of all seeing what is the difference in the mindsets between Africans who are in these different age groups. And then once we can, kind of have an understanding of what the difference in the mindsets are, how do we begin to incorporate what culture is today and have a conversation around how it should evolve? Because culture evolves from generation to generation. This is something that we are, aware of as far as history has taught us. But the question that we have now as Africans is, where culture is right now, and given our different mindsets across generations, what is the package that works for us today? And in working for us today, meaning that it is going to work for us in the future, or it is what we are choosing to pass on in the future? That's a very complex question for Africans across the board. And it is not something that has a strategy or a formula to it. It is something that only discussion and sharing can air out and all that, which is one of the reasons I'm very happy to be here today, because in this conversation is being fostered. And that is how we can begin to listen to each other and kind of get an idea of where everyone is in terms of mindset. And then after these discussions have happened, then we can start to consolidate and say, okay, what is the cultural package that we are looking at that we want to maintain and also move forward with as Africans?
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Acheng, for that. And Tembi, we have a group of Aido Youth Network that has people as old as, I shall not name them, but they're here in this group, and people as young as yourselves, and even younger. What can you tell us in terms of the Aido Youth Network and how it works to frame the Africa that we want for the young people?
Thank you very much, Linda. I think first I'd like to greet His Highness, I'm the president of Aido, His Highness Pintiganda, and I'd like to greet all royals, kings and queens, and all protocol observed. I am Timbisile Mahua. I come all the way from South Africa. However, I'm not representing South Africa or myself. I am representing the Aido Youth Network on my capacity as that director. These types of conferences are very important, and this is exactly what we need as young people to shape Africa moving forward. The speakers have already spoken about opportunities that are there for young people to be able to advance Africa, to advance our plans to advance the country. But more than anything, young people have been innovators. Young people have been moving in spaces where they're innovating things. They're coming up with new manners in doing things. And this is what we've been lacking a lot of funds. I think maybe that is something that has not been introduced thus far in this conversation, that young people do not have access to the correct funds. And when they do have access to funds, then it might not be the perfect deal for Africa or for that young person. I mean, we do right now have a matter of a young person that had invented the Please Call Me app, but is in 20 years still trying to get money from that invention that he did. We've got young people that are inventing so many proper inventions, but however, they do not have funding. But if they do have access to funding, some of the funding is not necessarily beneficial to young people or to themselves. So I think maybe that's one of the things that I would say that has not been mentioned in this conference by my fellow leaders as they have spoken, and I do agree with them. So as young people in Aido, we've got a lot of young academics that are doing great in the academical spaces. We've got young innovators. We've got a 14-year-old from Nigeria that is doing carpentry and that is doing furniture with tires, you know. So we've got a lot of young people that are doing great things in Aido, and this opportunity, this space is exactly what they need to take Africa and the countries forward. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. It's very interesting that you actually mentioned the access to resources, because one of the biggest dilemmas that I find is when I was going through school, we were told it was the responsibility for government and the leaders of the countries to create job opportunities. But somewhere along the way, in my view, they have absconded from that responsibility. And now the common thing that everybody is saying is that the youth need to become job creators. So the question is, the youth don't have access. If the people who have access to the resources, who are the governments? You know, they have the access to the money, they have access to the minerals, they control access to resources. All the access that they have can't create the opportunities that the young people need, then how is it that we actually expect the young people who have zero access to then create the economic opportunities that are actually needed? And so I want to take that to Lorna. In terms of being resourceful, knowing that there is a limited access of resources, where do you start from as a young person? Where are the opportunities to kind of like bootstrap to move it along? Because it can be a little bit disillusioning to look around when everything is out of reach.
Thank you, Linda, for your question. I understand that I have sound issues, but that's because of the connectivity and the street outside. So kindly, can you hear me?
It keeps going in and out.
Yes. So yeah, I have connectivity issues on my end. I can't really help it, but I really want to get something for statistics. Is it okay now?
No, just try and get through
so
it.
There's something I feel like. So like I need to talk about. What we do at ABOK Worldwide Directory, we list businesses for African and on ABOK, we do not
Lorna,
yes?
Because of your sound issues, what I'm going to suggest you do, record your message, yeah, and then send it to me via WhatsApp, and then we'll play it. Yeah, is that okay? Because we really can't hear you. Yeah. Okay, so hello? Okay, so now let me take that question to Clive. You know, those who have access to resources have failed to create the opportunities. But now those who don't have access to the resources have been encumbered with the responsibility of creating the opportunities. How do you break the deadlock?
Linda, I must apologize because I didn't greet everyone. Firstly, I apologize. I just jumped into matter of things, and let me just say, I thank you very much, the organizers and the honorable members. Protocol observed. Let me just say how wonderful it is to have my sisters with me on this platform, having you run this particular dialogue, having the other sisters, well, young people By the way, being 35 is old. You know, I'm 35, so obviously I feel a bit older to be on the platform. Here's the thing about access to capital. We know that it is the biggest problem, not just for Africa, but for the rest of the world. Even the guys that I mentioned to you before, like Ludwig, had to go out, and he actually got endorsement from the UN to be able to get access to funding that he required. His own country, South Africa, how embarrassing. He could not get his own funding from the country that he actually developed the soap from, which he could be able to make money from there. And they didn't even believe in that particular concept. So it just shows you the distance, the gap between the know-how, the technology, and the access, and how you're supposed to actually spread it out. And so therefore, there's still a lot to be done in terms of how we engage and how we put those two things together.
Yes.
The second problem that we have, my dear sister Linda, is that even when capital is available, unfortunately, on the African continent, contextually, and this is me now being the technical guy, the economist. So the technical aspect and the data shows us that we have not done very well in terms of new business doing successfully well. So every business, even in South Africa, let me tell you, the most industrialized country on the African continent, 1 out of 2 businesses that actually get funding and capital fails in the first 3 years. Why? Because they obviously don't have the expertise, and maybe sometimes there might be some technical defaults, and sometimes they run to get a Land Rover rather than making sure that everybody gets actually the work that needs to be done. So we still have a long way to go before that, before we become our own Silicon Valley. And I don't know why we don't have a Silicon Valley here. I think Kenya is a very good example where we should be heading to. We should have an actual headquarters of our own Silicon Valley in Kenya. Why not Accra? Why not Accra? Why not Ghana? Why not have our own Silicon Valley? Johannesburg, it's too much there. And by the way, I will talk about Ningla, but there's many toasties there. So maybe we must find somewhere where we can actually be ourselves as young people, where we can actually expound and show what we are actually capable of doing. But the funds are there. The problem is that our governments don't believe in us as young people. They don't. The minute you say to them, I don't have experience, that is the biggest no-no. But by the way, let me just remind you, Google, the biggest global search engine in the world, they don't use CVs anymore and qualifications as a criteria for you to work for them. Google says, if you have the talent, if you can convince me over this platform, if you can show me now that you've got things that you can do, that you can data capitalize, that you can actually do things that are far much more advanced, things that are exciting for me, I'm prepared to listen to you. I don't care whether you are an engineer or you've got a chemicals engineering a degree in philosophy or whatever the case may be, but I'm interested in you as the person, the individual. What can you do? What can you create? And I'll invest in that as opposed to your, and I'm not saying education is not important. I'm saying knowledge is far more important than education, because that's where the world is going. So our education system, which was for South Africans, is the Dutch system, where we all had to do moeder, father, and we had to learn about mathematics, arithmetic. If those things don't work anymore in the world, they don't work. The world has moved so far. So we're in trouble. We're in trouble if we don't move in time.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. I'll cut there. I'll cut there. Yeah.
I wanted to bring Julieta in because what you're saying is very important. You know, again, going back to the conversation of education and how we educate for the future. But you have a very interesting take on capital and how we can actually access capital, Julieta. So what do you have to share to that regard? Clyde is saying that the money is there, but you know, there are problems accessing it.
I think that as Africans, the first thing, when we look at this term capital, I think we also have to look at the history of capital in a capitalist world, because right now, where we're at in 2020, capitalism is the dominant form of ecosystems as far as humanity is concerned. We might have societies like Russia or China that come in under what is called communism, but as far as their economic principles are concerned, we are really all globally participating in a capitalist world. Now, in that sense, as far as Africans are concerned, we are at the bottom of the tier of access to capital. That is the structure in which we fit into global capitalism. And it is like that because we in global capitalism have the role of providing raw materials that cheap. That is where we fit in. So in that equation, it is very hard for you to begin to access capital and to distribute it where it needs to go, because already the system which is governing the flow of capital is not looking to fund you, is not looking to invest in you. And with all due respect to foreign investment and its intentions and foreign aid and these kind of things, track record has shown that the real issues concerning Africa and the real opportunities for Africa to develop and grow when capital is given to Africa tend to go unfunded. And it is some of the examples that Clive has been giving, whereby if you find entrepreneurs in Africa who are funded, they don't have the experience to go through this capital and to use it in a way that will get them to the next step. And for me, I saw this clearly in my time in Australia. While I was at the university for 4 years, there was this place. It was funded by the university. It was an accelerator program. For the 3 years while I was there, I did not know what those doors were for. But one time, out of curiosity, I entered that space. And when I entered that space, I found that the university each year used to fund 10 different people, 10 different teams of university students who had business ideas. And to be honest, it didn't matter what the ideas were. If you made it to the top 10, you were given $10,000 to invest in this business idea. Not only were you given $10,000, you were also given mentorship. You were given challenges. You were fostered, you were guided, you were equipped structurally such that if that idea has a chance, then it is within the structure of the accelerator program to see that that idea becomes a startup. And after startup phase, there was another program at the university that used to support startups into sustainable businesses. These are the kind of structures that we have not yet consolidated and developed in Africa, right from the point of how do we organize the capital and ensure that capital can go to the right people in Africa. And when it gets to those people are not just left of, yeah, good idea, here's the money. They have the support, they have the mentorship to actually turn these ideas into something. The other thing that I would say about capital and business, and therefore development and transformation in our economies as Africans, is there was a successful businessman, young man in Dubai. It was one of his cousins. There's a show
Julieta,
yes, please.
Sorry, I'll just interject. We have about 8 minutes, so I want to wrap this.
Okay, so I'll just finish this point up.
Yeah.
One of the things this man said is that if your business is going to be successful, it has to be able to meet a need in the society. And I think this is the other area where we're struggling in Africa. What are our needs and who is the market if you have a business idea that's catering to the need? And when you have the market in terms of numbers, what is the amount of money that they have that's disposable to them to spend on this product that you're going to design for them, or on this business which is supposed to cater to them? These are some of the questions that we need to fill in, because we know that like for instance in Uganda, 80% population that's youth population unemployed, right? So even when I have a business that is meeting a need, these people are not in the position financially to be able to support my business, even though my business is catering to their needs. And so some of these problems, when it comes to funding them, the capital is not just into the business side of things. It is into building all these different points of our cycle of poverty. Because if we attack our cycle of poverty from one point, all the other points are bleeding in terms of value.
Okay.
So I mean, I think that
Okay.
we are at a very challenging time in terms of strategy, and we can only go through the conversations to come up with what is going to work best. But these are some of the things that come into consideration in the discussion as we discuss these issues.
Okay, fine, fair enough. So Tembi, where are we at, in terms of the way forward? How do we move forward, together as a group? What does your department as the Aido Youth Director have for the people of Africa going forward?
Thank you, Linda. I think the first thing we also need to look at is youth representation in places of strategic enforcement, so that we can ensure that young people are represented, whereas young people are the majority in the entire world. But most of leadership in every country has a lot of older people. So already it does not cater to the larger citizens of the world. So we need young people in strategic opportunities, in strategic places, so that they'll be able to not only assist the elderly. I think generally the elder people should be advisors to most young people, because the ideas that I speak about are not only inventions, but there are ideas when it comes to a board of directors, because we come with innovative ways to solve problems, innovative ways to solve current problems, which we, the youth, are at the forefront of. So I think that is one of the things that Aido is really. It's got a lot of young people in strategic positions to ensure change, to ensure skills development as well, which I think we have not spoken about that, but it is a very important time. We'll not dwell on that, but skills development is also very important to equip young people to not just be employers, but to not just be employees, but to be employers. Just like we've seen young people of Aido being employers,
Okay,
being in
so
strategic position. We need young people leading.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, because with its young population, if you look across in terms of the leadership, it's not representative of the young people. So ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end, but I want us to end on a note of optimism. So I'm going to give you, each one of you, about 90 seconds to just give us a positive message that the young people who are actually following and listening to this can take away with them. So let's start with you, Clive. A bit of hope, a bit of optimism as we move on.
Amanda Imbogoto, wonderful ladies. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Listen, the only way we're going to get this right is that the African Union has to be on board. So what we have now is the African Youth Chamber, which is supposed to be facilitating all these particular programs that we are doing currently on this particular platform. So the partnership is very, very important, particularly if you're going to go into the rural areas where you involve the kings and chiefs and the honorary persons that we are privileged to be having on this platform. That's the first point. The second point is money does not have to leave Africa. We have a lot of assets already. We are generating 70% of the world's minerals. 70%. I'm not joking. Go calculate. Have a look. I'm an economist. I promise you can listen to me. So we are already producing enough to make sure that we are a competitive partner in the rest. And so we are being controlled because obviously we have a dollar-denominated environment that controls how those assets come out. Coffee, rice, cashew nuts, cocoa. If I go to hard solid ones, I go to platinum, I go to gold, I go to silver. These things come from this particular country. So if you use that as an adjective to make sure that you move that to the rest of the world, that will put us in a different perspective altogether. And that is the reason why the world wants to invest in Africa, because they know where these things are coming from. The only continent in the world that can produce renewable energy, and you heard it yesterday, is this continent. That is why we can produce energy everywhere, and we can actually be the supplier for the rest of the world. My goodness me, young people, do you understand what that means? That means you can generate power for the rest of the flipping world. So we are at a pivotal point. We are at the periphery. We are the ones that can actually change these things going forward. And I urge you, young people, young ladies, I urge you to please take the step to move those things. Our governments are a bit slow. We're not going to do it with them. So we need activists like you, Julieta, we're like you, Tambi, we need you. We need Linda. We need you guys are needing to. You need it right now to be scholars so that we can talk to our leaders, particularly in the cultural sense, so that we can move forward. Africa is ready. Africa can move forward. Africa is where it's happening, and I believe that this continent is going to lead the next fourth industrial revolution because we are the only ones that can move us into that internet connectivity more than anyone else in the world.
Thank you very much, Clive. Julieta, over to you. Your 90 seconds of optimism.
Yes, 90 seconds of optimism for me is this. Activism is good, but I think where Africa is concerned, we need to look at the groundwork. And for me, what is especially giving me hope is the groundwork that is going to change Africa has begun. These conferences that Aido in partnership with ACCS has held, for me, is an example of so many different efforts that are currently ongoing to begin groundwork efforts. And the people who are gathering in these spaces are focused. Their mindset is sure. Their mindset is set on what Africa needs to be. And I think that we are in that, the fact that we are in that space of energy says a lot about what is to come for Africa. And I think we really are beginning to change direction of our ship and take charge of the dynamics on ground. And even in our relations in the global scene, we might not be there. Our governments especially might not have yet caught up, but we are beginning to move and make the things that need to happen possible and impactful. And I think that's very, for me, positive and encouraging, and the reason why I keep pushing.
All right, thank you very much. Tembi, 90 seconds of optimism.
Thank you very much, Linda. I think for me, I'd like to encourage young people to start acting. I think we've spoken we've spoken. It's enough. We know what we want to do. Let's start putting action to these words. We are Aidoers. Please come and join us. Please go to www.aidonetwork.org and learn more about us, but contact us so that we may be able to implement all of these great ideas that we have. We know you have ideas. We know they are great. Please let's come together and ensure the success of Africa through us as the young people. The wealth, the development and the upliftment of Africa is through us. And we need to take up this baton from the elder generation, but also look up to them and learn from their mistakes. Thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you in Aido joining us. Ngiyabonga.
Clive, thank you so much, Tembi. Unfortunately, Lona had sound issues. She had audio issues. We couldn't have her, but I'm sure we will next time. She says she'll be with us again next time and in even a stronger capacity. Thank you very much, everybody,
just
for
one point.
participating.
Just 1 point from me. 1 point. Without his excellency and his honorable one, without these kingships, because our ancestors are very much involved, we need leadership like them. And I appreciate this platform because he's made it possible. Let us thank him for making this possible. I think if we are going to move forward as a continent, we need our ancestors, we need our honorables, we need our chiefs, our kings to be leading up. And I thank him for making this particular platform possible. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right, fine. So I think in terms of my parting words, I want to echo what Melida from SCCS said yesterday. She said the need to connect not just fellow Africans across the continent, but also the diaspora and people of African descent who have never connected with Africa. Africa will never truly see development or the vision that it has for itself unless we connect with one another. Thank you very much for participating. Let's keep the connection going, and I hand over to Princess Seppi. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Wow, 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 wow. Can I hear wow wows in the platform, in the chat room to say what a wonderful, robust conversation. This was robust, this was eye-opening, this is where we say this is where our pride is. We are so proud of the youth. We are so grateful of you guys. We know that the future of Africa, the future of the whole earth is in the good hands. Thank you very much that we keep on learning from you. I heard that Linda says unity, it is what is going to bring us to be integrated and to progress forward. I heard Tembi says our wealth and our development is actually in the hands of the youth, or investing in the youth. I also heard Clark saying he appreciates Aido Network so much and its leadership, particularly the visionary himself, our president, His Excellency, Mr. Iganda. And I also heard Achieng saying we should join her in pushing forward, making sure that we keep on pushing, because this is what she appreciates, that she has seen that the space is really now gearing up to conversations such as this that Aido has afforded. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Right now, without further ado, we are going to listen to a talk by our very own Dr. Marco Montefaldo. Sir, please take the stage. Thank you.
Good evening, good morning, and wherever you are. Your Highnesses, Your Highness, President and Viceroy Paul Iganda, Your Highnesses, King and Queens, Your Excellencies, Honorables, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege and honor just to be with you. Looking and watching this conversation, these sessions, I should say, it's wonderful to see you, wonderful to know what is going on in your country. I am here today because of the invitation of His Excellency, President and Paul Iganda, to come and just to speak with you. Aido created this virtual forum with one strong message. He says, Africa is ready to partner for business and prosperity. I have a question with that. Why you are only ready now? Why you are not ready yesterday, last month, last week, few years ago? But nevertheless, you bring this wonderful challenge to each and everyone, either in the side of the investors or the people in Africa as a whole. Are you really ready to partner for business and prosperity? I believe so. Listening on all the word that you are talking in this forum, I was so amazed. And I thank you very much. I begin with welcoming each and every one of you in this forum. Karibuni. Karibuni. I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Akwaba, my brothers in Ghana. Our brothers in Cojiva, bienvenue. And to all our brothers and sisters and idlers, I thank you for participating. I have a speech that is prepared, but watching and listening with this forum in the past 2 days has widened my knowledge and given me clear understanding about Africa. There is so I changed my speech. I believe you participated because you are looking for something that you don't have, something that you want for your business, something that you could can make you more influential. Most importantly, something that can make you more wealthier than you are now. Or you are here simply because you want to connect with different people. Or perhaps you are here because you are looking for fresh ideas on how you can help and improve your business and the lives of your community. Well, who will you be after this forum? With all the expertise and wisdom of all the intelligence speaker in the past 2 days in this forum, ladies and gentlemen, if you are really careful in listening with all the language they have said, it is amazing that Africa is so powerful. You can see me. I am an Asian. My name is, I am Dr. Marco Montevalde. I am an Asian in color, but I have a heart of African. I may not love Africa, but believe you me, I love Africans. I've been dealing with African people in a daily basis for over 40 years. That's why I eat banku. And I even eat kuntumble in Ghana. And to say the least, my brother-in-law is a black man. He's an African. And I'm very proud of that. He is from Cote d'Ivoire. Is the husband of my sister. See, I have a connection with you. That's why I am so glad to be with you today. I hope Aido and this forum has given you the opportunity that you have been looking for. In business, it is important that you know who you truly are. Can you allow me, may you allow me to ask this question? Do you really know your actuality? Do you live in your reality? If you want your business to grow stronger, you have to see to it that you have a solid foundation. Success and stability of any business is dictated and controlled by its owner themselves. If problem arise and the owner begin to blame people around them, the economy, politicians, or their workers, these are the signs that the business is failing. If you start to blame one or other people of what is going on in your business, you are losing your motivation. Why? Because you are looking for an excuse to cover up your failure. My advice to you, ladies and gentlemen, is to magnify your failure. Don't be afraid with your failure. You magnify your failure so that you can see it clearly and don't ignore or cover up your failure. Confront your failure to succeed. Failure is the #1 recipe of success. I repeat, failure is the #1 recipe of success, ladies and gentlemen. At this hour, ladies and gentlemen, listen carefully. This coming few minutes, maybe one day, you may need it. In every business, there is two sides. I called it the failure and success. Failure on the left because it is weaker. Success on the right because it is stronger. Well, there is another two corners of the equation. That is the past and the future. With these four corners of life, there is one thing that you will leave behind: the past. I have heard about the story about the past, talking about slavery, those colonialism and mentality. I heard about all these things in these past 2 days. But moving to the future, you need to carry your both sides. Your failure or business owner, you have to accept and confront every beginning so that it won't destroy your vision. In business, time and timing is crucial to succeed. How is your management skill? I believe if you have business, you have a strategy. So I believe that you have management skill somehow. But let me ask you this very delicate and very insulting question, especially in the African community. It's not only a problem of Africa, but almost all over the world. But particularly, I speak particularly in to Africans because I you today. How is your time management? See, time management is crucial in every success in life because time will not wait for you. Before I will go, move on. Ladies and gentlemen, in the stock market, time and timing is everything. There are two platforms that you have to choose if you are involved in the stock market. Listen, spending your money, your time, or investing your time. If you are a businessman, you listen carefully with this. Spending your time or investing your time. If you want to succeed, you choose. Spending your time, meaning to say you are wasting your time in thinking so many things that is not relevant in your business. Investing your time is you are concentrating to improve on and reinforce your business strategy. In business, ladies and gentlemen, time is gold. My time is very limited, but I'll give you one example how Africans waste their time. In the UK, they invited me to officiate a wedding. In the wedding, in the invitation, it says the wedding will start, the ceremony will start at 1 o'clock. And then my officiating time is 1:30 in the afternoon. So I respect time. I arrive in the venue at exactly 12:30. When I arrived, no one there, only me and my driver. So I said to the security guard, there should be a wedding that is going on here. And then the security guard said, yes, I know, but they are not yet here. That is 12:30. I waited. I stand there, 1:15. Two people arrived with their costumes like a queen. So I asked them, are you part of this wedding ceremony? They said, yes. Oh, I've been here waiting. The program is 1 o'clock. And then they said, oh, doctor, it's African time. And they smiled. So I said, okay, African time. I'm in the UK. Africa is, they are late for 1 hour. So that's fine for me. I can wait for that. I stand there and waiting and waiting. It comes to 3:15. I'm still standing there waiting for the bride and groom and for the bishop who invited me. 3:15, I said to my driver, I said, if they will not arrive in 3:30, we must leave. 3:30, exact, like fair enough, 3:30 arrived. They didn't arrive, the bride and groom are not there to be seen. So I said to my driver, let's go. At exactly 4:15, my phone rang. It said, oh, doctor, we are waiting for you. We are already all here. The groom called me and I asked him, really? You are an idiot. I said, sorry for my language, but I said, I have been there since 12:30. I waited until 3:30, and your appointment with me is 1:30. I have left the venue because the allocated time is finished. See, the bishop who invited me called me, "Oh, doctor, we are already here. We are just waiting for you to start the ceremony." I said, "Bishop, you don't know what are you talking about. I have been there. See, the time is finished. Please officiate your wedding. My time is gone." See, ladies and gentlemen, this is a simple illustration how valuable time is wasted, because most of the African people, most especially those big ones, those rich ones, those in the position, you arrive in your own time, late. All the good things that you're supposed to be here has passed. It's finished. You arrive dressed like a king, walk like a queen, but you waste a lot of your time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I have said, in business, time is very important. I pray and I encourage you to use your watch. Many of you, you are using expensive watches. Oh, they are very expensive. But I can't understand why you can't read the time and arrive at your appointed time. Well, one thing, ladies and gentlemen, is we have to be aware with all our actions, because in business, the number one thing that you have to guard is your efficiency. You have to be efficient, accurate in business. Time is gold, ladies and gentlemen. And one of the most popular words in our current time, used by many politicians, businessmen, business communities, social media, is the word change. For all these years, countless of people have crossed my ways. And there is one common question they asked: how can I change myself? Well, my answer always is the same: don't change yourself, because you cannot change who you are. If you do, and you will change yourself, you will be more confused, and you will end up to be a pretending person, because you are living in a person that you should not be. You have and who you are. You have to improve yourself. You have to improve what you have. You can change. There are only some parts of your life, your habits, your practices. You can change those. Change means like if you go to your email and there is a password, you remove the password and you change to a new one, and you will not use or forget. You have to forget the old one because you have changed to a new one. Can you change yourself? No, ladies and gentlemen. You can only improve yourself. See, many people talk easily about change. It's time to change. Let us change. What are you changing? See, what are you changing? You want to be a white, or you want to be, if you are British, okay, if you are an African, then you become a British. You become a British, but you are still African. You are still African. See, you cannot change. The only thing you can do, ladies and gentlemen, the mindset is to change. Change. What change you are looking for? No. Don't change. I encourage you. Don't change. What you will do is to improve who you are and what you have to be a better man. See? But you have to understand. But to adopt change that you want, there are so many things to do. You think to change is easy? To change your habit is easy? To change your job is easy? No. To change something in your life, it needs a lot of sacrifice, ladies and gentlemen. What you need is not to change, not to change. See, remember, adaptation of change in any part of your life is very stressful. It's very, very, very stressful. And you need a lot of compromise. You don't need to change, I told you. You need to reinforce. You need reinforcement if you are looking for something to improve in your business, in your community. You need reinforcement. That is why we are here for you. Aido is here for you. His Excellency Viceroy Iganda is brave enough to create Aido and form Aido and bring Aido to you to have a platform. Aido is your reinforcement, ladies and gentlemen. See, you need reinforcement. Aido is one of them. Aido is your platform. Reinforcement, I called it investors. See, in your country, do you want some from foreign countries will come to you and change your community? Do you want that? I hope you don't, because it doesn't work that way. See, you are letting the investors or the reinforcement to come. You allow them to come. Do you know that the most destructive force of the word change is greediness and pride? If you are not careful about the changes that you want in your business and in your life, you will be, failure is imminent, ladies and gentlemen. See, reinforcement is very important to allow investors to come into your country, ladies and gentlemen. While listening to all the speakers yesterday, one thing I take notes. Almost all the things that you have said is one book. This notebook is full of my notes because of the language you have used. But I will go in one particular man. It's Mr. Rowland. I like the way he talked about you, about Africa. He said, sorry, Mr. Rowland, if you are listening, I will use your language at this current time. You said, Africa needs electricity, especially in the village. And he said, I don't care what the electricity coming from. Solar energy or a dam or generator or what have you. He said, I don't care. He said, what I care is to give power to the village. My vision is to power up Africa, he says. Mr. Rowland, I salute you, sir. I hear you. I am with you. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, your highnesses, king and queens, politicians, this is the kind of investor you need. And one of the greatest words he said that I cling on and hold on tightly is he said, I want whatever money that will generate the business that I'm bringing in Africa. I don't want to bring that money out. I want to reinvest in Africa for the people to benefit. See, if you are listening to me right now, my dear politicians or lawmakers, these are the investors. This is a heart this is a heart that you need. This is the investors that you need. I don't bring you these people. Don't lose this chance, because it is time for you to open up and use Aido platform to bring you this type of people to improve and somehow elevate the life of the people in your country. See, I watch and listen to all the speakers and moderators. I was so amazed how big is their idea, how solid is their structures, ladies and gentlemen. To improve and elevate the life of your people is not an easy task. The possibility lies in your hand, especially the politicians and the lawmakers and the king and leaders in the community. Sir, your highnesses, if you are listening, please communicate with Aido, and we can bring you more people who have a heart to truly understand the need of your people. See, many people say investment. I like the panelists from Ghana yesterday. Sir, you said that we are only looking for investors in a foreign country. Why don't we look at ourselves? Why don't we look at the African community as an investor? Well, let me tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen. I salute you, sir, with that courage. Indeed, if you will unite, your country, your continent is powerful enough to conquer the world. African continent, ladies and gentlemen, is harboring the biggest wealth of the world. See, you are the ball of wealth of the whole world. See this? Your diamonds. See this? Your blue sapphires, your precious stones, all your natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't understand why Africa is behind the success of the West. But let me remind you that all the success of the West start in your continent. The diamond that is sold in the stock market at this very hour, most of them is from Africa. The gold, the precious metals that are used, they are using to make this cell phone, your gadgets. Most of these precious metals come from Africa. Who is benefiting them? Your natural resources, ladies and gentlemen, is vast. I like the word of the doctor a while ago. He said, if only African community can recognize how powerful it is, these plants that he is using to cure illnesses. But Dr. Patrick says, if you only recognize, if there is only a platform to recognize these natural medicines, you should not buy medicine outside. And believe you me, most of the medicine that you are buying outside, ladies and gentlemen, the raw materials is from your fertile land. Why? You said why many people, many speakers said it's about time for us to unite as Africa. Yesterday, when I'm listening, our brother panelist in Ghana, he said, if I want to go to Uganda, I have to go to the United Kingdom to go to Uganda. Why? Why? I am just asking, ladies and gentlemen. See, I encourage you not to give up with your natural resources. Don't allow your natural resources to be taken away from you, because that is your natural resources is the one, is the thing that precious things is supplying the wealth of the West. Why can't you? Why? Is it not about time, ladies and gentlemen, to wake up? As I have said a while ago, what is your actuality? And what are you living in your reality? If you want reality, ladies and gentlemen, don't look far away. You look on what you have. Your land is very fertile. I encourage you not to give up your own peace. As I always say, ladies and gentlemen, it's not what you do, but it's how you do. It is not what you say, but how you say matters. At this moment in time, Aido has given you a platform. Don't waste this opportunity, because it's about time for you to open up as Africa. It's not a divided Africa, but as a united Africa. You must have passion for your country. You must have passion to help your country. There is a saying in Africa, don't look or don't see what your country can give you, but you look and see what can you do for your country. Dearly beloved, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, it is about time for you to look at yourself. One speaker yesterday, he said, look at yourself in the mirror and see how valuable you are. Don't look yourself down. Don't say, I am African, I cannot speak, I am always behind. Well, it's about time for you to say, all your wealth is come from us. It's about time for us to manage our own wealth. Will you? See, the problem in Africa is this one. Most of the system that runs in the African continent varies from different colonial era. It varies from different colonial era, except Ethiopia and Liberia. Ethiopia and Liberia is the only country that was not colonized, ladies and gentlemen, called African continent. But every country, region, and tribes are using different systems. Even in your own village, you go to the other village, they have different language, different way of doing things. See, I like that. Why? Because if you will combine together these forces that you have, you are the most powerful continent in the universe. One thing I can't understand sometimes is most especially if there are newly elected government that comes to power, what they do is they will change their current constitution. Start all over again. They will ignore the old system and create a new constitution to start all over again. I can't understand that colonial mentality that you always want a new one when there is something new in power. Why? Why you are ignoring your own system? Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be a united and powerful Africa, don't ignore your own system. You are blaming your government. They are not doing this and they are not doing that. No, don't have that blaming mentality system. I encourage you to see what you can do as an individual to improve the lives of the people in your own community, ladies and gentlemen. See? And don't ignore and abuse your old system, but improve your system. Why you have to change your system? That's the way you live. That's the way of life you have. What I encourage you to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to improve what you have. With this reinforcement from Aido that is coming your way, why not take this opportunity? His Excellency Viceroy Iganda has a complete package, are complete and fully equipped, ready at any given time to come into your country as a reinforcer. If you are in a battle, you don't need to withdraw from the battle. It is better for you to call up a reinforcement for you to win the battle. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for you to win the battle. It is time for you to win the battle. Reinforcement is coming. Aido is just one vessel for you to use. But allow Aido, ladies and gentlemen, those people that are sitting in the government, I encourage you to communicate with Aido Network International. Speak with the president himself. He is ready. As our speaker from the Scandinavian country Chamber of Commerce yesterday, she said, we are ready to welcome any bankable project proposal or business proposal. We are here. We have funding. We have available funding. If funding is your problem, now it's not a problem, ladies and gentlemen. I can guarantee you. Through Aido, you have the funding. And for those investors that are listening at this very moment in time, whatever your worries, in putting business in Africa, I will give you my guarantee, myself, and the management of Aido, that we will do all our means for you to have a successful business in Africa. See, many of you discuss also about corruption. Many politicians around the world came to me and asked me about my opinion about this problem. You know, corruption is a pandemic worse than COVID-19. It was embedded in every person's lives around the world, not only in Africa, ladies and gentlemen. But do you know that we can fight corruption? Do you know that why corruption is existing and can easily be like practice in every corner of your community? I'll give you one of the reasons why. Because of you. You want convenient. You want convenient. You want to rush. You are always, you wanted to do things fast. So you go to your friend that is working in the government and say, oh, I have some problem. Instead for you to going into the right channel, you call your friend inside and let them do things for you. Or you will give something for the people that are working in the government. Oh, this is, take this, do. See, corruption starts from you. Look at yourself in the mirror before you talk about corruption, ladies and gentlemen. Corruption is a problematic issue, but there is a way out. If you want to know, if you are sitting in the government, in your businesses, if you want to know more about the details of this to combat, to truly eliminate maybe 90% of corruption in your country, you talk to Aido management. And if your approach is right, maybe His Highness Viceroy Iganda will bring me to you, that somehow we can present to you a platform how to conquer and combat this pandemic, this corruption pandemic in your community. I know many individuals who wanted to help your continent. The diaspora are there, always doing all their best to help their people. But now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a platform that is willing to come along with you. This Aido has given you this perfect platform. I like the speaker yesterday from Panama. She said, we are ready. We are willing to come to you as we welcome you to come to us. Aido, bring you these people. What will you do with them? That's why I said a while ago, who will you be after this forum, ladies and gentlemen? We are living in a world of possibilities. We are not living in the world of impossibility. You can achieve many things if you will adapt and practice one thing: improvement system mentality. I heard many times about the word mentality in this forum. The mentality of Africa are so solid. They don't even realize that it's already bad for the community, but because it's the mentality in general. So they do it. So it become the problem, it become a reality. See? But if you will adapt, ladies and gentlemen, to improve what you have, change. Don't change your way of life, but I want you to improve. Don't change what you have, but I want you to improve what you have. Is it possible? I hope so. Do you want to be an extraordinary person after this forum? If your answer is yes, then we have the same, we are walking in the same path. Aido is here for you, ladies and gentlemen. I embrace Aido because I believe with their belief. Because Viceroy, His Excellency, His Majesty Viceroy, when he came in my home, he said, I came to you because I asked him, give me one reason why I have to come along and help you. He said, because I want to elevate somehow the life of some people in my country. What a wonderful word, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you can decide today, what do you want to do? What will you going to do in this situation that you have? Your thought and feeling is will determine with your action if you wanted to justify yourself after this forum. Negative thinker can only see the challenges and difficulties in every opportunity they have. A positive thinker can always see opportunity in crisis or in difficulties. I have learned that crisis bring opportunities, ladies and gentlemen. This COVID pandemic that we are facing right now, it is a problem to many, but it is also an opportunity for so many people, entrepreneurs, and those wise people who wanted to capitalize in this crisis. For those of you who are Christians, like I said before in Germany, listen carefully with these things. If you are a Christian, listen. Because I have no crisis in my life. I have no crisis because I have Christ. See? I have no crisis because I have Christ, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are not Christian, he said, listen, I have no crisis because in every crisis I see opportunities. I have no crisis because in every crisis there is an opportunity. I hope you have a chance to understand your power as Africa. I want to talk to you more, but my time is very limited. They are already giving me time to stop, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they called me philanthropist because I support many children in different parts of the world, and I want to come to you. I believe Mr. Iganda is planning to come to any country in Africa. Invite Aido to your country. I will come. I will come, ladies and gentlemen. Your Highnesses, give me more time, please. As I have said, you cannot change your life. Business, if you want more knowledge about business, there are so many speakers who speak about business. But you want to have, if you want to have a better way of understanding what you can do for Africa, Aido has the answer for you. I will be there to meet you. It's hard to book, but talk to Mr. Iganda himself, His Highness. Maybe he will give you a chance to see me in person. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have said, don't change. a while ago. Take courage and know who you are and how valuable Africa in the whole world. You are supplying the wealth of the whole world. Why you feel that you are left behind? Don't. It's time for you to stand up and say, we will manage our own wealth for the world to come to us. That is the power of Africa that I am looking for, ladies and gentlemen. Your natural resources is immense and vast. Is immense and vast, ladies and gentlemen. But as I have said, who will you be after this forum? Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, I hope we can see each other again. But if we will not be able to see each other again, I believe, because it is my faith, that I will see you in heaven one day. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may you please allow me to ask this question once more. Who are you today? Who will you be tomorrow? And who will you be when your days are gone? How will the people and your loved ones that you come, or the people that you come along with, how will your people remember you? Will you leave a legacy that your family, your loved ones, your constituents will be proud and say, I enjoyed the legacy of this person? Will you leave that legacy for them to enjoy? Or you will leave a legacy for them to be shamed and for them to endure for the rest of their lives? It is up to you. The answer of that question, ladies and gentlemen, is in you. What will you do today? I reiterate, you are always saying that we are preparing for our next generation. Politicians, leaders, kings, listen carefully, because you cannot prepare anything, any good thing for your next generation if you cannot provide and give the need of your current generation. That is how to prepare, ladies and gentlemen. Give the need of your current generation for you to have a better generations to come. With that, I thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry if I hurt you, but I believe I give you my heart as an investor, as a friend that are willing to come and walk with you to have a better Africa. Thank you, and may God bless you all. I'll pass to Mr. Iganda, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Marco. You are indeed blessed, and we are inspired. We are very proud of you. You have left us with a very strong message, and we look forward to grow with you, to seek your guidance. Yes, Africa is our home. Africa is our destiny. We cannot change, but we want to improve. Thank you so much. God bless you. Princess?
Thank you very much to our president, and a huge thank you to Dr. Marco once more, giving us the nuggets to take another 12 months. Last year, indeed, we were also shaped and changed, and we were brought back into inspiration, as our president have already said. We thank you so much, Dr. Marco. Indeed, we need to look back within and let they should refuse to take advantage of the past, where we allowed visitors and the visitors took away so much and they even overstayed. Indeed, we are now awakened. Aido is here. Aido is our vehicle. With Aido, we say, let us unite into the new dawn of Africa, the integration of Africa, the development and progress thereof. What good is it going to be if we are here and the next decade or the next generation does not see our footprint? That shall never be us. Aidoers, we have work to do. Aidoers, we have been invited through our president that Dr. Marco's doors are open. I'm not sure if we can really put forward or work on that invitation, but our president will let us know. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We carry on with our program, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to be going through to Janice, Global Africa. With them, I'm going to be introducing Paula Pritchard, who is in the US. I'll be introducing Jared Twades. I'll be introducing Lady Mpodindi, whom we know very much. I'll be introducing our Dr. Sizwe Makoba. May I see the Janice team please to join? I will be helping them so that I make sure that they keep touch. May we please take the stage?
Yes, we are here. Thank you so much. I'm with Dr. Makoba.
But Dr. Makoba is like a mushroom. How do you just appear there now? Okay, greetings to you. May we see Paula? Is Paula able to connect to us?
Yes, they are both in.
Jared, greetings to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are greeting you from the brightest city, Johannesburg, here in Africa, here in South Africa. It is indeed a pleasure for you to also be with us this evening. Thank you. Jared, we would like to say hello to you. Jared. Can we please, from the technical team, can we please have video A? Our first video. Need sound?
Using this mobile technology to grow a global business infrastructure to help people all the smartphone. It is without a doubt the most powerful tool for social interaction ever created. Take a look around. Wherever you go, wherever you look, you will see the smartphone. People aren't just making calls anymore either. Every second of every day, people are accessing text messages, videos, pictures, social media updates, and new powerful software that all have one thing in common: social connection. This is the world we live in today, the world of instant comprehensive communication. It has revolutionized the way we form relationships, the way we come together, and the way we communicate. Did you know that more progress with technology has been made in the last 10 years than in the past 1,000? We now hold that technology in the palm of our hands. Now imagine using this mobile technology to grow a global business infrastructure to help people all around the world and to change your own life. Introducing J-Mobile. J-Mobile is a powerful app that gives you unlimited access to custom text, teasers, and cinema quality digital marketing videos that all link back to your store. J-Mobile was created to help you leverage mobile marketing to your advantage by sharing your story in a simple but elegant way. This powerful app allows you to build your business on the go. J-Mobile sends push notifications for almost everything you need to know, keeping you organized and up to date with your business. Link directly to your social media channels with one-touch sign-in and get real-time business updates to keep you on the right track to success. Growing your business and following up with prospects has never been easier with the tools and resources that are one touch away. We are Generation Young. We are Jeunesse.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much to our technical team. Thank you. Thank you, Paula. We would like to bring you in, Ms. Paula Pritchard. We believe we have heard so many testimonials about your work. We have heard about how you took this product or even the industry from 0 to 150 where it is, or to the highest level where it is. Please tell us more about Jeunesse, and please tell us more about the network marketing from your experience.
Thank you so much. In the United States. And I, first of all, I want to thank the Aido Network for inviting me to speak. And I also want to pay my respects to Your Majesties, the royalty that has joined us today. And I'm just so impressed with all the good work that you are doing and I am so privileged to be able to speak to you today. My goal here is to just give an overview of Jeunesse. And first of all, before I start, let me share with you my background. My formal background is college teaching. I taught at a major university in the United States, and I was actually finishing my PhD. I was going to grad school, finishing my PhD, when I was introduced to a diversification or a vehicle for me to make some additional income. So what I'm really going to talk to you about in the next few minutes is more of a gift. I'm not here to actually sell any particular business or product, but I am here to introduce this gift of Jeunesse to people because it's been such a gift in my life. When I was teaching, I was single, I was not married. I wanted to build a house and I couldn't afford to do that. And so, like many people out there, I had two choices in my life. The choice is I either need to condense or shrink my dreams and goals of the things that I want for myself and for my future family, or I have to find a way to expand my income so that I can encompass my goals and dreams. And so what I found, for most people out there who are looking for a way to get out of poverty or a way to change the future direction of their family, obviously, if you can change the financial status in your life, you can change everything because you can change where you live, the schools you send your children to, you can change the charities that you want to support, the changes you want to make for your community and your country. If you can change that financial aspect, it gives people choices. And I find sometimes that when people like myself, when they're in a situation, whether it's poverty or they feel stuck in a job that they can't seem to advance or go higher or change their financial situation, you know, we tend to lose hope. And I liked what Dr. Marcos said about change. And I like what you said about the Aido organization, about being a vehicle. And that's exactly what Jeunesse is. It's a vehicle. And so if people want to, for me, example, I wanted to add additional income to my life. And I thought if I could just own my own business, but in owning a business, it costs a lot of money to get started. So for most people, it's prohibitive. In other words, if I wanted to start a franchise, I had to come up with money. If I wanted to have a business, I needed to have premises. I needed to have a sign and employees. If I wanted to even start today an internet business, I've got to be able to afford to have someone create the website. I've got to be able to afford to get the transaction material machine to handle credit cards and to be able to have inventory and a warehouse, and all these things are prohibitive. What I want to share with you is a business that is, in fact, a person like myself, when I started on a shoestring. A person can actually take charge of their own destiny for a mere $29. And actually, if they decided in the month of November, they could do it for $1. They could start their business and change their life. So, you know, the vehicle that has made that possible for me is a vehicle called network marketing. And network marketing is a direct sales concept. And network marketing right now is a $200 billion industry. And more than 120 million people are changing their lives through this vehicle. But you know, one of the most successful companies in that industry is a company called Jeunesse. And what I'd like to do for just a minute is just share with you a few pictures and give you the vision of what this company has been able to do and what it does do to help change people's lives. This happens to be a major event. Jeunesse has become so big that it is now in approximately 150 countries. They do 5 conventions or expos worldwide. This happens to be one of them. Their headquarters is located in Orlando, Florida, and the founders of the company are Randy Ray and Wendy Lewis. And I want to spend a minute talking about these two people, because Randy grew up in poverty. And so he knows what it's like to not have enough food to eat. He knows what it's like to not have any new clothes, to only have one pair of shoes. You know, he knows what it's like to live in that environment. And fortunately, he was able to get out of that. When he was old enough and he ran away from home, he was able to join the Army. And when they tested his IQ, he was brilliant. They put him in computer sciences. That was his vehicle. And he became an expert in computers and software. He created the software for the NASA launch program here in our country, our space program. He became a multi-millionaire, he and his wife. They've created computer companies. They've sold them for millions. They've tried to retire multiple times, but they decided they really wanted a way to give back. So they created Jeunesse, and they created it for 2 main reasons: to help people like you and I, to help adults have a vehicle to help transport themselves out of their situation, to change their life, whether it's to get out of debt, whether it's to get out of a job they hate, whether it's to put their children through school, whether it is to finance their church or to change the world around them or community. And then the second goal was to help poor children, because Randy felt that no child asked to be born in poverty. And so their goal is to take the profits from Jeunesse and create schools, agricultural communities, freshwater wells, to change the lives of children. And so they have created these communities in Africa, India, China, and Ecuador. In fact, this past June, they were opening a school in Kenya, and it was an entrepreneur school for young adults to help them start to take charge of their own future. So we have all been blessed with this successful company to help support that. And many of us that are involved in Jeunesse give a great deal of money to this foundation to help the Jeunesse kids. This company, because I think it is blessed, has been very successful. It has shattered all records in the network market. $1 billion in business, their 6th year in business. Just to give you an example, the fastest company to hit $1 billion in a year took 21 years. Jeunesse did it in 6. And 6 is like, it would be like Apple Computers or Amazon or eBay. I mean, that's how record-breaking this is. They've won numerous awards because of being the best place to work, the best marketing team in the country, the best female entrepreneur owner 3 years in a row. And they've been so successful, they were listed as number 13 in the world out of the top 100 direct sales companies. And they've done it, and they're only 11 years old. So they have set all kinds of records. It's been extremely impressive with what they've been able to accomplish. Like anything else, when you're a successful company, you have to have a product or a service. And the goal of Jeunesse was to have a product that was on the cutting edge, a product that was futuristic. And so they decided that they would specialize in products of the future, products that revolved around stem cell technology. For those of you that are not aware of stem cell technology, stem cells are what form the baby in the womb. Stem cells are what create the bones, the muscles, the organs. And as we grow into adults, we have stem cells within our body. And those are stem cells that help heal, that help constantly repair in our body. They repair things we don't even know we're having a problem with. But you know, what stem cells do is they also have a certain amount of chemicals that help our cells communicate with one another. You know, when you're a child and you break a bone or you cut yourself, you heal quickly because you have an abundance of stem cell chemicals to help the cells communicate with one another in order to heal. As we become older, those chemicals are depleted. So we have the cells, we have the ability to heal ourselves, but unfortunately our cells can't talk to one another. So when you become elderly and, for example, you break a bone or you have a cut, in older people it takes forever to heal. Well, we have some of the most world-renowned doctors in stem cell technology, and they created products is so futuristic that when you use this product for 30 to 90 days, the difference in your skin and in the healing, you know, the cells start to do what they did when you were a teenager. In fact, they created an entire line of this product. They did 30 million the first year, and they doubled every year since. And then they started adding some internal wellness products. And for example, one of the wellness products was created by a Nobel Prize nominated doctor, Dr. Giampapa. These products work with our body not as a supplementation, but they work more on a chemical level to help improve cellular function, help repair our DNA. And if you start to research more about Jeunesse, you'll find that the product line is so impressive that they have products that use stem cell to help grow hair back. So if people have thinning hair on their head, they have products that help us maintain our healthy weight. They have products that help improve our focus in our brain. And these products have been so revolutionary that they have been written up in major magazines and periodicals. They're on social media, and more people are using them, having amazing results, and they don't want to be without them. So, you know, what this company has created to help people start their own business with these groundbreaking products is they've created an opportunity for people like you and I who have no business experience to be able to start our own business for a very nominal fee. And we're able to build our business in 150 countries worldwide. And just to give you an example, I live in Tampa, Florida. I have a business that expands into 100 countries. I have not been to those 100 countries. I've had the privilege over the last 3 years to be in Africa, and I love Africa. And I have to tell you, I look at Africa as such a ground floor pioneering marketplace where it is just begging for people to take this opportunity to run with it and start to change their lives. We have offices all over the world that are fully staffed and help us run our businesses. And then we have an opportunity where if you understand a little bit of how this works, is our business is merely built out of word of mouth, where traditional business would have offices, employees, warehouses, shipping departments, and all this, and maybe cost millions of dollars to create a product, millions in research, millions of dollars to advertise so that we know to go get it at our stores. Our business is merely word of mouth advertising. In other words, that millions is put aside to pay people like you and I for just telling other people about these great products. And by doing that, they tell other people who tell other people who tell other people. And the next thing you know, you have an amazing business, and the company is paying you commissions based on every single product that moves in all those markets. So for me, anytime a product moves anywhere in those 100 countries, the company sends me commissions. So I receive an income, here in Tampa for business that takes place in 100 other locations. What's so nice also about this company is they not only, supply a source of income to help people change their lives, but they also contribute to lifestyle. In other words, they have incentive trips that all over the world, so that people who might have never traveled or never had the opportunity to travel can actually earn and have these trips for free. In fact, in 2019, almost 20,000 people earned these trips. And Mpo, who you will hear speak, she earned the trip to Athens, Greece, which was the trip for Africa, India, and Australia. And she took her mother. And this was so touching to me because her mother had never been out of Africa. She took her mother to Athens, Greece, and then she took her to the neighboring islands. And I mean, what a wonderful experience. This past year, we had almost 30,000 people earn these different trips. We have trips that go to Maui, Hawaii. We have trips every year that people can earn. This happens to be a trip that I was on into the Alps last year. They took us to, they bought out the Four Seasons in Bora Bora. They flew us to the Four Seasons there. This year, they had bought out the Four Seasons Hotel in the Serengeti. I was crushed because of this pandemic, not being able to go, but hopefully they have postponed that and we'll be able to go in the future. This is our foundation, which means so much to myself and to many of us that are involved with Jeunesse, because it gives us a real purpose, a real mission of we're building the business to change our own lives. And in the process, we're working hard to change the lives of others. And that is so rewarding. I can't even begin to describe it. But they have events to help train us all over the world. And let me just explain, as I bring this to a conclusion, that when someone decides they want to take this journey with us, they merely get registered with the company. And when they get registered, let me explain that they get so many things for that registration fee. If in November, it's a company special for $1, but for that $1, that means they get registered with the company, they get their own website. I can send people to my website. They can see the business, they can see videos on the business, they can look at the product, they can see videos on the product. If they decide to buy the product, I have my own e-commerce shopping cart that is included with my website. So they can buy the product, they have a transaction machine, they can put their credit card in, they can pay for it right there online. Then the product is shipped from the nearest warehouse right to their home. So follow me on this. I have a business here in Tampa, Florida. I run it out of an office in my home. I have no overhead. I have no employees. I have no warehouse. I have no transaction machine that I have to set up with my own bank. I have no shipping trucks. I have none of this. I run my business with none of those expenses right here from the comfort of my home. And because of the internet, the world is flat. So I can be talking and training people all over the world right here from my computer. You also get a back office, and in the back office, you can actually monitor the sales of your business. You can monitor people who've decided to join you in the business. You can monitor all transactions and income that comes into your wallet. It's unbelievable. And then we have trainings. We have webinar trainings. We have Facebook presence. We do major Facebook presentations. We have a YouTube channel called Longevity TV where we train people on all of one of our doctors. We have 8 different doctors, and this one happens to train on the products. His name's Dr. Amzalog. We have videos. We have over 100 different videos on different products, very professionally designed and created, that we've won all kinds of awards. And to top it off, we also can run our business from our telephone. In other words, we have a mobile application. So I don't need a computer. I can run everything from my phone. I can run my website, my back office. I can send people videos. I can run everything from my phone. So in essence, you could have a true online business, but it doesn't cost you what an online business would cost you to put together. This happens to just be a picture of some of my friends here in Africa and some of the fun that we've enjoyed. And I can't begin to tell you how much this company has changed my life and changed the lives of people that I've been involved with as well. So let me stop sharing this for a second and just say thank you for the opportunity of presenting Jeunesse. You know, I have a saying here that a journalist who was a celebrity on television years ago, her name was Ann Curry, and she says, do what you can do for others so that when your life comes to an end, you will know that it mattered that you were here. And I live by that every day, and it's because of Jeunesse I'm able to make a difference in other people's lives. Thank you so much. I know that Your Majesties care so much about your people and wanting to enhance and change their lives. I hope that Jeunesse can be that vehicle for you. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Paula. I see our president is clapping there. I don't know how can the spotlight go so that you can meet our president, but I think he will say the few words before you leave. You will be with us, am I correct? To the end? You are muted, Paula.
I'm sorry, we've run behind, and so I have to be somewhere else, but I really appreciate all that you do in your organization and all that the Aido Network does, and I appreciate you having me on board. Thank you so much.
Great, so let us have just a few words then from our president, His Excellency Mr. Iganda.
Thank you very much, Paula Richard. You've spoken very well. Aido Jeunesse, we already have Aido Jeunesse with Aido Global Africa Team Ageless. We are together, and we believe that the business is good for Aido. It's going to help our members, our network, to be earning some passive income. So this is the way to go. So this is a very, very welcome move for us as an organization. And indeed, we shall be working together to grow this. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our president. Thank you very much, Paula, for such a wonderful opportunity even to us. And thank you so much to our president as well. We thank you for this relationship. Now we know, now we are free. Jared, are you around? We would like to hear from you. Jared is the GM of Jeunesse Africa.
Hi, everyone.
Just briefly. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our dignitaries, Your Excellencies. Thank you for having me on. You've heard from the absolute superstar of our company, Paula Pritchard. I don't think I could really add a lot to what she's saying. I thought I'd start by sharing with you, I've been in this industry best part of over 15 years, and there was always this one quote from Nelson Mandela that I live by, and I wanted to share with it because it ties into what I believe is the legacy, the involvement that Jeunesse is trying to provide. So this quote, I think just is everything. It says there is no passion to be found playing small, in settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living. That speaks volumes. That is just everything. Don't settle for small. There is no passion to be found in settling for small. We are all built for greatness, but sometimes we lose sight of that, and sometimes we just need to partner with someone that can show us the way, and that's really the legacy that Jeunesse has provided. I wanted to join a company that was hungry and bold and determined to become number one. If we look at the DSA rankings around the world, we are currently number 14 in the world. But our owners, our CVO, we are determined to become number one. And I wanted to partner with a company that was as hungry, as determined to climb. Because let's face it, Africa is not an easy place to do business. It is a graveyard of companies that have come and gone for many, many years. We have all been experienced it, we've all seen it, and I wanted to choose a company that was as committed to the success of our people as they were in making profits and making money. Make no mistake, Jeunesse is a business. We thrive on making money and being successful, but we want to do it where we can empower and encourage everyone else to enjoy that. Since joining Jeunesse 4 years ago, we started with a handful of countries in Africa. We are now registered in over 30 countries, or represented in over 30 countries in Africa. We have 3 major hubs that supply the African region. We are finding better ways and logistics to supply Africa. We are finding better ways to pay our distributors commissions instantly. Because what you have is you have a first world company. Jeunesse is a first world company with everything we need to be successful. But you have to marry first world economics and logistics and company with third world realities. We can't mistake that we are still hamstrung by third world realities, and overcoming that becomes essential. And I've partnered with a company in Jeunesse that is determined to overcome those. We now have over 100,000 distributors continent-wise. We have had sales increase of 82% this year. I think that speaks volumes in itself, because in a year that we can all agree has been incredibly harsh and difficult, we have a situation where we are 82% up in sales over 2019. And that has everything to do with the fact that we have a vehicle, as Paula said, that is in the future. The future is an opportunity that people have to make an income, be it a couple of dollars or a few $1,000s, but the logistics and the system and the product that go hand in hand to make that possible. So 82% up in sales, over 100,000 people joining this year alone. We continue to break new ground in the African continent, and I'm excited for 2021. I cannot tell you, we've got new products launching. We launch our new aloe product, which I know is going to absolutely explode on the African continent. We know the power of aloe. We know all the advantages that it brings. So this is just another advantage we have to really build that market. As I said, can't tell you how excited I am about 2021, because we are going places, and that's me.
what we'd like you to say is, I am an Aidoa, because Jared, here we are now talking Aido Jene, so we call ourselves Aidoas. We are also the #1, particularly in the continent, so that's why we married you. That's why we said we can partner with you, because we also had to do our due diligence, and we thought, can we take this girl that is called Janice? Because we are very choosy, we are classy as well as Aidoas. So in the chat, all the Janice people, they know what we do back at home. We say what? Greatness, greatness, greatness in the chat, please. Because we are billionaires, we are millionaires like that, we are Aidoas like that.
Yes.
So you can put and say, Aido for greatness, Aido for greatness, Aido for greatness. So Jared, thank you very much. And then what I wanted to know from you is, now, how do you envisage this relationship in Africa? We are talking post-COVID-19. We are talking about the economical recovery for our people, for our communities post-COVID-19. How do you see this marriage or this vehicle that we as Aido, we are the vehicle for development and even integration of Africa? Here now we have Janice and we have you with Team Ageless in Africa.
Sure.
How do you see this working together for the development or even helping our communities to recover post-COVID-19 economically? Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. The key to it has to be a faster route to door-to-door service. So Africa has many complications in terms of setting up registrations, product, and we navigate that by a very international model like Amazon would do, direct sales, door-to-door service. And our goal for 2021 is to shorten the logistics timing. So during COVID, people were experiencing delays in receiving their products, anything from 5 to 6 weeks to receive their product. We have now improved that logistics. You will see from now, we will see that improve to between 7 and 10 days. So you'll get your product door to door within 7 to 10 days. Obviously, bearing in mind what customs, there can be delays at customs or port health, but we will reduce that time to 7 to 10 days, and we will continue to do that. As we partner with better logistics company, the goal is to improve the cost on courier, duties and taxes. Unfortunately, those are company dependent, but definitely in speeding up the time it takes you to order and get your product. And then we're an international company. We want to pay you in your US dollars directly into your bank account. We have a system that is able to pay our distributors every week. I'm sure everyone would like to get a check every week. Well, that's what we have. And we are partnering with different PayPal solutions to make sure that that facilitates even just a little simpler. But we're a little bit behind in terms of maybe understanding computers as Africans, slightly older generation, IT and computers scare us, but we're going to take a lot of that guesswork out and make it a lot more streamlined and a lot easier for your people, your members, to be able to know exactly what they need to do, how to do it, so that they can benefit quickly.
Right. We say our people. We say Aido. Aido. You heard what Paula said. Paula has already said it. Aido. We are Aidoas. We are
Aido.
Aidoas.
Yes, Aido.
Yes. That's what we wanted to hear. Jara, thank you very much. And may we continue and seeing our communities and seeing even as Aidoas, as Janice, let us all grow together. Right.
I appreciate it.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thank you very much. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, Lady Mpo. Something. Thank you. I think we are going to have a video before we go to Lady Mpo. Lady Mpo. May we have the video? May we have the sound?
Good evening, Thailand.
Africa is poverty. And I say Africa is very rich. Africa is rich because it has got people with dreams. If you don't have dreams, you will be poor for the rest of your life.
Right. I think we have our line. Our line is not so well right there. Do you want to take up the stage, Lady Mpo?
Yes.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Tell us more about Aido Jeunesse and your relationship and how your life has been changed so that you can inspire and even tell us where you were on that stage and talking so lovely about Africa.
Thank you so much, Princess Happy, for the opportunity. And thank you so much to Aido. We as Jeunesse Global, we are forever grateful for the opportunity that you have given to Team Ageless Africa and the people in Africa. And greetings to all protocol observed. Just to talk about that video, that was when I was in Thailand, and as a leader in Africa, I usually speak in those platforms. But let me just tell you a little bit about my background, and thank you so much to Paula and Jared. Really, Jeunesse would have been in Africa if it was not because of their patience and making sure that they indeed empower us. I have had 3 careers in my life. I had a career of being in a job for a very long time, because that's where all of us start. We are told from the very young age that go to school so that you can get a job. And that is what most of us will do, you know, go to school so that we can get a job. But I don't know about you. Many times, especially when you start growing in that job, you start thinking about when you retire, and if what you are doing is something that you want to do for the rest of your life. It happened with me. And I always believe that when questions like that or checkpoints like that happen, you know, it's more of a prayer, you know, and the universe hears what you say, and many times things do shift. And at that moment, I started looking into business. I had an amazing, huge business in South Africa. Those in automotive and petroleum who would know me. It was a recruitment agency. But at the same time, when I got there, I realized another reality, that when I was in a job, I was very privileged, and I did not really know what was happening outside. But now, when people who have retired come back to me and say, Mpo, we are retiring and we need something. People who have got qualifications saying we need something. You know, that was very difficult for me to handle. And by grace of God, forgive me because I am a believer. By the grace of God, young men, I'm saying young men, I saw young people on this call saying, this is what we need, this is what we don't need in Africa. But a young man came to me and showed me one video and say, do you know you can make a lot of money with this video? To cut the long story short, I got involved. Little did I know that I was getting into network marketing, because that is something that I would not even think of. I mean, when people talk to me about network marketing, I would just block it. And now I just realized that it was just another option. You have a job, You have a formal business and you have a network marketing as an option. And Paula has said mouthful about network marketing. When I realized that it really worked for me is when my mentor was saying, Mpo, you are no longer complaining about your cash flow. What is going on? And I said, there's this thing that I got involved with. And this thing, I take the money and pay my staff and stuff like that. So that was amazing. And that was a start of me respecting network marketing. Before, I was really using the money, disrespecting it. And most of the people that know what has made many people in Team Ageless achieve, they are just gonna appreciate what this option actually brings. And I always say, be a visionary. See things better than they really are. And you will attract many things in your life. And you know, business, I believe, is a spiritual game. Dr. Marco spoke about belief. Believing and hope is very important when you are in business, because you never know how your life and to what extent is going to be changed by something that you get involved in. But just having a big vision is not enough. Be a visionary that acts upon what they're envisioning. I mean, what is your vision today? It could be big, but if you're not going to act towards that, it is as good as not being there. We need to, as people, try to change our mindsets. I was forced to actually change my mindset towards this industry. And change your story as well. Because we have so many negative stories that we are carrying with us, and we forget that, you know, we need to be positive. We need to be talking positive things in our lives to make sure that we attract those. And learning, be willing to learn new skills. Because in everything that is new, there is something that you need to learn to actually move forward and position yourself in whatever you are willing to do. And plant a seed. I can't talk enough about planting a seed. And planting a seed, it means many things. Plant time, very time, and progress. Because through progress, that's where you see happiness. It's not about where you are going and arriving at a certain destination. It's through progress that you enjoy life. Be hungry. Be hungry and dream big, because that is the only way that you are going to be moved to actually do something. Your destiny is in your hands. You are in control, and never ever focus on money. For you to have a successful business, don't focus on money. Focus on adding value, because only be willing to be a servant and having a servant's heart. That is the only way that you are actually going to achieve. And that is what we are saying, us as Jeunesse, Aido or Aido Jeunesse. That's what we need to be doing. We need to have that big heart, that servant's heart, so that we serve the people of Africa. And I always say 2 is better than 1. If Team Ageless alone cannot reach the entire of Africa, the same way, Aido would need Team Ageless as well to help them with the skills. And, you know, now we are in churches, we are with some organizations, because organizations, what they do is for always begging for money. But we are saying, as Aido, let's take control. Let's be in charge. And all these good things that we want to do in the communities, let's say we can do them ourselves without going and begging, you know, people or other people to assist us. And I'm saying to you, Africa, if it is not now, then when? If it is not me, then who? The time is now for all of us to take charge, and not only to take charge to help our 4 members of our family, but to reach the communities that we live in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. If not now, then when? If not I, then who? Thank you for such powerful words. Thank you so much. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I just would like to remind you, you are at the Aido Network Business and Investment Conference, the final day, our second day. We had a very successful day yesterday. You've already heard from the speakers before me. And now today we are at the final where we are still celebrating culture meeting business. That is why you hear us still talking about business, and yet even saying we are still celebrating culture, because then if not us, then who will take it further? I would like to acknowledge as well that we have in our midst His Highness Papa Sande, who is the chairman of the Aido Ateke Cultural Union. I'm now tempted to be saying Aido, it's Ateke. So we thank him for his presence. We thank him for being our papa, and he has walked with us when we were still just toddling. Even now we are still wobbling, but the ship is steering to the right direction. Thank you very much. Don't forget, we are on social media. We are on social media on all platforms. Right about now, I wanted Dr. Makoba to just take a breather, because he knew I'm coming to him. Dr. Makoba, you are on Aido Youth. So you were also, all of us, we are on Aido, you are on Aido Youth. You have seen the benefits of being on Jeunesse. You come from Fosloras, just like all of us. As the member said, as we have heard with your CEO as well from Jeunesse, that they come from that background. I'm sure you can relate. With the benefits that you've seen and the advantages of being on this network marketing and being a student, even yourself, and a young person, what are you advising our youth, or how are you going to be helping them to see the same benefits as you have seen in Aido?
Thank you so much, Your Royal dignitaries, Princess Tepi, all excellencies, kings and queens. I thank you and observe the protocol being on Aido Network. Thank you so much. To go into your question, if I may answer very palatably, earlier on we saw students, activists, as well as young generational youth speaking, like Clive Smith, our own chairperson of the Youth League membership, which is Tebisile. We saw them speak about the cultural exchanges between 2 different types of countries, like Koko, Shea Butter from different types of countries. All of that needs capital. So my advice to young students is that we have, as the young youth, as the chairman of Team as Africa, we have propagated a system that has allowed us to use Jeunesse Global as a bank for us to start traditional businesses instead of going to the bank and being in deficit. I mean, if the pandemic right now has hit, and just one example, if I can buy a hotel, just one room, to allow people to come and stay there. Imagine if the pandemic has hit so hard and I'm in debt, how will I pay them back? So we then shifted our mindsets and improved it to a system, as Dr. Marco says, where we can't complain. We can only find solutions and be positive. So even my master's degree was paid by Jeunesse Global. My PhD is still being paid by Jeunesse Global. So the solution to this is, what other platforms, online, offline, with no heavy startup capital, can you find for you to start and exchange this business? At the moment, as I'm speaking, through Aido, and I repeat, through Aido, I'm waiting for my first consignment from Uganda. My shea butter is going to arrive in South Africa, where we are going to open up a hair type of product for Africans. So we have already started to merge as youngsters. Again, I use the capital from Jeunesse to engage the system. Coffee, restaurants in the township of Fossors. So we've already begun the marriage. And thanks so much to Aido for this platform, Aido Jeunesse, Aido Business, as well as ACCS for all this collaboration. Hold this big event. Thank you so much.
Okay. Host, you muted me. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Makoba with such passion. My word, you have turned your life around through Jeunesse. And thank you for mentioning, because I was gonna say so that you have already heard the comments from the youth. So we know that we are our youth, and even yourself being with Aido, we are steering to the right direction. And may we see those relationships growing. May we see that shea butter coming in and share with us. Now, don't keep quiet when it is here. Share with us those dollars. I know that you earn in dollars. Share with us all. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Mempo, do we have a chance for the video, or we move forward? Because I saw earlier on we had a challenge with the video. Unmute yourself, madam.
No, let's move forward. Let's go to Amma.
We are now going to the draw.
Yes, I'm changing hats. I am coming in as Aido Marketing Director now.
Great. You see now, this is the power of Mbogoto. Clive said so earlier on. Woohoo, Mbogoto. That's how women do it. So now, do you carry on? Thank you.
Yes. Amma?
Thank you, Lady Mpo. Thank you, Princess Tepi. Thank you, Aido, for this opportunity. My name is Amma Amufa. I am the Deputy Secretary General for Aido. And where we are now is the biggest show of it all. Where we are now is where we make money. We all heard about Jeunesse. They are walking the talk. They are not just walking, they are walking the talk. So they're going to make it happen. Today, all the billionaire talk we heard is the opportunity for 3 people through Aido to walk away and become a part of this multi-billion organization. They are not just going to be anybody, their lives are going to be changed because Aido enabled it. You saw all the serum, you heard about stem cells, you heard about all the beautiful things that Jeunesse can do. I am convinced. If you're not, wait and see. So how this works, Aido in the previous week has given opportunity not just to Aido members, but to other people to enter a competition where they stand the chance of winning a total of up to 3,000 US dollars, 3,000 USD, not just for a person, not just for 2, 3 people are going to walk away. By the end, I shut up, I finished talking, and they are going to be potential billionaires because of Aido and through Jeunesse. So they're going to win this, and Jeunesse is going to manage them. You all heard Paula, you're going to have the logistics, you're going to have all the back office, you will have everything, just as Dr. Makoba sits there so handsomely, you would have the potential, just as you saw Lady Mpo going away to Thailand and talking, you will have the potential. I think I'm talking too much. This is how it will run. We have tried to make it very fair and very visible. So we are going to use a website. I'll be sharing my screen in a minute. Now the website will be known as random.org. We have compiled the entrants who gave all the right answers into an Excel file, which I'll be showing to everybody as well. And then right here, live, we will all see and select who comes first, who comes second. Now, just to make it fair, if you all can see the screen, when we see the first name, I don't even want to be the one to call out. I want to give somebody out there, if the organizers give the chance to call out who was the first winners. We'll be selecting 3 people. So we will be doing this 3 times. So here we go. Bear with me whilst I do this now, and I'll be sharing my screen. Here we go now. Yes.
My little young man, I love him. Ed.
I'm not screaming. Okay. Right. So here we have the website. If you can see, can everybody see the website, please?
Yes,
I'll
we
have
can.
Yeah, lovely. So that is the website we'll be using. Now, on another screen, if I can share the two, I'll also be sharing the Excel sheet with everybody's name.
Mommy, I want. Where's my cup? Mommy.
We're still going on. We want some background music, if it will not disturb, but still bear with me whilst we do this. We copy the names.
Mommy, I want green X.
Okay.
Green X.
And then this is me. Pasted all the names on there. Can you all see the names I've entered? I can go up and down. There it is. Can everybody see the names on there?
Mommy.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Greeny X.
Good.
Greeny X.
Somebody's going to be a winner now. Someone is just going to be a winner. So now,
Greeny X.
the raffle is going on now. And as the raffle goes on, we are going to be getting who becomes the winner. Now, as you watch, I'm going to be pressing randomize. So it is purely random, not pre-decided. Names are over there. These are people who entered. And we are going to I'm going to click. Okay. There we go. Can someone call out the very number one name? That is our first winner. Let's give chairman, the chairpresident of Aido. If he can see the screen, Mr. President, call out the first winner of the Aido Juniors.
The first winner is Akelo Florence, Akelo Rachel. The second one.
No, chair. Only number one. Wait. We will do this again, chair. You are in a rush, don't worry. So,
Rachel Akelo.
So all attendees, all you, Rachel Akelo, now, if you didn't believe it, dreams do come true. You are a winner, made possible by Aido and Jeunesse. So we go back again to the original list.
Oh, I missed.
Are we ready? Is somebody's stomach churning like mine? The next winner will be called by Her Excellency, Mrs. Eganda. So get ready, Mrs. Eganda. Pray very hard for whoever. It could be you, you know, if you entered. Okay, here we go. Are we ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Woo!
Oh, yes, and I'm very excited to announce that the next winner is Tembisile Muhua. Congratulations, Tembisile.
Congratulations, TM.
There we go.
Really
happy days. Tembisile Mahua. We have your emails here. Now, do we wait a minute? Do we wait a minute, or do we want to know who the next winner is? Are we ready to know?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
We will.
Yes.
There we go. Final winner. Woo-hoo! Stomach churning. There we go. What is going on? Why are you all laughing?
Equity Bank.
And then you should give it out. Does it need the Princess Steffi? Wait, I don't see Equity Bank here, Princess Steffi. If you're going to call her, call the name.
Yes, Winifred Wanjuri
That's
is with the bank.
You see, this is what Aido does. This is what Aido likes to do. And this is what Jeunesse gives the opportunity to do. So we have your names. You'll be hearing from us and Jeunesse with all the details and every opportunity. But it wasn't a joke. This was meant to happen and it has happened. 3,000 US dollars gone. Oh, should it have come my way? But here we are. We are happy we made this happen. So congratulations to the winners. Congratulations. And thank you, Jeunesse. Thank you, Aido, for making this happen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you. Back to you, Princess T.
Thank you, Aido, for giving us yet another opportunity to make a difference. We know we were involved with sanitizers, with PPEs. We are not strangers with Aido. I change hats all the time, but we are grateful for the opportunity of changing lives. We can play the video now, just so that people know what they have won. And thank you from Jeunesse. Thank you. We love you all.
Thank you so much.
Video C. Thank you. And that's it.
The sound. Sound, please. Unmute.
There's no sound, just read them.
Jeunesse Global Africa will be participating in the upcoming Aido Network virtual business and investment event taking place on the 20th and 21st of November 2020. I would like to invite all of you to participate. We at Jeunesse Global Africa will be sponsoring 3 individuals to be part of the Aido Jeunesse family in the following ways. Enter a competition and stand a chance to win a business seed injection and be a partner in a billion-dollar company. The 3 winners will each receive the following: an opportunity to own a business in a leading online business trading in more than 147 countries and 6 continents, a package of youthful body enhancement products, which will be delivered to your doorstep anywhere in the world, a continuous support, training, and mentorship by the industry's top leaders and experts, all the marketing material and business tools you need, a business bank accounts powered by Equity Bank in all the countries where they all have the presence. All the above exciting packages to the value of over 3,000 US dollars. For more details on how to enter the competition and to know more about the Jeunesse business opportunity, please be part of the Zoom briefings on the following dates: the 14th, 16th, and 18th of November, starting at 8 p.m. SA time. Zoom link will be shared in different platforms. The final draw will be at the Aido Network Virtual Conference on the 21st of November 2020. Indeed, Africa is ready to partner in business and prosperity. Look forward to seeing you then.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mempo, do you have the parting words?
I am very,
as we conclude.
Thank you so much. We are so grateful to be part of Aido, and we have all been welcomed with warm hands for one purpose only: changing lives. Let's continue to change one life at a time. Before we know it, there'll be many of Africans whose lives would have been changed. Thank you very much, Aido. Keep on changing lives. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's how we do it at Aido. Other 3 people, potential billionaires, they have just won a wonderful whopping USD 3,000 package, including marketing, products, and everything that they need, even being helped, being mentored without paying a cent, without paying for rent of any office. Thank you very much to Aido Summit. Thank you for the platform. Thank you for this relationship. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move forward. We are now really nearing the end of our session of today. May we please hear from cultural space from Southern Africa. Southern Africa, and by the way, your program director is the vice president of Southern Africa, Aido Southern Africa, even if I have to say so. They say don't blow your own horn, but if not me, who else? Can we have Princess Nikki Webam, Director, Royal People Development Services, founder and chairperson, African Youth Indigenous Leaders. May we have hello? Hello? Your Highness? Do we have Mr. Ramabaga Abel Timule, who is the owner of a poultry farm and consultant in mining and agriculture?
Okay, I'm here.
Thank you very much. Do your presentation, Madam.
Okay, it's an evening on my side. Greetings to His Excellencies, the President of Aido. I'd also like to greet the kings and the queens, the panel, the guests that have spoken for the 2 days of this Aido Business Summit. I'm Princess Nikki Webam from the Mbondo-Mise Kingdom in the Eastern Cape here in South Africa. I will be presenting on culture. That is, I will be just going through the cultures that are here in South Africa. Princess, do I have a presentation there, the slides? Is there anyone that is assisting me with the slides?
Hello?
All right, I think I should just continue talking. South Africa is one of the mostly diverse countries in Africa. So even though we are still colonized, because even the word South Africa is just a geographic description, but it's previously known as Azania, because if we talk of South Africa, it's like we're saying it's the south of our lovely continent, which is Africa. So, but I will definitely present on the 9 provinces that we have, starting from KZN, we have KwaZulu-Natal. So in KwaZulu-Natal, we have the Zulu Kingdom. So I will say the Zulu Kingdom because that is currently what we have in that area. But we also have the Hlubi Kingdom under His Majesty King Langalbalele II. The Zulu Kingdom being under His Majesty King Zwelithini. Then we have a mixed tribe in KZN, which is KwaZulu-Natal. We have mostly some tribes come from the Eastern Cape, from different kingdoms as well, due to the migrations and the civil wars that have taken place. So you'll find different clans, different cultures, and so on. But what we know about the Zulu people is that they are very, very, very proud of their culture. So when you come up, come to the Eastern Cape. So in the Eastern Cape, you will find your Xhosa people, you will find Amampondo, you will find Amampondo Mise, you will also find Amahlubi. So Amahlubi is one of the groups that have integrated a lot in most of the cultures here in South Africa. You will find Amahlubi in most of other countries, including Swaziland. Okay, so in the Eastern Cape, we have Amampondo. So I think if someone can actually just move with the slide, because I don't have the control, but just keep moving. Okay, so in the Eastern Cape, we have Amampondo. They have their own language, which is still in development, because remember in South Africa, we might have 12 official languages, but we still have indigenous people that still want to bring their own languages. For instance, Amahlubi, they have their own language that they are still developing right now with the language board. We also have Amampondo, Abomtrampim. In the Eastern Cape, we have Amampondo Mise, which is also one of the nations that have integrated a lot in the Xhosa tribes because of colonization and because of migrating to different places within the Eastern Cape. And we actually lost a lot of the culture. We lost also the languages and so on. So I can't really say that what language do Amampondo Mise speak, but we still have Amampondo, which are closely related to Amampondo Mise. You will find Amatembu. Also, when you look into the cultures in the Eastern Cape, you find that when it comes to language, if I'm from the side of Mthatha, Qunu, Ngobo, I might speak a slightly different language compared to someone that comes from the Ciskei region, that is close to East London, close to King Williamstown, and so on. So when you get to that region, we have a kingdom there that is known as Amahaghabe. So that is still part of the Xhosa kingdom. So we have Gcaleka and Amahaghabe. That is part of the Xhosa kingdom. So they are different. The way that we dress is not different, but you will find that there are certain things like in our language that you'll hear, even when you describe the beads that we wear and their originality, there is always it's similar, but not exactly the same. So we do differ a bit according to the areas where we are. And in the Eastern Cape, we also have Abatembu, Basehode. So it's also not as different from the Tembus that is under His Majesty King Zwelibanze Dalindyebo, which is based in Mthatha. Okay, so we have Amahlubi, Amaxhosa, Amampondo, Amampondo Mise, Abatembu. We have Amambomvana in the Eastern Cape. You will see that when we have Idugu, you know, if maybe you can show my picture, we have Idugu. So you'll see from the way that we would design Idugu to that we actually from different regions in the Eastern Cape. The way we dance, the way the women, you'll find women dressing up in what we call isikaka, which is made from a sheep skin. The women take the sheep skin, and they will remove the wool and clean it. and they will make something like a skate. So we call that isikaka. But when you come to other areas, you find that women, when they wear isikaka, they are actually wearing umbhaco, and they also name it as isikaka, but it's different. So what we wear, it's what we call umbhaco, which is this cotton always decorated with beads and stuff. But also for women, we have iskaka, that is like women, married women, because it's mostly for certain rituals. You don't find it women just wearing it. You'll find women wearing it for certain rituals, for certain occasions that are also sacred to that particular clan. Okay, then we have different kinds of beads. Most of the time, the beads actually say a lot. Even though our culture is a bit distorted, we, as the new generation, we still have a lot to learn in terms of what colors and what it means. And some of you might maybe know of the Zulu culture, where they have what they call a love letter. So they actually make some beads, some designs that speak a language, because our culture says a lot about us. The way we dress says a lot about us. The colors that we wear says a lot about us. The blue colors from KwaZulu-Natal, you find that if you're not married, you cannot put the black skates or the black hat, but it actually differs, especially with designs as well. But if you're wearing blue and maybe other colors, it actually says that you are available, you are not yet married. So then you will find that the beads that you wear, the colors that you wear, they represent something. A man must know that this lady is still available. This lady is not married. This woman is married. This one is still ichichi. That means still a virgin, you know, because if you check in KwaZulu-Natal, they still preserve their culture. They still have the girls, the maidens that go and get checked if they haven't actually, yeah. So, well, yes. So we still have such things that are happening. And even with the Xhosas, we have Inkiyo. So Inkiyo actually is the beads that young girls used to wear, and they will only cover their front part, and the back will just be out, and you won't really mind. As a young girl, you will walk on the streets wearing like that, and your breast out, you know. So like that is what we see currently, even with the Amachichi, the maiden girls from KZN, from Swaziland, and so on. So it's our culture. That is how we've always sort of know, okay, this one is still a virgin, this one is no longer a virgin, because of the way you dress and because of the beads that you wear. And also, if in the Mpondo land, Amampondo, the Mpondos, they also have the beads. So there, if you're wearing one color of the beads, it shows that you still, you haven't actually met a lot of men. But when you wear a bead with a lot of colors as a woman, it actually, okay, you have been to maybe different relationships and you are not yet married. And it's different when it comes to men. You'll find that with men, if you have a lot that you have been shelling amantombazana, that means the girls like you, the girls like you, and the way they show their admiring and so on is through making such beads for you. Okay, can you please stop here so that I can just cover all the cultures, then I will talk about food. All right, so the beads, I still believe that some people think that beads are for sangomas or traditional healers or something. It's not like that. It's because as people, as Black people, we are spiritual and we get some gifts from our ancestors, which we have to accept. And when you accept a calling, you will have to be the way that your ancestors have been. You practice what they have practiced because you accept a gift from someone who is as for our occasion as accessories, but they are always given a certain design. For instance, you will see that they wear black and white, they wear red and white, they wear yellow, they actually mix colors. Even those birds that they wear, they also have meanings behind. You will know that there are people that will say ndithwasa isinguni, izozilami like ngumndau. So when you hear such things, Nguni, Munzau, Xhosa, and so on, these are the people that have lived during those times that actually now say, look, here is a gift for you. This is what I want you to do. And the way that dance is also ancient, you know, it's like the olden days dance. That's why sometimes if you find groups that are dancing like traditional dances, you'll find that they actually dance like sangomas. It's because that is the traditional, that is the indigenous way of dancing. It doesn't make them sangomas, but they are like sort of doing the way that is needed, the way that is like sort of close to original, if I may say. All right, so I move from the Eastern Cape, I come to the Ndebele Nation in Gauteng, Mpumalanga. I think you have seen the pictures. In the Ndebele Nation, you'll find that we have King Makosonga Mabena, we have His Majesty King Maboko Mahlangu, and we also have a lot of other clans and indigenous groups in the Mpumalanga region. They wear those beautiful blankets, like the rainbow ones, your red, yellow, and blue. They are very famous with their paintings and their designs. Currently, if you go to the shops, you'll find Rice Tastic is actually having a Ndebele design. So they are very famous on that. It's business. You'll find they are very creative. They paint your hat, your shoes, your walls, everything, you know, they have that beautiful painting and talent. So in Mpumalanga region, you also, this side, you'll find Amandebele, but you also find other tribes like Abapedi. Then in Mpumalanga, you will find Amaswati, because if you check towards Swaziland, there's a fence there. I can't call it a border, you know. There is a fence there that was normally used to just control cattle from moving too far and so on, you know. And now, unfortunately, the Europeans put borders there and they started to separate our countries. But in Mpumalanga region, you will find the Swatis, you will find the Ndebeles, like I've mentioned. You'll also find other groups like the Bedouins, because we know with demarcations and stuff, they actually sort of also mix cultures. Then you'll move to Limpopo, you'll find the Tsongas, you'll find the Bedis. And also, if we check, you'll also find Matokwa and all other nations there. You will see that there is a lot of similarities in different clans. You'll see that also their originality. Most of these tribes, they are coming from Lesotho, they are coming from Botswana, because when you get to Northern Cape, to Northwest, you'll find that the Tswanas there, some of them actually moved to Limpopo, and some they have sort of integrated with the Pedis, but they're actually not the Pedis. So you always see these cultures in different areas, and you will see that even the way they dress, the Pedis will dress like your Khoisan, will dress like your Zulus, you'll dress like your Tswanas, you know. Actually, that shows that we are one, you know, we are one people, we are from one ancestors and so on. So we are not so different. Even the way we love colors, because when you go to the Betis, you'll see they are very colorful. When you go to the Xhosas, very colorful. You know, we are very colorful people. Color always means something to us. And we have Tswanas here in South Africa, which is also mixed with some groups like Amakalanga. And the way they dance, you'll also see when you go towards Namibia, you go to other countries around the SADC region, you'll always see, okay, these people are dancing the same. It's like the Ngoni people in Malawi, they do have the rhythm that is closer to the Xhosas as well, because these people, actually, some of them migrated from here in South Africa, others from KZN towards Malawi, Zambia, and Tanzania. So when you check, you find that we always have things that are very similar to us. And when we dance, we can always catch up, because we are people of music, we are people of dance, we are people of beautiful things. And you'll see in Limpopo as well, we do have the vendors. You'll find the Tsongas, you'll find a lot of cultures. I'm sorry if I miss I miss some of them, you know, because I always embrace all of them here in South Africa. Sometimes I even dress in different traditional clothing just to show my love for the culture and to embrace the similarities that we have. We also have rituals, we have similar things, similar procedures in terms of marriage, similar procedures in terms of rites of passages. We do take girls to initiation and boys to initiation. And there are different stages. That's why sometimes I don't like that word youth, because it doesn't really tell the different stages that one goes through, because we have girls that reach 16 years, we have girls that reach 21 years, and then you maybe you are ready for marriage, you know, but there are different teachings that you get in different stages of your life. So sometimes when we talk about youth culturally, I think it's a democratic term, because it just is one of the alignments that maybe your government will say, okay, if you're age of 35 and less, you are youth. And some people actually think that being youth is being young, you know, you still have a lot of time to play around. But if we can start to instill these different stages, to say at the age of 16, you must be able to stand up for yourself, because you already have a passport, start making those millions that Sis will always talk about and inspire us as young people about. So if we can start to use the different stages in life, and at age of 21, you must have your own house, maybe your own car, and you have sort of develop your own company, you know, because you cannot wait until you're 35 and then you think that you are an adult, you know. So we need to start to redefine these terms on a cultural perspective. We do have different dances. I will just mention in Venda, there is that famous dance, like sort of form a long thing that is like a snake, and they move and so on. So I think that dance is also a certain group of girls at a certain stage perform such a dance. You know, sometimes it's a celebration, maybe if they are from initiation, they maybe learned a lot of things and so on. So there are different groups, there are different types of dances per group. We have Amabuto, we have just Abafana, Bancane, and so on. So all in all, South Africa is very rich. If you come to Gauteng, you will find almost all the countries that are from in Africa. You'll find everyone here in Gauteng, and we always embrace different cultures, different languages, and so on. So we are people that also love our food. We love meat. We love to drink our traditional foods and stuff. So if you can check now on the slide, I think they can move on. That is like how we cook. We still use those 3 pots, even though there's electricity now, but we still embrace. If you go home, there is no way that you can use electricity throughout without actually using wood and that 3-legged pot to prepare the food, because a home is a home because of that smoke. There must be that smoke to show that there are still people there. Imagine if we can just use electricity and never create any fire, you know. It's like, I don't know how I can describe it, but it's not a home if there is no fire, you know. It's not warm. It's not warm. If you check on the pictures, you'll see amasonja. This is the traditional food that you'll find in Limpopo. You'll find in most of other Limpopo. They call it amasonja. So it's one of their traditional meals. And also you see those children, it's samp. Okay, we call it samp and beans now in shops, but we actually make this at home. We actually make this at home. You put your maize there, your mealies, and you stamp it, and you remove the ikafu. Well, and then you'll cook your stamped mealies there, and with your beans that you'll take from your garden. And then you'll see the pictures there. That is umqombothi. That is our traditional beer. And it used to take time to make it, but nowadays we just go and buy amabele, buy sorghum, and cook the porridge, mix the following day and drink on the 3rd day. But this used to be one of the best experiences that we'll have at home, you know, especially when there's that big ritual where all your clan from different towns, as long as they are Ngabane, they will be there. You used to call it Isheshegu. That's when you have seen that things are no longer going well in your clan and you want to go to your ancestors and speak to them and probably ask if people are getting sick and all that. So you will have all the clan from different areas and they will be sitting there preparing that, and it will be prepared by the girls, not by the women that have married in that clan. It will be prepared by abo auntie, the aunts, on our heads to show respect and, well, to show that we are home, but women will dress up traditionally. All right, please, if you can just move the slide. Okay, can you just move the slide? Okay, all right, so let me just wrap up. In terms of food, when you go to the Eastern Cape, we eat uputu, which is like the dry porridge with amasi, but different cultures actually love it, but they call it differently. Others like to use soft porridge to put amasi on. We don't. Others use the iputu to mix with inyama, like meat and so on. But we don't. We just use amasi for that. And if you go to other areas, Amandebele and so on, you'll find that we eat inkobe. I don't know what they call it, but it's actually maize that is cooked as it is, and then it will be mixed with your other grain foods like amazimba, and all the healthy stuff. You know, when you eat this food, it's very healthy. You know. Then, yes, like I've mentioned, we have pap, we have umngqusho. Sometimes it's mixed with peanuts, sometimes it's mixed with peanut butter and so on. So it's one of the lovely food that we eat. So we eat almost similar things across South Africa, but it's cooked differently. Sometimes they will take like green stuff like imifino. We call it imifino. They will mix it with meal. and we eat that as well in the Eastern Cape. Sometimes they will take your pumpkins or watermelon, you mix, we call it umqa, and they also do it in other cultures, but they call it with the other different names. But you'll find similarities in everything that we eat. In South Africa, we also have places of interest, like those ones that you are seeing here, which is the cradle of humankind. It's actually here in Gauteng, just behind Krugersdorp. And we also have places of worship. Remember that as Africans, we use mountains. We go to the mountains, we seek rain. We have our sacred places. We go to the rivers, we talk to the waters, we go to the forest, we talk to the forest and all that, you know, because we believe that these are the places where our ancestors are. These are the places where we can actually say, now we have drought, please, we need rain, and so on. So you'll go to Limpopo, you'll go to Njalele, you'll find very sacred places there. You go to Lesotho, side, you'll find mountains, you'll find springs where people go and fetch water. Like for instance, there is a mountain here that is in Glokolen, where the prophetess Mansumba was used to stay there. And you'll find that there's a spring there that does not dry out. And that spring, in years ago, like plus minus, it's plus 100 years, that's when there was drought in that area, people used to go to that spring and fetch water. Even today, the spring is still there. People always go to such areas to find healing. You'll go to Port St. John's. There is a place in Port St. John's that is called Isinuka. Isinuka has got water and mud, you know. So it's like it's boiling, but it's just mud and water. People go there when they are sick. If you are sick, you go there, you put out, you are healed, and so on. But you know, when white people find these areas, they tend to document a lot. They tend to come in, they take pictures, they take videos and all that. Sometimes they even put fence around and start to charge people to go to such places. And when you start to do that in a natural place that our ancestors are actually providing us as part of healing, and you start to commercialize it and all that, these places actually stop doing what they are supposed to do. So many of our sacred places are destroyed because of such things. People don't respect. Go to such places and you find that people are taking photos and so on. So even in Port St. John's, they did the same thing. They wanted people to pay when they go there, and Isinuka dried out. That place just dried out, and it actually happened in another area where it started to have this spring water, the mud coming up, like it's always like, it looks like it's boiling. And when you are sick, you actually go there. So we do have mountains of places of worship, very sacred places. Some of these places, you cannot just go there as an ordinary person. You must have someone that is actually guiding you, who understands spiritual things, who can take you there. It's not ubutagat, it's not witchcraft, but this is how we connect to our ancestors and how we get healed as spiritual beings. And there's so much, but at the same time, what we need now, we need to actually use the talents, our cultures, to actually create as well the economy, you know, not with the sacred places, but with our cultures. As I've mentioned, Amandebele, Amaxhosa, we have crafts, we have people that actually make a lot of these things. You will understand even way back before we were slaved, we used to have these artifacts that are currently in the museums now in Britain and other European countries, where they're actually making money with our ancestral artifacts. They used gold, we had treasures, you know. We made statues and so on, a lot of things that were very dear to our ancestors that we actually need now. those European countries to bring them back. You understand that even Ghana is building a Pan-African museum. So such things can be beneficial to us. We need those museums. We need to reconnect to our ancestors and to understand how they have lived. And we can only do such things when we actually look into such historical things that they have made. And currently, we do start to make ingqawe, like the pots from clay and so on. And these are the activities that we can even do with girls, with the youth and in our communities to decorate and sell such things. So there is a lot of potential in terms of economic development in our cultures and our heritage, and even the places that we have, you know, the mountains. There's a lot of beautiful things that we can think of. And that is why we think that even our brothers that are in other countries can still come back. We have a lot of land here who can still teach you, give you all the attires. You can be Xhosa if you want, you can be Mutlokwa, you can be Lesotho if you want. You know, we welcome you. We want all of you to come back home, come back to where you actually belong. For you. I really want to thank Aido for the opportunity to present something that is dear to my heart, the culture. And we would really do promote unity, and we still believe that our culture really does unite, and it reminds us of who we are and where we come from. Thank you so much, Chairperson, Princess Tepi. Thank you so much.
Wow, so informative. Thank you very much for taking us through and reminding us who we are. Brandy is finished where he is, Princess Nikki. Well, thank you very much. Brandy wanted she was so interested so much to hear how you are shaming us to say those that are now wearing many colors like myself, what does it mean with my crown? So Brandy, please, I'll talk to you on the side. Thank you very much for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us go right along to our technical team. Please help us as we welcome Undabezitha, Commander of the Regiment of the Zulu Warriors, His Excellency Sibusiso Shandu. Please let us prepare his presentation. Ndabezitha, will you please take up the stage? Do we have his presentation? Right, while we are still busy waiting for Undabezitha to take up the stage, and then also his presentation coming through, let me take this opportunity once more just to say thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for still holding up with us on this final day of our summit, of our virtual conference, where yesterday we started with also very engaging. How wonderful was the Ndlovu presentation last night, good people. It just took us to another level. We're so proud of Ndlovu. And also let me take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, and Equity Bank as well. They presented, and they are our sponsors. You heard even today, they presented. Jeunesse as well. They already have been so actively involved with IDOAs. They have come through during the COVID-19 when we were still in the rife of it, and they came and they donated in various forms. Also, let us take opportunity to say thank you to Reps and Sons that have been traveling with IDO for many years, you know, from inception until now, and all others of our sponsors. And the best sponsor is you, and you to our guests for being with us for these 2 days and staying with us throughout this program, enjoying this ride, being informed, and learning along with us as well. Bear with us where we have encountered some glitches. Even right now, are we ready, good people? Are we ready? Ndabezita, are you there? Can we unmute him? I know that he is on. Do we have another video that we can play of Batlokwa while he's coming on? My goodness. Okay. Ndabezita. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that video.
Of Aido Business Forum. Hello everyone, my name is Nakia Dramani Sam, Young Peace Ambassador from Ghana, and welcome to this year's edition of Aido Business Forum. It's a start that our future is looking bleak. It's a sign that most of us, the children, are not being taught our culture, our heritage. If you do not know who you are, where you're from, and your culture and your heritage, where do you think you're going? Amazing when the Creator created the world. He designed them differently with different names. Everything has its own purpose and aims. Different kinds of human beings to form the world. Please let me ask you one thing. Who is wiser than God? When he gave us different identities with special places to stay on earth. My culture, your culture, our culture. The unique way to show who I am. I am African. My respect to the elderly person, the chiefs, and my parents. The way I dress, talk, eat, sing, and dance is my culture. Taking a side journey to the North Africa. Moving down to the south is amazing. Turning the compass to the East Africa and the west keeps the rich African culture blazing. But it's like the sun is fading away. Even though it's not night, same skin. Why and what makes us fight? Look, let me tell you something. I wasn't born in Africa, but Africa was born in me. Thank you and have a refreshing time at this business summit.
My name is Lady Reverend Dr. Abinate, the Executive Director of Aido Network, Ghana. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. Welcome to our Business and Investment Summit 2020. Indeed, you would love to be a citizen of my proud country, Ghana. Come with me. I'd like to show you something. Aqua. Thank you.
Nana Asamoah Sechi the First. I'm the Nkosohene of Dewu Ekwapim, located at the uphills of the eastern region of Ghana. I am also an active Aido member in Ghana, and I work with Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority as the Learning and Development Manager. Dewu is one of the 7 Okre-speaking languages of the Ekwapim region. We are mostly Christians, but we also encourage other religious bodies like Muslims, Buddhists, etc. Dewu celebrates Ojura Festival. We celebrate it at the 4th quarter, or the last quarter of every year. That is around October, November. And we mostly encourage or maintain our traditional norms. The Ojura Festival is celebrated to promote peace, to promote love, encourage unity, and also development. The people of Dewu have a reputation of patriotism, being progressive in terms of development in the community. There are interesting places in Dewu, that is the tourist attractions that we have. Mostly are waterfalls. We have about 3 or 4. That is the Boti Falls, Asinema Waterfalls, Aka Waterfalls, because the town is, the Okre towns are situated within rocks, and it is very interesting to see. The water comes out of the rocks, which makes it very natural, traditional, and interesting. I would here encourage all visitors, all tourists who visit Ghana to come to the eastern region of Ghana, locate Dewu on the Okre district, come and visit and see the interesting places that we have.
Fafa Waname, Queen of the Ewe community in Ashema municipality, Greater Accra region, Ghana, and a member of Aido Ghana. Like all Ghanaian ethnic groups, I come from an area of a rich background. As we all know, the terms culture refer to the arts, custom, beliefs, values, behavior, habits, food, and lifestyle that characterize a given society of people of a nation. We therefore, by definition, have a dance, naming, dressing style, social and various numerous culture activities that defines my ethnic group. My role as a Queen Mother involves various traditional and developmental pageants. I am responsible for peace in my community, dispute resolution, women empowerment, as well as serving as advisor for the Traditional Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that video. Thank you very much. Sorry about those glitches. I hope we still have our people on the online. Do we have Undabezitha Shandu, the commander of the Zulu regiment? Can you please come on? Undabezitha Sibusiso Shandu. Ndabezitha. Undabezitha, please come on. It looks like we will, if we are having the connection problems, we will pass right along. Have we done Ghana or are we gonna still do Ghana? Can we have Eswatini? Can we cross over to Eswatini if we are not able to get Ondabezita Shandu? We can have our Prince Lugelo from Eswatini. Nkosi? Prince Lungelo from Eswatini. There we go. Thank you. All right. Okay. There we have Commander Sbusis is online. We saw his face there. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
My humblest apologies to the Aido network. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Continue, Ndabezit.
Thanks. So, all right. Can I please just skip through the formalities and observe all protocol? I know it's rather disrespectful, but for the purpose of saving time, I humbly request that I just jump straight into what I'll be discussing. I'll be speaking about tourism and the art industries in the Zulu Kingdom. What is in the Zulu Kingdom? A colorful and dynamic arts and culture, 300 recognized royal houses, 5 national festivals, rich and epic history tracing from the Nile Valley, amazing wildlife, fauna and flora, including the Big Five, beautiful weather all year round, and breathtaking geography. For the sake of time, I will try to go off script and speak about the most essential aspects of my presentation. In terms of the arts and culture, AmaZulu are taught how to perform from as early as the performing arts before we are even able to speak. We have what is called ihubo. We have what is called isilolozelo. which a child will hear when they are still an infant. These are songs or hymns, because this is sacred music that will be performed to the child in order to rock them to sleep, lullabies, slorozel. And then you have Ihubo, which is an ancient indigenous hymnal music coming all the way from the Nile Valley. This is something that exists within each and every family and within each and every peer group. Some scholars have gone as far as saying that every musical form from the Zulu kingdom originates from Ihubo. The most popular art form in the Zulu kingdom or amongst people of the Zulu kingdom is this happens because of the commercial appeal in the late 70s, and it's also commercially viable in the present day. Everyone who is able to sing and play an instrument sings maskandi. The playing of musical instruments is something that was taught by grandparents, particularly grandmothers, and they would pass down the music of the family on both sides, the man that she married into, that being the family of the now grandchild. And this instrument will be performed throughout the child's childhood, adolescence, and eventually as an adult. Depending on how good the child is or the artist is, they will then be able to make a living out of it. This is where I think we could be exploiting the arts and what we now know to be Europe. The court musician was born out of similar circumstances, trained how to play a musical instrument at home, and then go on to make a living, not just with music, but with other art forms. We have uksena, whether it's uksena with ihubo. Uhubo, as I explained, the indigenous music, uksena meaning to dance. You have ukulingisa, which is to, you have ukbaza, meaning to sculpture or to cut out of. These are art forms that are relegated to the crafts because of what the colonial theory has dictated than what is in the first world, which is perceived as being art. So the notion goes that in Europe, there is art, just like there is art music. But in Africa and the third world, there are crafts and there is traditional music. In a recent public gathering, a lady says that we should never allow ourselves to be relegated to what is known as tradition or traditional. In order to save and record forever, so as to document, we should always aspire to what is called classical. Just like Ihubo is not a traditional form of music, it is a classical, ancient, indigenous music that African people have been performing for as long as there have been human beings on this planet. Are we still together? Are you, Princess Sebi?
We can still hear you. We can still hear you.
Thank you. What I would like to articulate in very clear terms, art in Africa is cement. And this is why it has been difficult for those of us who hold it dear to our hearts to be able to exploit. There's also an element of not being educated enough about the practice of the arts. People have the most amazing skills in terms of the skill sets that they're able to reach base. This is something that comes out of an ancient Kemetic tradition, the notion of man knowing thyself in order to be thyself. There is the idea or expression of knowledge of self. So when one knows that ihubo lasemambatheni is impi sayinika ngebheshu, they have a greater understanding of the significance thereof. And this is where the compositional style and the performance style of any member of the family is artists and scholars speaking about a particular school of thought in that particular art form. And I think this is something that was derived from us and yet also during the colonial period, because a lot of what we wrote was taken away and then we were told that we were unable to write, yet the first manuscripts on earth were written by African people. The very notion of writing, what we now call a piece of paper, was emulated or created from the idea of papyrus or papyrus. And this is how things were recorded before what we now know to be the Western way of life. Composition of the Zulu Kingdom. There are 300 recognized Nguni nations that make up the Zulu Kingdom. Before the colonization of the kingdom by Britain, there were in fact more than 1,200. We know this as a matter of fact because the Emperor Shaka Senzangakona, although being unmarried, had women who His Majesty called his sisters, who came from the attempts to have him marry and create family bonds with the respective royal families. But at the current time, what is recognized by the South African government is 300 Nguni nations. Each nation is led by a royal house and each royal house is headed by Inkos. Can I please make a note that for the purpose of this presentation, I will be sticking to nomenclature that is as close as possible to what we have in indigenous African tradition and or directly using what we use in the Zulu language. I will not be using words such as tribe. I will not be using words such as clan. I will not be using words such as chiefs, because these words have no meaning in our culture, particularly because this very language is a young language which comes from a foreign culture, meaning that it has limited vocabulary to describe the phenomena that exists within our culture. These 300 nations pay allegiance to Indlunkulu, meaning the great house of the Zulu nation. Isilo is head of the great house and the head of the kingdom. National festivals of the Zulu kingdom. They are hosted by His Majesty Isilo. In order they are commemoration of the Battle of Isandlwana. This takes place in Mutu around the last week of the month of January. This is because the Battle of Isandlwana took place on the 22nd of January. And as history goes, the British were defeated, and so setting a chain reaction of what came to be known as the fall of Great Britain, because after this time, China freed itself, India freed itself, and so many nations who realized that this almighty beast of an empire was able to be defeated by men wearing skins, carrying a pointed stick, defending themselves with a piece of skin. Then there is the Marula Fest in Ngwavuma and Wanongoma. In Ngwavuma, it takes place at the royal residence of Emathobeni. In Wanongoma, it takes place at the Khangela Makengana Royal Residence in Nkunzana. It is called Umkhosi Wamaganu, Iganu or plural Amaganu being the fruit of the marula tree. There is the commemoration of Emperor Shaka the Great, which takes place in Watuguza. This takes place either on the 24th of September, which used to be called Shaka Day in the times of the apartheid government, and then it came to be known as Heritage Day so as to make it a more neutral, more palatable idea to present to South Africa, this rainbow nation, and in so doing, took away the very identity and the significance of this day when a conspiracy to commit a regicide with the assistance of the Dutch settlers, which had conspired with Prince Dingana, who then influenced Prince Umhlangana and the rest of the conspiracy. The way that the history is presented is such that King Dingana was bloodthirsty and he wanted to take the throne. But what we are not told is how the wheels were set into motion, created the circumstances such that he would have the strength and the ingenuity to sit on the throne. So on the 24th of September, Amazulu, we call it Umkhosi Welembe, Ilembe being a battle axe. In one of Isilo's names, which means the battle axe, which is sharper than all other axes. So we commemorate Umkhosi when it's placed in Watuguza, which was the royal residence of His Majesty the Emperor Shaka Senzangakhona, which now has become a town and basically reduced to nothingness. Next is the Reed Festival or Umkhosi Womhlanga. I think we have enough information about Umkhosi Womhlanga, but I will say this much. It takes place at Engwavuma at the royal residence of Emachobeni, as well as Enyogeni in Osuthu, KwaNongoma. Then last on the Zulu calendar, we have the midsummer celebration or the summer solstice, which is called Umkhosi Wosela. Most other Nguni peoples call it Ingwala. This takes place in KwaNongoma at the royal residence of Enyogeni. Amazulu, originally from Juba. There are people in Juba, in Nubia, now known as the Sudan, called Lulu. The story that is told by an ambassador who came from Juba when we were at a gala dinner in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. This gentleman, whose name I cannot quite remember, says that the Zulu are actually direct relatives of the Lulu people. The explanation that is given is that because of culture and the evolution thereof, the way that certain letters are pronounced in names take on a particular evolution and words then sounding a particular way. This is evidenced by the fact that in every royal residence with Isilo, regardless of what year it is, any of Isilo that is coronated to rule over the Zulu kingdom has a hut or house that is called Juba. This is the reason why we celebrate very similar cultures to what happens in East Africa as well as the Nile Valley at large. As I said before, the Reed Festival is commemorated at Enyogeni as well as Emathobeni. The purpose of the Reed Festival is basically to remind us of our roots and origins being from the Reed, because the origin story that is told in the Nile Valley as well as in KwaZulu is that human beings came from a reed. We do not subscribe to the notion of evolutionary theory. First of all, because there is no evidence to substantiate the theory. There is only more theories to create justification for this theory. No one knows where human beings came from. Ancestors. We are told particular stories that give us an understanding on how we came to be. And we are told that uNomkhubulwana breathed life into the forms which appeared out of the reed, and then we became human. Our cosmological system is not only in the ideas we have around phenomena within the weather and the cosmological times of year, we also have similar regalia of garb. When one looks at the head ring, which Zulu men wear, it's called umqhele, and then the older men, particular significance or who have done well within the Zulu kingdom are awarded with what is called istoto, which is a black ring which is molded into their hair. This ring, as well as umqhele, are similar to the head rings which were represented as the cobra around the heads of the queens and kings within the Nile Valley. It represents the energy system. And when one has reached a particular place of enlightenment and power, then the cobra, which is rising from the root of their chakra system into the various levels of the spine into the third eye, then they are awarded with this cobra ring. So within isiZulu, once one has reached a particular consciousness, has been able to prove themselves as a valuable member of the society that they live in, the family that they are from, and the kingdom at large, then they deserve to wear umqhele. But in the modern day, you find that anyone who can afford to buy one does, and most of them don't even understand the significance of it. Nature conservation within the Zulu kingdom. The first game reserve in the Zulu kingdom is the Mfolozi Game Reserve. Please excuse my spelling. It was established by Emperor Shaka the Great. If one has read up on the history of the great emperor, you will know that there were times when the kingdom was called to go on a hunt. There were various reasons for this. It would be to prepare particular skins for particular members of the hierarchy. And in order for those skins to be had, the animals needed to be hunted. They couldn't just be hunted at any given time. And also there was a harvesting of meat because, contrary to popular belief, African people did not eat meat willy-nilly and at any given time. It is also true with Amazulu. This I have confirmed with my parents and my grandparents. Before there were fridges, obviously people did not eat meat at any given time. But moreover, there was the appreciation of life and the amount of time it takes to raise any livestock. So with that appreciation in mind, one would not just randomly kill an animal. So if there was ever a need to have meat, then it would be hunted, but specifically at the time of what is called Inqin. Hunting happens at the behest of Inkosi, or in the context of the history that I have just shared, at the behest of Isilo. And as I've written there, it's called Ingqina. The most beautiful Zulu kingdom, and why I think everyone should at some point in their lives visit the Zulu kingdom, is because we have 12 months of summer. Winter does not exist in the Zulu kingdom. There are basically two seasons. We have the season of rain and the season of no rain. There are years where we have experienced droughts, but it's because everyone is experiencing drought. And outside of those years, we basically have 8 months of the rainy season. So most of the time when you come to the Zulu kingdom, it looks lush and green. And for the rest of the year, you just don't experience as much rain and it looks less green. But even when it's not raining, we have a weather system that allows a precipitation to form where nature still gets nourished without rain. The geography of the Zulu kingdom. We basically have a unique system in the way the kingdom was designed at the time of Emperor Shaka the Great. This is something that is unique about the Zulu kingdom as opposed to all the other kingdoms around the Zulu kingdom that were colonized by not only the British but all Europeans that eventually colonized. The kingdom was taken almost in its entirety and not necessarily broken down and made into different countries. Let me explain. In the example of, let's say, Eswatini and Lesotho, you have the northern part of Eswatini and the northern part of Lesotho being a part of South Africa, and then the southern parts being the kingdoms as they are now. There's a history behind that and negotiations that took place with the British Crown. But with the Zulu kingdom, they took it in its entirety and then they cut it up and shared it between various Amakosi who they had decided to use against their own people. And this is where the problem and the phenomena of Natal comes in. First and foremost, the word Natal is not a Zulu word. Most Zulu people don't know what it means, and they don't know its origins. Its origins are Portuguese. It comes from a time when the Portuguese passed through the kingdom and saw something about it. Because of not wanting to deviate too much, I won't get too much into that history. But this is a problem that then happens in the time when the Zulu kingdom is broken up into various little kinglets for the purpose of managing it more easily from Britain. You have a part of the kingdom being called Natal or Natalia, Natal. And then you have a part of it being called KwaZulu. At the time when we were purported to be coming into a time of freedom, the Zulu monarch and its supporters said that we no longer want to be divided. We no longer want to experience this estrangement that the Western condition has forced upon us. And we want the kingdom to be a whole as it was from the beginning of its campaigns. In this moment, we decided that of the original borders of the Zulu kingdom or the Zulu empire then, all of it would become KwaZulu as it once was. There are some who argue that then the government needs to do away with the word Natal already. There are conversations that are being had. For the purpose of this presentation, I won't delve too much into it because the ideas that I'm trying to convey are the vast opportunities that exist for tourism in this beautiful land, as well as the vast opportunities for the art and culture sector or the creative industries. This is why I think they are underutilized and there's space for way more development than what is currently going on. If every Zulu person alive is able to sing because they grew up singing, why do we not have a cultural sector that is rooted in exploiting that ability to sing? And I'm not talking about the odd superstar here and there that becomes famous on particular music charts. I'm not talking about getting a record label and then performing for change to what your record sales actually are. I'm talking about what Europe has. I'm talking about theaters. There is the opportunity for learning Amahubo. I know that there are Zulu people who will be hearing this, or even Swati people for that matter, because Swati people also refer to the indigenous music as Amahubo. There are Nguni people at this very moment who do not know the Amahubo of their families, of their great houses, or of their kingdoms. Why is it that we don't have educational programs? They don't have to be funded by the government. It could be done by the private sector. We don't have to build lavish halls and call them theaters. The very halls we have now. We don't even need a building. We could have a communal space, what we call istao. We could have wisdom keepers and those who are knowledgeable on Amahubo and the practice, educating those of their society about the practice and why it is significant to continue the practice. First and foremost, Ihubo is not just a song. It is a piece of a people's history that is documented therein. Oftentimes, it comes from a particular moment in that people's history, or it is the collection of that entire people's history summed up in a few sentences, similar to how you have Izihasho, or what used to be known as Izibongo, but because the current or incumbent Isilo, his birth name is Mbongi Zozwa Zwelithini Zulu. We have what we call Uhlonipisa, which means to give reverence to. We do not call adults by their birth names. We do not call elders by their birth names, and we definitely don't call leaders. In the context where an elder must be referred to by a name, there is a name that one is given once they have gone through all the rites of passage, or a second name that one may have. So the name they grew up being called by is no longer used. In the context of Isilo, it is Uzwelithini Kape Uzulu. Now, recapping, the Zulu Kingdom has beautiful weather all year round. Creativity is taught at birth and harnessed throughout their lives, and there are ample opportunities, and I dare say all the resources necessary. All that is missing is the knowledge as well as the opportunities to invest that knowledge and create some kind of economic opportunities. My humble apologies again. I hope the information that I have presented to you has been useful. Siyathokoza.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ndabezit. Of course, this information is so powerful, and it has been so educational to us, even down here. We never knew most of these things. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. An apology accepted. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be preparing for Prince Lungelo from Eswatini. I hope that his mic is now functional and video. Prince Lungelo. Okay, we can play the video while we're still helping him to be unmuted. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that video. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. At Batokwa today, we were burying one of our kings, one of our very senior chiefs in the Eastern Cape. That is why we didn't have much of representation, but that is the video of where we are. Thank you very much. Are we now able to see Prince Lungelo?
Evening, can you hear me?
Thank you very much, yes.
Banani, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Nkosi.
Good evening, everyone. From
If
Aido.
you can put some volume, just a little louder.
All right, let me adjust my. Can you hear me now? Louder. Loud enough.
Yes, we can hear you, Nkosi.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Your Royal Highnesses, President, and everyone else listening in. As it's been said before, my name is Lungelo Mdluli. From Ebusweni Royal Call in the beautiful Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm a youth activist and entrepreneur. And this evening, I'm hoping they can put up my video, my presentation. I would just like to share a couple of words about who I am, what I've been up to, and my vision for Eswatini and for Africans Please continue moving the presentation forward. Please go on. As I was saying, I'm an entrepreneur involved in mining and agriculture. I'm a strong believer in Ubuntu. And for me, which I'll touch more upon it at the end, is what Ubuntu is. Ubuntu, meaning God, if you look at the origin of the word. And for me, it represents our higher being. So, mesikhuluma ukuthi Ubuntu, umuntu ngabantu, is really saying the inner you is it can only be captured by your efforts to everyone else on this earth and how you impact the world. Please continue on with the screen. Please continue. So as I was saying, I after university, I got into mining, and in Swaziland as well, there's many mining opportunities. We have almost all the natural precious metals, gold, diamonds, platinum, and even some of the softer ones, tin, and so forth. Please continue. And we also have very lovely land where it's very arable. So the thing that I've been most interested in coming back home after studying in South Africa for a long time is seeing how we can get beneficiation going on in Swaziland in the mining sector, also in the agriculture sector. So far in the kingdom, most people are subsistence farmers, but more so in Swaziland, we've got a very high youth population as is the norm across all Africa. Let's continue. So with that said, when I got home, I realized that our youth are sitting around and are depressed with no vision and not knowing how to take care of themselves. So with that being seen, I decided that I had to do something about it. And my fight was to see how we can get the young people of my kingdom and all over Africa into ways of empowering themselves. So I sit on two boards. The first one we have upon here is Eswatini National Youth Cooperative Alliance, which is the apex body for all youth cooperatives in the country. So we are trying to, we are on the mission of trying to get as many young people to form small groups and come to us so we can help them with the ideas to develop them from idea to commercialization, helping them with skills training, helping them with funding, and helping them with markets. Currently, to do that, we've just embarked on a Go Green campaign. This campaign is to challenge the youth of my country to plant 10,000 trees. This concept is coming from International Cooperative Alliance, which is a mother body for all cooperatives in the country. So we have decided that we will take what has been given by mother body and do it here in the country as well. We are now started and we're starting to plant trees in all the regions of Swaziland, spreading the cooperative message, spreading the idea of why climate change is important to us, and trying to get as many young people involved in this space against the fight of climate change, but also more importantly, to get them to organize themselves so they can try to create a future for themselves. Please continue on the slide. Hi, IT, please continue with the slides. Can you hear me? Can you please continue with the slides? All right, this is some of the youth that we work with. This is us planting trees. Please continue. And then I also sit in another board, which is the Youth Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Please continue with the slides, where the main focus there is to try to influence, the main purpose there is to try influence policy so that it works more for the youth of Eswatini. Things like trying to make sure that the government puts quotas for young people in terms of procurement and such, so that young SMEs from youth SMEs can benefit strictly with the quota. Also, in that regard, we're also trying to see how we can also link up with other international bodies to see how we can get international business for the for the youth in Eswatini. We work quite a bit with the chamber in Mpumalanga, and that is from a holistic point of view. But from a personal point of view, since being in business for a while, the next chapter of my life is my baby called Tsagameti, which means disruptor. This is a platform or a business that I would like to continue growing, where I want to help SMEs access resources and consultancy, introduce young people to the fourth industrial revolution, because I believe that the ideas are sitting in all parts of Eswatini rules, and they just need a platform. And I believe if the youth in Eswatini had just get a chance to get in front of a computer, it's where you don't have to travel to Ghana to experience Ghana. You don't have to do certain things. You can just get it all online. So this is the passion project that I am trying to push for the youth in Eswatini, and also put up a virtual and an actual platform where we can solve a problem that I realized when I first got home. And that problem being that there's a lot of people, young and old, that are doing brilliant things but are working in silos. So I'm trying to break the silos and try to get all these entrepreneurs in one room, in a place where they can just find themselves to relax and interact and share ideas. With that, I've started, I found young people who've got land and helping them farm. I'm helping young people with businesses and trying to get them to go online. I also have another passion project that I'm currently pursuing with Princess Tepi, that of trying to get ladies that do handcraft to live with that onto the international market. Please continue with the slides. Another thing is that I've also just got a group of young activists in the country who have now, with another group of young innovators and leaders of Eswatini and from South Africa, have now formed a cohort for the next year to try to get all these young people opportunities so they can better help the community through the different activism work. Some of them are HIV activists, some of them are some of them are ambassadors for for community building and so forth. So not only have they formed a cohort that we are going to form another one in South Africa, but also formed a cooperative so that we can try bring skills together. I've spoken a little bit about the export opportunities that of trying to get the Emma crafts out into the market. Please continue with the slide. All right, I just thought I'd just show some of our traditional attire that is that the ladies make. Here in front of us, we have what we call umgato, which is a traditional regalia that males wear to symbolize their warriorship and so on. Usually wear the things like umhlanga, that's Induna Shan that's spoken about. And also we wear it after maybe some of the big ceremonies, such as Ingwala, that Induna Shandu had spoken about. It is one way to show the beauty of who we are as a man, which is loosely translated your warriorness or your manhoodness. Please continue. In the next slide, we have more of the beadworks and artworks that we are trying to get onto the international market. This is one of the ladies we work with. Here, these are supposed to be videos explaining the different stuff, the necklace, which is what she's holding there, just to try to explain what are we putting out to the international market. With that said, it's just a snap view of who I am and how I view myself as a youth in Eswatini, but more importantly, as a leader, someone that is from chiefdom. With my closing remarks, I just want to go on a little bit about what it is to be a leader and what it is, and what does Ubuntu mean, and what that all means in this current day and age in year 2020. Firstly, I regard myself as the new Renaissance man, where I'm in touch with my spirituality, where I'm in touch with my being and my culture and my history. And at the same time, I am able to interact and manipulate, or rather adapt to the current environment, where I can be educated but still be close to my culture and not be ashamed to live both lives at the same time and always be guided by who I am as an African person. What does that mean? It means that first and foremost, is a concept I would like to share. It's something I think we all allude to the whole time we've been speaking over the last 2 days. It starts from the smallest thing, as us no longer calling ourselves Black people. We are not Black people, we are Africans. Umuntu is a god. If you look back at the history of the words, we have to let go of the mindset that were given to us by other people and bring back who we are and be proud of who we are. And as Bishop Mampunga had said earlier on, that you can't take an Android handset and then use an iPhone software. And we need to find a way to bring ourselves back to who we are. And also, once you understand who you are, then you'll start gaining pride, because once you know what your culture is, that means now you have the right software to go with the hardware that is on the outer side. And once you understand who you are and are in touch with who you are supposed to be, your real self, your ancestry, you will then be proud. And once you are proud, you will have self-worth. And once you have self-worth, then things like greed will walk away from you. And then you'll start realizing that this land is yours and the resources belong to you. And you start behaving in such a manner. And for me, once that happens, then you'll start understanding there's no difference between you and your brother in Ghana, or your brother in Nigeria or South Africa. And most importantly, I believe that as a youth leader, it's important, because most of Africa is full of young people. They need inspiration. And that inspiration has to come from us who see themselves as leaders, as kings and queens, and from noble bloodlines, that it's up to us to show that it's not about power, but it's about serving. And as we serve, then our power will grow. And as our power grows, then prosperity will follow. So without taking up too much time, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to be on this platform. Thank you for the wonderful 2 days of information sharing. But to end off, this must just not be what we do all the time, is speak and speak, and that's the end of it. The last thing that Africa needs is more talking. Everything's been set aside and it's been done many a time before. What we need now is mobilization. I am hoping that in these past 2 days, people have been sharing information and are already on the ground trying to move their ideas into actual realities. Thank you very much, Nyabonga, and have a great evening.
Right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Nkosi, for such a wonderful and so informative. Also like your presentation as well. If you can rework on it, and then we will talk to you later on as well. Because there's so much that we have learned, there's so much that we keep on learning from Eswatini as well. And we are looking forward to coming to Eswatini. Mempo was saying you need to introduce Jeunesse to Eswatini, Aido Jeunesse, so that when we come there, we speak Aido Jeunesse and empower more of your youth as well.
Definitely, we're looking forward to seeing you guys coming to the wonderful kingdom of Eswatini.
Indeed, indeed. And thank you for honoring us with your presentation and with your presence as well. Greetings to everyone at home, even uNdlunkulu Umar.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you guys.
Thank you, thank you. Let us move along. We have arrived at the end of our program, ladies and gentlemen. This was the 2 days of Aido virtual conference. Yesterday, we had a very successful one where we were launching our business division. And today we're celebrating culture meeting business as well. You know, even as cultural people, we still need to eat and we still need to be in the industries. And we have seen how everyone and all the presentations that have taken place today. So without further ado, allow me or help me to welcome on stage Her Royal Highness, Mrs. Iganda. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister, Princess Seppi. I'll be very brief in the interest of time, but this part of the program is equally important because, you know, it is said that gratitude is the most important virtue. And it's not just the most important virtue, but if anything, it is the mother of all virtues. And as Aidoers, we are virtuous men and women. So giving thanks is something we must do because that's part of our nature. So on behalf of Aido Network International, I would like to most sincerely give thanks to each and everyone who has in one way or another contributed to the success of this very first Aido Business Forum, which started yesterday on the 20th and is finishing today on the 21st November 2020. If I may, I would like to begin by respectfully honoring all our royals, our highnesses, our excellencies, dignitaries and elders for gracing this occasion. We are truly honored. I would like to single out Dr. Marco, who is our mentor, our highly valued mentor. He has always inspired us through his great words of wisdom, and we cannot take it for granted. He's been a great support along this journey. Dr. Marco, we just say thank you. We thank all our other distinguished speakers for sharing their wealth of knowledge. It is said knowledge is wealth. So thank you so much, our speakers, for sharing your wealth and enriching our lives. To our different participants in your respected and distinguished capacities, all we would like to say is that Aido appreciates and values all of you. Thank you. The IT team, our IT team, thank you so much for an excellent work done. The distinguished Star Radio, RIA TV, you have done very well. Excellent job. We are grateful to you. Very good coverage you've given us. I also extend our thanks to the enormous cooperation and support from all our other sponsors and partners, especially Aido Genez, under the leadership of Lady Info and the whole team. Thank you for walking the talk. We are grateful. To the business community that we partner with, Aido indeed is ready for business. Let us work together to our desired end. Our youth, what can I say? These are our children. You are a blessing. And we pray that you can only keep on rising and achieving highly in every area of your lives. And finally, definitely not least, finally, I would like to thank the entire Aido leadership and the organizing team for your dedication, your commitment, and just making sure that this occasion, this forum happens. Thank you so much for everything you have put in. We are so grateful to you. The best team ever. Thank you, Aidoers. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to God Almighty for making it possible. Thank you. And before I leave, ladies and gentlemen, I have been requested to welcome the chair of Aido Advisory Board. It is a great pleasure to have her with us. She's a true Aidoa at heart. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome Madam Ulrika Pullman.
Okay.
Madam Ulrike Pullman, you're welcome to give us closing remarks to close this forum. We welcome you. Thank you.
Ms. Ulrika, are you in? She's logged on. Yeah, please unmute. Your camera on, please.
Oh, yeah. Sorry for delay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Greetings to all our guests, all protocol observed. I'm Ulrike Pullman, Chairman, Aido Advisory Board from Germany. I take this opportunity on behalf of my board to thank all of you attending our event today. Please keep supporting Aido Network. We remain Aidoers. Thank you and good night from Aido.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Princess Seppi.
Thank you very much to Her Highness, Madam Uganda. Thank you very much also, Madam Coleman, Ulrika, and to all of you. We look up to you. You are also the great leaders that we know that we are in the good hands. We have worked well together over the years, and let us keep on doing so. Thank you to everybody, particularly our sponsors once again. Here we are talking about Star Radio for such a wonderful platform, publicizing us. Now we are known all over the world, even on an instant time. Also, we say thank you to NJ Ndlovu Jewelry. We say thank you to Janice. We say thank you to Equity Bank. We say thank you to ACCS. And also a special thank you to Rep and Sons, also for the work that they've done whenever we have our beloved ones that have parted, the great work that they've done also in Uganda, helping with COVID-19 to be able to navigate, to be able to see lives being saved. Thank you very much to our president and your family. Thank you very much to the board of Aido and everyone who's been here. My goodness, all my moderators, we have not forgotten you. Thank you so much. All the technical team, David and Yandisa, thank you so much. To the most important people, which is all our participants, all our guests, yesterday and today, for bearing with us, for staying with us until this time. May I see everybody saying good night, good night, good night. I do us in the chat, and I say to you all, Bula Nala, may the love and peace of God abide with you all. Bye-bye, good night.
Thank you.
Hello, are you still there, Princess Seppi?
Aido. We are Aidoers. The voice of the voiceless to promote unity and social change. A platform for dialogue. Aido, a home for cultural heritage. Aido. We are Aidoers. Nepepe etopolo sinono showok esoma Aido Ateker international development organization. Aido.
Rise up, everyone, from everywhere. Come, let's support Aido. Uganda, Kenya,
Jambo sana.
Ghana,
Baba.
Jambo, United Kingdom and South Africa. Uganda, Kenya,
Jambo sana.
Ghana,
Baba.
Jambo, United Kingdom and South Africa.
We would like to appreciate Pamela Lubowa, webale nnyo, webalire ddala. Randy, webale nnyo emirimu gyo, Kama abawa omukisa nnyo. Gillian, we thank you so much for the work that you've done. May the Almighty God bless you. Colin, asante sana, Mungu akubariki.
Phil Dalolem, Allah kara noi. Grace, yalama noi, yalama kana swam. Chief Paul John Seganda, nisi alam kiti noi, ijo anakona swam, anyunebe, Epoloi Aido Network, and everyone who has contributed in one way or the other. We really appreciate and recognize your efforts. Epoloi Aido, Busi Aido, yalama.
Africa is ready to partner in business and prosperity.